Section 13 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 13. El Meco to Puerto Morelos. Part 1. Across the shallow blue harbor of Isla de Mujeres and the 4-mile stretch of the Yucatan Channel, clear as crystal, its small rippling waves flecked to foam by the trade winds, lies the eastern mainland of Yucatan. Here on the low wooded shore, in direct line with the southern point of the island, are the ruins of El Meco. Our new boat was some 2 or 3 tons heavier than the Esperanza. Our captain and its owner was a Yucatecan fisherman, Lucio Sanchez, who some years before, to avoid service in the National Guard, had migrated to Key West and become an American citizen. He had now returned to his native island, had taken unto himself a Yucatecan wife, and was the happy father of 4 children. In all our dealings with him, which extended over several weeks, we found him scrupulously honest, and in all ways a marked contrast to his detestable fellow countrymen. If this were the result of 2 years' residence at Key West, it is surely a happy augury of the improvement which is likely to take place in the Yucatecan people when they form, as they inevitably will, a portion, however unworthy, of the land of the Stars and Stripes. Besides Lucio, our crew consisted of his half-brother, a handsome black-eyed lad of 16 who looked far older and rejoiced in the girlish name of Dolores, and a middle-aged Yucatecan sailor whose name was Pedro Paz. With a new stock of provisions, and with the welcome addition of elbow room compared with the cabined, cribbed confinement of the tiny Esperanza, we made our start in the highest spirits. The run across took less than an hour, and opposite a sandy bay a mile north of the ruins we anchored. The coast for the most part here is shelving coral rock, and even small sailing boats dare not go right in, landing always being a matter of wading. We could see the main ruin, a pyramid, showing above the woods some little way inland, and as there are no paths hereabouts, we knew we should have to cut our way. We were all armed with machetes. We stopped under a clump of cocoa palms on the beach, one of our sailors shinning up for the green fruit, and had a delightful drink of the water, and then tramped down the rocky shore till we came opposite the ruins. But we had no sooner plunged into the woods than we discovered we had not got them to ourselves. They were thickly populated, and the natives were the most savage and inhospitable we had yet met. The air was simply filled with mosquitoes, which evidently regarded our arrival as the occasion for a dia de fiesta, and started stinging our faces, hands, and arms till their pestilent persistence nearly maddened us. If there is anything to urge you to work in such a spot where the least movement causes the sweat to run down you in rivulets, it is mosquitoes. While your machete is at work and the bush tops and branches fall around you, the midget fiends keep off a bit. Thus goaded into frenzied activity, we were not long in reaching El Meco. It is a pyramid faced with stone, but unlike that at Chichen, it is built in perpendicular terraces, each smaller than the one below, giving its sides the appearance of a gigantic stairway, save that the ledges are not of equal height or width. On the east side there had been a staircase, now ruined. We scrambled up, clinging onto the gnarled roots and branches of trees growing from it, and once on the top a refreshing sea breeze greeted us, for the time driving our persecutors away. To make anything like accurate measurements, the dense overgrowth had to be first cut away, and we stripped off our coats and revolver belts and set to with a will. The building, which our energetic assault on the vegetation disclosed, was now roofless. It had consisted of two rectangular rooms running north and south. At the top of the stairs on the east, forming the doorway of the first chamber, stood two pillars 18 inches in diameter. The inner room had two stone platforms about 4 feet high, probably altars, for there is no doubt that all the strictly pyramidal buildings of Central America were religious in character. We say strictly pyramidal to differentiate these temples from the other buildings of Yucatan, which are, almost without exception, erected on mounds. While making our measurements, one of us, tape in hand, nearly touched a snake which was hiding in a crevice in the wall. He was quite small, of a ringed black and brown colour, but Lucio declared him one of the deadliest of all snakes. He called it calum. We tickled the reptile's tail with the machete, and he squirmed deeper into the wall and disappeared. A queerer occupant of this ancient temple was a huge hermit crab which by a miracle of persistence had climbed the pyramid and was hidden under a tree root. These uncanny creatures are everywhere on the islands and along the coast of Yucatan. They live in large whelk shells, moving from one to another as their growth demands a larger tenement. All you can see of them is a great red hairy claw, which is used to close the entrance of the shell. When disturbed, they make a shrill noise like the faint chirping of a bird, by rubbing, it is said, the ridged surface of the last joint of the right great claw against the sharp edge of the second joint. The woodlands of the islands were full of them, and of course they were frequent on the beaches, but it did seem curious to find this big fellow so much up in the world. His family removals, necessitating a descent of the pyramid and the journey of at least half a mile through the bush to the beach, where he would have a choice of whelk shells, must have been undertakings before which all but the stoutest crab hearts would have quailed. Climbing out onto the face of the ruin, we found its height to be 48 feet. Descending, we discovered on the south side of the pyramid, on the ground level, a tiny chamber 5 feet high and 8 feet long, the door about 3 feet high and 2½ wide. Remains of such a room existed on the left. In other ruins we were struck again and again with the smallness of the doorways and the lowness of the roofs. There are so many buildings of the kind in Yucatan that a ludicrous belief is current among the natives that the builders of the ruins were dwarfs. There is of course nothing in such a theory. These tiny rooms at El Meco were probably sleeping chambers for the guardian priests. In the woods around we found 3 other buildings much ruined, the pillars formed of rounded monoliths, each some 6 feet high. Our investigations had taken some time, and it would be quite unsafe to estimate how many times we had been bitten. Some idea may be gained of the number of mosquitoes engaged by the fact that we counted over 3 dozen on one coat sleeve. We were right glad to reach the shore and get on board, though with smarting faces and itching hands. A run of an hour down the coast brought us to the northern end of Cancun Island. Seaward, owing to surf and coral, it is difficult to land, but it is separated from the mainland by a series of narrow channels opening into several broad bays, almost landlocked sea lakes. At the entrance are sand spits running out from island and shore, forming the narrowest of channels, perhaps 6 feet wide. It is such difficulties of navigation and the discomforts of small boat life which have kept other travellers away and permitted us the privilege of being the first to thoroughly explore these islands. Once past the sand spits, you enter a truly tropic creek. The water is a beech leaf green and clear as glass. The laurel-hued mangrove trees grow far into the stream, their brown snake-like roots showing feet above the water. Perched upon these weird trees are wild fowl and fishing birds, while where the mud has silted up between the roots and formed a ledge, lie alligators blinking their evil-looking eyes in the blazing light. Below you in the green crystal depths you see turtle floating, and a giant picuda with pike-like jaws chasing the little fishes. These picuda, full-grown specimens of which weigh their 15 or 20 pounds, makes exciting fishing. There is no science about it, for he is a regular sea glutton, and with the fresh fish the picuda insists on this he is no refuse eater. As bait on a string quite rope-like in its thickness, you are almost certain to hook one just about here. The monster comes on board with a regular hullabaloo, flapping and leaping like a veritable tarpon and inflicting ugly bites if you give him the chance. The sailors kill him by hitting him over the head with a wooden mallet, but this weapon proved ineffective in the hands of the lad Dolores, who, apparently in the hope of hastening the fish's escape from his sufferings, pressed his two brown fingers into the creature's eye sockets. We were ashamed of the cruelty of the action and motioned to him to stop. But Yucatecans have no humanity, and the boy, his handsome face lit up with a bewitching smile, went on gouging out the fish's eyes. We had a shot or two at an alligator and bagged a few birds as we sailed out of this creek into a wide stretch of water, its thickly wooded shores making it look like an English lake. Towards evening we ran into another channel, and there at an inlet, tree shrouded, we ran the boat into the boggy bank. The only inhabitant of the island is an old Indian, a regular Mayan Robinson Crusoe, nearly blind through a splinter of wood flying up into his face while he was chopping. We were greeted by the barking of some half a dozen dogs which came bounding down from the hut, followed by their master, who could only just distinguish night from day and yet made his way to the water edge with extraordinary confidence. He welcomed us with true Mayan hospitality, and in a little time we were dining like princes off roasted picuda, biscuit and rice washed down with Cadbury's cocoa. There was one drawback to our new quarters: the mosquitoes were in possession. Cancun is a 16-mile stretch, mostly dense bush. At the northern end one of the artificial mounds, examples of which we examined higher up the coast by Cape Catoche. Our old Mayan host was called Patricio Pat, quite probably a descendant of the cacique Naum Pat with whom, it will be remembered, the Spaniards made such friends on their first visits to Cozumel. He had two huts in a clearing near the water edge, surrounded by a grove of cocoa palms, for the fruit of which a dory came periodically from the other islands. There was a certain distinction about the old man's face as he crouched in front of the fire on the earth floor of his hut and held his lean brown hands out to where he could half see the red flame. He had queer stories to tell of haunted ruins in the bush here. of how he had heard his name called several times, and cocks crowing and all the other noises of a village, and how, long ago, a Yucatecan fisherman, wantonly breaking up a stone that had fallen from an Indian palace front, had been struck from behind by an unseen foe, and after hours of unconsciousness had crawled to the sea beach and for weeks had been on the point of death. It was all very quaint, and the old man's droning voice, and his clear-cut, wizened, hairless face, in the glare of the fire, made just such a figure as must have crouched round the fires when Naum Pat was lord hereabouts and the caravels of Spain had yet to be sighted from the wooded shores. We early tumbled into our hammocks, but long after, in the flickering light of the fire, Robinson Crusoe squatted in front of a small stool on which stood an earthenware pot, into which he laboriously scraped and squeezed with a broken fragment of coconut shell the meat of a pile of coconuts from which he was thus extracting the oil. We were up at dawn hoping to steal a march on the enemy, but even at that early hour the insect curses of the tropics had taken down the shutters and started business. While we breakfasted, Crusoe squatted on his haunches in true Mayan fashion, meditatively rubbing his thin hands and giving us the best directions he could for our coming hunt in the bush. By 7, accompanied by Lucio and Pedro, we were off. As we dived into the woodlands at the back of the hut, the old fellow, machete on shoulder, in sack shift and patched striped cotton trousers, surrounded by a pack of leaping, barking dogs, started for the eastern shore, where he expected a dory to fetch a cargo of coconuts. Our road led up a winding path, where the mosquitoes were plentiful and strong on the wing, to the crest of the island, which was divided into the eastern side, all sand and low heather-like plant, sea thistle and stunted cactus, and the western all jungly woods. For some miles we had to keep to the eastward. The sand was soft and deep, and the roots of the plants sprawling around gave one no foothold. In anticipation of the difficulty of changing even small paper money in the island pueblos, we had filled a money belt with 200 Mexican dollars (20 pounds), each in size nearly as big as an English 5-shilling piece. This belt had always, so far, been a bit of a white elephant. Today it was a positive cross. We realized for the first time what is described so eloquently as the burden of wealth, and before we had staggered and floundered our first mile in that relentlessly yielding sand, we both, as our turn came to carry it, cursed a civilisation which had created the necessity of bullion, and fervently wished we had not a copper in the world. Following Crusoe's suggestion, we started cutting into the woods at a point where some cocoa palms stood. Though we thus lost the sand, we found the mosquitoes, and nobody but the keenest of ruin hunters would have stood the earthly hell through which we passed for the next hour. In a wood too high and thick to admit air, but too low to shade you from the scorching sun, with every second bush bearing thorns an inch long, your legs entangled in vines and creepers so stout that once caught, no struggles, however heroic, would free you, too hot to wear your flannel shirt sleeves down, and too pestilential with mosquitoes for you to dare expose an inch more skin than was necessary. Bathed in sweat, stumbling, stooping, creeping, leaping, over, under, in and out, cutting your way foot by foot, you need the true explorer's zeal not to sit down and give it up. But we had not come 6,000 miles to give it up, and after we had made two false detours, we struck a ruin which well rewarded us for our sufferings. Deep in the thickest bush, the trees around shrouding them with a curtain of speckled green, stood a group of buildings upon which we were probably the first white men to look, as there is no record of a Spanish landing in Cancun. At such a moment the most matter-of-fact being must yield to a certain feeling of solemnity. You are gripped by the romance of the quest after a vanished civilisation. But in Cancun, at least there are winged fiends who serve as a very practical reminder that you cannot afford to daydream but must get to work at once. While our men lit a palm leaf fire to keep the mosquitoes at bay, we cut through the bush to see how many buildings there were and where to begin. There were four, and the first we tackled was an oblong building 26 feet by 10, erected on a platform built up some 4 feet from the ground level, making a terrace all round varying in width from 12 to 16 feet. On the west were two small doorways, and on the east three. These were so small that it was necessary to crawl through. Digging down, however, we found under a foot of earth the true flooring. This was a cement of lime and sand, and was 2½ inches thick over the entire floor. The interior of the building was in the same style as those of the mainland, having what is known as the Mayan arch, running up almost to a point, the rough corners of the stones standing out like steps inverted, a slab being laid across the two walls, thus making a narrow ceiling. The outside walls were built up to the same level as the pointed roof, and the space between was filled with rubble, making a flat roof now entirely overgrown with cactus and trees. Above the centre door was a gap where the wall had fallen, and where once stood what must have been more than a life-sized figure. On the platform below we found the head and shoulders, a fine piece of carving. Legs, body, and arms were smashed almost past recognition, and the feathered headdress had entirely disappeared. The head and bust was so heavy that it took the four of us to carry it a few yards and set it against the pyramidal mound near by, where we could photograph it, and where it could be for the future out of the line of fire of falling stone. We next visited the pyramid. It was approached by steps, but the temple which once crowned it had fallen and was a mass of stones, none of them apparently carved. But the most extraordinary ruins were what had evidently been two pillared halls, standing about 50 yards apart. That on the south was the largest, and stood on a stone platform 90 feet long and 33 feet wide. The building itself measured 60 feet by 17 feet, and in two rows down the centre, 10 in each row, were immense pillars, many monolithic, and some as much as 8½ feet high. These had originally supported the roof, now fallen and making a rooting place for trees and undergrowth which covered the whole platform. Around the platform on the ground level was a paved walk 16 feet wide, now buried under the fallen walls. The building on the north was no better preserved. It was exactly the same except that it had 3 rows of pillars running the length of the building, in their broken state looking like grey-barked trees severed by an axe. When newly erected, these twin-pillared halls must have been really magnificent. The architecture of all the buildings was rougher, but more solid than that of those of the mainland. A noticeable feature, which we remarked again in Cozumel, was the prevalence of the monolithic pillar, which we found nowhere on the mainland among the richly decorated ruins such as Chichen, Labna, and Sayil, where the pillar, almost always carved in relief, is square and built in sections a foot or two high. Of mural ornamentation there was no sign, and the general appearance of these Cancun ruins showed cruder workmanship than the rich facade work and carvings of Chichen and Palenque. On our way back to the shore we discovered a small group of ruins, a mound and two or three houses in hopeless decay. The isolated position of the island and its difficulty of approach perhaps explain the fact that no Spanish landing in the 16th century is recorded. Thus time and time alone has been the enemy of this city. Shattered as they were by the ravages of time, these Cancun buildings suggest, nay, they demand as their only explanation, a multitudinous population. The mere erection of the pillared halls by hand labour must have been a colossal task, and how the monoliths, many twice the height of the average Indian, were so perfectly hewn without metal tools seems almost a miracle. Cancun is a limestone island, and there is no doubt that the stones were quarried somewhere on its surface, though we were unable to find a suggestion of a quarry anywhere for miles around. End of section 13. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California. Section 14 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 14. El Meco to Puerto Morelos. Part 2. At the extreme southern end of Cancun, whither we now sailed, we discovered another small ruin of no great interest, but further suggesting the once dense population of the island. Here too was a fisher hut, 4 poles stuck in the sand with 2 cross poles covered with palm leaf for roof. Round this Cancun point, known as Nisuk, are turtle in plenty. Both the green turtle, Chelonia midas, beloved of aldermen, and the hawk-billed turtle, the carrot, Eretmochellis imbricata, which provides the commercial tortoise shell. It is this latter which the Yucatecan fishermen chiefly hunt, for they can get as much as $8 a pound for the shell. For the flesh of the turtle they have no taste. An example of the truth of the saying that what we have we never value. The beaches of these Caribbean isles, around the fisher settlements, are often littered with the rotting carcasses of turtle, spectacles of wilful waste sufficient to break the stoutest aldermanic heart. The preparation of turtle soup demands a culinary artist, and no Yucatecan is this. Their kitchen methods are ever those of the sloven cook who throws meat into a pot anyhow. But they begin to learn that there are people who prize the flesh of turtle, and a certain trade is done in the green reptilian with the captains of American trading schooners which come across the Gulf from Florida and the eastern states. Thus a feature of the villages are the turtle kraals, enclosures built some few yards out from the water edge, made of stakes driven in the form of a small square bound together by lianas. Here the turtles swim about until they are wanted. At the kraal in Isla de Mujeres there were some 2 dozen, many of them monsters weighing 400 pounds or more. At this hut on Nisuk Point we met 2 young Yucatecan fishermen, handsome fellows in spotless cottons, their feet sandaled. They too were from Mujeres, and they joined us in our evening meal, which we ate in picnic fashion at the water edge. but the mosquitoes were also feeding, so at sunset we put out into midstream to avoid their pressing attentions and fished for picuda till dark. These Yucatecans are quite Arab-like in the simplicity of their sleeping habits, and it was quaint to watch at sundown the 5 men wrap themselves, head and all, in their coloured blankets, as if they were going to send themselves by parcels post, and fall asleep in little packets all over the foredeck. All night they sleep in the same attitude in which they lie down, a dreamless sleep like that of a cat on a sunny window ledge. And it is a good thing they do, for the few inches of gunwale would not save them from a ducking if they twisted a hand's breadth. With the dawn, after cocoa and biscuits, we sailed down the coast once more towards San José de Vega, near where it was rumoured there was a ruined cenote with remarkable carved figures. San José is the headquarters of a Mexican wood-cutting company, which has a paper concession of the whole east coast from Cape Catoche to Vigía. We say paper concession deliberately, for these Mexican trespassers on the independent Indian territory live in a state of siege, and of their nominal holding of about 4,000 square miles, the administrator of the company told us that his chicleros chicle cutters were only able to work 15 square miles just round the settlement. Thither from the rickety little pier we travelled up by mule-drawn trolley car on the plantation railway, the seats empty sugar boxes, through swamps haunted by alligators. As at La Compañía Agricola, the administrator and the chief officials were Spanish Cubans, the hands all Mexicans. A dusty, dirty, garbage-littered street of boarded shanties in the midst of the stuccoed administrative building. At one end a palisaded corral for the mules, at the other a desolate square of clearing, which looked as if it had never known any other use save its apparently present one of a gigantic rubbish chute surrounded by wood cabins built up a foot or two from the ground. This was San José, and here we were received with a courtesy as kindly as that we had experienced at La Compañía Agricola. This Mexican company is known as La Compañía Colonisidora, and we shall have something to say directly about its finances in the sketch we are going to give of the war of extermination in progress hereabouts. The officials knew nothing about ruins and cared less, but they were politely tolerant of our enthusiasm, and the administrator kindly dispatched a cowboy, dressed in leather from head to foot and armed with rifle, revolver and machete, a bandolier of cartridges slung round him, to a distant part of the estate to fetch a chiclero who could act as guide. Meantime we sat down to breakfast, with loaded Winchester rifles leaning against the wall behind us, and every man with a revolver belted on him. They take their life of siege very easily. The company owns a tramp steamer which comes round from Vera Cruz once a month with provisions, and after the meal the administrator showed us a stone fort which he had had erected in case of a general attack. As it was now midday and no start could be made for the ruins till next morning at dawn, he proposed we should go out peccary shooting, and we sent down to the boat for our guns. Our hosts donned the most wonderful Mexican shooting boots reaching almost to their waists, decorated with tassels of string. They had some half a dozen fine boarhounds. One of the dogs, a redoubtable hunter, bearing many a scar from duels with jaguars and the wild pig, the male of which latter, always heavily tusked, often accounts for 2 or 3 dogs before he is bagged. It was a picturesque afternoon we spent in the woods. The 5 Spaniards were keen sportsmen. if a trifle reckless in the angles at which they held their guns. The beating through the dense undergrowth was something of a follow my leader, and we spent most of the time looking down their barrels, realistically literal personifications of the man behind the gun. The peccary were not at home, but one of the party bagged a superb specimen of the hoko, as large as the largest gobbler turkey, with crested head, its feathers all of gold and bronze. While we were supping, the leather-clad vaquero returned with a Mexican workman, who was to act as guide, and who, under severe cross-examination, seemed to sustain the reputation of the rumoured cenote. So it was arranged that at dawn a whole party of us should make a day of it, the administrator prettily assuming a positive archaeological zeal. Alas, he will never do so again, and giving generous orders for the preparation of the picnic baskets. It is sad to reflect that man's pleasure is so largely dependent upon untimely deaths in the animal world, and we feared that the arranging for our archaeological woodland junketings of the morrow was answerable for a porcine tragedy which was enacted while we took our coffee. The stone-floored room in which we supped opened out into the kitchen yard, and, in the friendly way to which we had now become quite accustomed, chickens, turkeys, and pigs ran through the room at intervals, one of the latter affording the dogs quite a boar hunt between our legs and those of the chairs. We had dined both wisely and well, and were contentedly smoking the strong Mexican cigarettes when piercing shriek after shriek rent the night air. A poor pig was going the way of all flesh at the hands of the Mexican cook, not at a respectful distance from our Lucullus-like feast, but actually at the door with its head in a pail, and its piteous cries, ending in a last gurgle as the knife did its brutal work, like the writing on the wall of the banqueting hall of Belshazzar, shook our nerves. We had some reason to think on the morrow of poor piggy butchered to make an archaeologist's holiday, for we were destined to a fiasco as complete, to a disappointment as bitter, as any in our tour, and there were many. While it was still dark, the finest mules in the corral were saddled and brought round. Mexican cowboys, in all the glory of leather jerkins, hung wicker baskets, bursting full of cold meat and fruits, of flasks of cognac and flagons of red wine, over their saddle bows. The administrator's zeal had not evaporated with the night, and he appeared, booted and spurred, to preside over the coffee which was served to us just as the light was beginning to do successful battle with the slate grey of the before dawn sky. It was a most imposing cavalcade which started off a little later. All the shanties emptied their human contents among the rubbish on the clearing to give us a fitting send-off. First, in true military fashion, there were the Mexican guides, as scouts, on foot and mounted. Next came the administrator, commanding in chief, then came the archaeological heroes of the occasion, not, alas, long to be heroes, and then some 8 or 10 sleek mules, in leather and braided string trappings, bearing Mexicans and Cubans eager for the cenote. Everything was sunshiny at first. The forest was exquisite in the early morning sunlight, and then, after a few miles, a change came over the spirit of our dreams. Long before the hour came for broaching those flagons of wine and sampling the contents of those ample baskets, the travellers had returned to San José, a very dispirited train of men and mules. The ruins were the fullest grown, most phenomenally robust type of archaeological failure possible. The cenote was a small surface cave with no suspicion of curvings or figures. The building was a post-conquest erection of absolutely no merit. Our humiliation was complete. It was really quite a good thing that we were not alone with that guide, or we might have been sorely tempted to avenge with our revolvers the wrongs of hoodwinked archaeology. With exquisite courtesy the administrator waded into the cenote cave in his eagerness to save our faces and discover those obstinately invisible figures. But it was all no good. It was obvious, as he turned his mule's head San Josewards, he thought us fools. Probably with Mr. Pickwick he would have gone further and declared us impostors. The pig was avenged. 20 miles southward from San Jose is the company's port, half a dozen huts and the jetty where provisions are landed and such slender export of chicle as it is possible to make from the limited area of forest the Indians permit the chicleros to work, is loaded. This is Puerto Morelos, and, as we were now in the district where war is, despite all official contradictions, actually in progress, it will be well here to tell briefly the story of perhaps the most iniquitous attempt at race extermination in modern times. The Indians of the East Coast have ever been independent. There is no doubt about that. Neither the old Spanish nor the modern Mexicans have ever conquered them. And when in 1872 some Mayan raidings on British Honduras boundaries brought a protest from England, Mexico's answer was equivalent to, "These Indians are independent, deal with them direct as with a separate state." Well, England did. She made an agreement with the chiefs which was amicably abided by. For years past these Indians, though bitterly resenting the presence of any white man on their lands, have been friendly to the British authorities, and have proved themselves a peaceful, self-supporting, industrious people who only asked to be left alone. They hate the Mexicans and Yucatecans, and with sound reason, and troubles occurred whenever there was a collision between the two. In 1893 the trading of the Mayans with the British attracted the jealous attention of Mexico. This jealousy took the form of a protest against the alleged selling of arms and ammunition by English traders in Orange Walk, second biggest town in Honduras, to the Indians. But though England promised to do all she could, matters did not improve. And when Mexico discovered that the Indians were turning the mahogany, logwood, and chicle in their territory to profit, she sought an excuse for starting the war which has now lasted for 8 years. The Mexican government attempted to stop the Mayans from dealing in their own wood, and when this failed they tried to levy a tax on all lumber and goods going out of the territory. The Indians flatly refused to pay, and when the Mexicans feebly urged that, as inhabitants of a geographical portion of Mexico, the Mayans should pay taxes and thus support the Federal Army and Navy, the latter said in effect, "We don't want your forces to protect us. If our land is threatened, every man and boy of us is ready to fight. We aren't doing you any harm. We simply ask to be left alone." The Mexicans then played another card. They proclaimed their absolute authority over eastern Yucatan, and granted concessions of the wood-cutting lands to Mexicans. Such proclamation was in direct breach of the treaty rights of the Indians, and in contradiction of their own deliberate statement to the British government that these Indians were independent. It was a Machiavellian scheme, and succeeded. The Indians naturally resented the company's trespass, and, after due warnings, killed the trespassers. This was just what Mexico expected and wanted. Talking blather about unprovoked outrages, cannibals, and the menace of savages to the Republic, she started a war of extermination. From the first it was as cowardly a war as it is now. Troops were sent before dawn to surprise defenseless villages. Men, women, and children were butchered as they slept. In one case, that of Chansenote, a settlement of many hundreds was so successfully wiped out that when we visited the district the inhabitants numbered about 30. To the south of the peninsula the same policy has been pursued. The Indians have been ruthlessly massacred whenever a cowardly opportunity offered. The Mexican troops have invariably got the worst of it in such open fighting as the country permits. Their actual invasions of the Indian strongholds have always resulted in their withdrawal without the slightest permanent success. The Indians are now concentrated at Tulum, on the mainland opposite the island of Cozumel. 3 times the Mexicans have taken this place, and 3 times have been obliged to evacuate it. The position is a curious one. Scarcely any one probably in Mexico, even including the members of the cabinet, knows the truth except President Diaz. The general who has had the conduct of the war throughout is an octogenarian, Ignacio Bravo, a ruthless, bloodthirsty old soldier who rejoices in the Gilbertian title of Inspector General of Primary Instruction. He is an old comrade in arms of Diaz, and he has probably his orders, though it is said that the President is most anxious not to have the Indians killed. If you ask officials, they tell you the war is long ago over, and when you ask them how they know, they say, "Why, Bravo says so." It is very much indeed to Bravo's interest to say so. He has made the territory of Quintana Roo, as Eastern Yucatan has been called since the war started, his pocket property. He has amassed there, since he took over the command, a fortune of many millions of dollars, and his methods can be guessed at from his own cynical confession that he is the sleeping partner of every merchant in the territory. For him everything is subordinated to pounds, shillings, and pence. A slight but very significant instance of this was his reception of a proposal by an archaeologist that he should give his permission for the blowing up of old ruined Spanish churches in the Rio Hondo district. The request was dictated by the hope that in the foundations might be found, buried by the Franciscans, some ancient writings of the Mayans which would assist in the deciphering of the hieroglyphics. The general gave the characteristic answer that he would permit the demolition of the churches on the understanding that the finds were sold and he got half. Utterly unscrupulous, venal, and self-seeking. The last thing Ignacio Bravo desires is any direct fighting which might lead to unfortunate defeats and eye-openers for the Mexican people. Under his able management the war has been whittled down to the occasional hanging of an Indian driven by starvation to surrender, or the potting of them in the bush. From Cape Catoche to Tulum he has no more authority than the man in the moon. We can give a good proof of this. While we were there he received a warning from the Indians that on the 16th of January they would attack and burn the chicle woods around Puerto Morelos. What did Bravo do? He feebly sends up a message to Puerto Morelos saying, "The Indians will probably attack you on the 16th." As a matter of fact, the Indians came that night, fired the woods, and we ourselves saw them burning for 2 nights. No, Bravo has given it up. He shirks all open fighting, and in his lifetime at least the subjection of the Indians will never be an accomplished fact. He skunks at Bacalar or Santa Cruz in the south, or surrounded by a battalion of troops, gallops from Bacalar to Peto and travel thence by rail to Merida. To this method of campaigning is due to the disastrous state of the territory through a part of which we passed. The Mexican government, presumably for economy's sake, sends the criminals from the Mexican jails to fight the Indians. While we were in the islands, a shipload of 80 of the worst specimens of half-bred Spanish jail birds passed on their way in a government transport to Bravo's headquarters. Many of these men desert, and the forests around are infested thus with fellows who will murder you for $1. With these Mexican cutthroats come gangs of women, the most degraded and miserable manufactures of Mexican debauchery. The conditions of life in the barracks at Santa Cruz and Ascension Bay are such as literally defy description. The barracks are mere filthy sheds. The half-starved soldiers, their toes rotting off from jigger fleas, their skins foul with disease and vermin, and their miserable women companions, some dying of malaria or venereal disease, some far advanced in pregnancy, some mere girls not far in their teens, sleeping on sloping boarded benches, all huddled together. There are no attempts at sanitary arrangements, and the details of the lives of these wretched men and women are really unfit for publication. Such men are not worthy of the name of troops, but they serve the Mexican purpose of hired slaughtermen in the Indian shambles which Mexico has created in Yucatan. Starvation and starvation alone will bring about the absolute subjection of the Indians of the East Coast. The Federal Government has been lavish with its concessions, but they are not worth the printer's ink expended on their gazetting in the official newspapers of Mexico City. One land company has smashed, and La Compañía Colonisidora is living simply on credit. So large a sum as $400,000 has, it is said, been advanced by the National Bank of Mexico to keep it going. The deduction from this is obvious. The government, having made worthless concessions, must take steps to hoodwink the shareholders by squandering the revenues. As we have said, we have it on authority of the officials on the spot that out of the 4,000 square miles of their concession, they were at the time of our visit working but 15 square miles, and there was little hope of materially increasing this profitable area. The war is now as far as possible restricted to the occasional potting of an Indian and the burning of his milpas or maize fields. In the extreme northeast, as we have stated in Chapter 7, the Indians have for the time being asserted their independence and are left in peace. The Mexican government have no effective control of eastern Yucatan, and they can never have, save by a policy of merciless extermination unworthy of a government which calls itself civilized. And while this ruthless extermination of a noble race is being enacted in the extreme east of the Mexican territories, General Diaz's government is disgracing itself by its cruel treatment of the Yaquis, a tribe of brave Indians in the state of Sonora. As lending complete corroboration to the story of horrors we have related, we think it worth while to quote the long and admirable account of this infamous campaign from a recent issue of a United States newspaper. It runs: Americans in Mexico have made a formal protest to President Diaz against the wholesale massacre of Yaqui Indians. They back this protest with affidavits asserting that shiploads of the unfortunate Indians, men, women, and children, who are supposed to be deported, are actually dumped into the sea as a means of riddance. In the present age of much vaunted civilization this seems incredible, but there is corroboration. Señor Rafael de Zayas Enriguez, a well-informed resident of Mexico, tells a story that bears the stamp of straightforward truth, and it is well worth perusal. It is evident he has deep feelings on this subject, for he exclaims, "Poor Yaquis! Poor race of heroes!" On the far northwest of the Mexican Republic is the state of Sonora. In the extreme southeast is the peninsula of Yucatan. There still exist in Yucatan the diminishing remnants of the most civilized nation of the pre-Columbian epoch of our continent. They are the Mayans, who for more than half a century have been forced to take up arms to defend themselves against the tyranny of the whites. In Sonora, in the small region lying between the Ihayo and Yaqui rivers, exists another race of Indians, the Yaquis, who have not builded magnificent monuments as have the Mayas, but who are intelligent, industrious, faithful, vigorous, and courageous. The Yaquis had always lived peacefully and submitted to the Mexican authorities, but without fusing with the whites. They conserved all the racial characteristics under the direct leadership of their own caciques. Both races, the Mayans and the Yaquis, are distinguished by their insuperable love for the small region they call fatherland, which has been from very ancient times their own, which they have defended against the invasion of other tribes and against the whites, to whom at last they submitted, retaining, however, always possession of the land. The Yaquis are a strong, useful, and industrious race. They furnish nearly all the peons or land workers to the farmers of Sonora and Sinaloa. After the harvest, these peons returned to their land and devoted the rest of the year to the cultivation of their own soil. The Yaqui region is favourably situated, well irrigated, and the soil is extremely fruitful. The white men coveted the region and tried to despoil the Yaquis of what they had owned for centuries. The red men naturally became angry, enraged, and finally they rose, not in rebellion, but to defend and safeguard their homes, property, and families. Thus the origin of the Yaquis' struggle, a real struggle for life, was a despoliation perpetrated by the white people. A few years ago President Diaz wanted to put an end to the long warfare, and he accomplished his purpose. A pact was signed with the Yaqui chiefs by which their properties were returned to them, with the guarantee that they should never more be molested or deported. Peace was re-established, but it was of short duration, being more a truce than a permanent peace, and it was so not because the Yaquis did not fulfil their obligations, but because the white men wanted to work their nefarious schemes again. With this end in view, they dexterously got rid of the chief Indian leaders and took every necessary measure to destroy the whole Yaqui race at the first sign of trouble. The Indians scented the plot a little late, but still in time to avoid being exterminated. They took the field again, forced to do so by the treachery of the whites. The above is an epitome of the history of the Yaqui war, and it will be seen that justice and right are on the side of the Indians. The world does not know how the merciless war is carried on, but to give an idea of the ways and means used it will be enough to say that all the barbarous methods of the Spanish Captain General Weyler during the last Cuban insurrection are civilised compared to what is being done to the Yaquis. There is no cruelty, torture, infamy to which they are not subjected. Prisoners are condemned to a fearful martyrdom, and they suffer it with the sublime stoicism characteristic of their race. Men, women, and children are sacrificed with the same cruelty. To prevent non-combatants from becoming hostiles, the Mexicans seize them and transport them from their fertile soil and benign climate to the death-breeding climate of Yucatan, where they are delivered as slaves to the landlords who buy them at so much a head. The men who commit this crime make the public believe that they are performing an act of mercy, that these non-combatants are prisoners of war whom they forgive and send to work as free men, intending to civilize and protect them. These wretched beings, far away from wife and children, from their soil and sky, in slavery, ignorant of the language of their masters who speak Spanish, and the language of the natives themselves who speak Maya, become homesick and die or run away, forgetting in their longing for freedom the immense distance of thousands of miles that separate Yucatan from Sonora. Homeward they flee, to perish in the lonesome woods from hunger, thirst, or fevers, or to be devoured by the wild beasts that swarm in those regions. History does not register anything superior to the heroism of this race, not even in the glorious times of Sparta were enacted scenes of intrepidity or deeds of self-sacrifice that surpass those of the Yaquis. One of the chiefs of the tribe was once pursued by a detachment of rurales, a special body of cavalry very similar to our Rough Riders. The Indian chief was an excellent sharpshooter, as all the Yaquis are. He fired from behind a rock, killing one of his enemies with each shot. In the end he was surrounded by the rurales. Then when a mounted officer of the detachment rushed at him, sabre in hand, he parried the thrust, jumped upon the back of the horse, pinioned the arms of his adversary, and spurred with his heels the flanks of the horse, making it gallop at full speed towards a precipice near by. When the horse reached the edge of the abyss, it stopped suddenly. But the Indian plunged his knife into the animal's haunch. Neighing with pain, the animal cast itself headlong over the precipice, carrying with it the two men. Two cries were heard, one of terror shrieked by the rurale, another of triumph emitted by the Yaqui. For what are these patriots fighting? To retain their small fatherland within the great fatherland, to live on the soil where they were born and where their ancestors are buried, to have the right of living in peace. They have not denied the rights of the government. They have not rebelled against the local authorities. The government has denied their rights. The local authorities have persecuted them. At present they are living in the mountains, constantly fighting. They are outcasts, pariahs, less than pariahs. They are treated as wild beasts, tracked and killed, hanged on the trees to be the food of the carnivorous birds and a warning to their fellows. Really, these corpses hanged on the trees are the shame of a society that boasts of being civilised. Poor Yaquis! Poor race of heroes, destroyed by the infamous and unpatriotic ambition of a group at whose service is a nation of braves indifferent to what they are doing with their brothers of Sonora. We hold no brief for the independent Indians, whether they be Yaquis or Mayans. They have many bad traits. The Mayans certainly are cruel, and they have become crafty and treacherous by long centuries of brutality and persecution. They have been guilty, too, of bloody reprisals, but mark that word. The story of the Spanish domination of the whole of Yucatan is a story of bloodshed, of basest cruelty, of the most hideous lust. In the name of Christ, the white race has ground down the rightful owners of the soil, evicted them, robbed them, murdered them, beaten them, defiled their women, and even their children. Are not reprisals then fair? In a later chapter we raise the corner of the curtain on as black a story of slavery as the world has ever known, the blacker because of its cowardice and hypocrisy, the slavery of so-called civilized Yucatan. For that great cancer surgeon Diaz is said to be sharpening his operating knife, and in this far eastern portion of Yucatan, because might is right, the last pure descendants of those who had attained a great and, if Spanish historians are to be trusted, a noble civilization are to be brutally crushed out. If Mexico values a fair name, if she wishes to be reckoned a civilized power, she will yet turn back. She will refuse to write the last chapters of that story of blood of which the Spanish wrote the first 4 centuries ago. End of section 14. Recording by Sienna, Fresno, California.
Section 15 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Smith. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 15. In Search of the Mayan Mecca. Part 1. The island of Cozumel lies 12 miles from the easternmost shore of Yucatan, in the Caribbean Sea between 20 degrees and 21 degrees north lat, and 86 degrees and 87 degrees west long. Its name in Mayan means Isle of Swallows, in allusion, tradition relates, to a Mayan deity, Telcuzan, the swallow-legged, who was here chiefly worshipped. But the history of the island contradicts this tradition, for Telcuzan appears to have been quite a minor god in the Mayan Olympus, while a religious importance exceeding that of any other spot in the Mayan countries of Central America seems to have attached to this island. According to the earliest Spanish chroniclers of the conquest, it was Isla Sagrada, the sacred isle of the Mayan race. To it, 4 centuries back, the tribes from the mainland of Yucatan, from Tabasco and Chiapas, from Guatemala and what is today British Honduras, made yearly pilgrimage. In its center rose, say the Spanish annalists of the 16th century, a grand temple, the Mecca of the Mayan race. Towards Cozumel we had always eagerly looked because of this undoubted ancient sanctity, and because we hoped that deep in her impenetrable forests this holy of holies might still exist. Cortes, in 1519, Bernal Diaz is the chronicler, destroyed a towered temple and threw down the idols. But it is more than likely that this was not Mecca, for the Spanish account does not admit of doubt that the shrine so destroyed stood upon the beach, and there is some evidence for our belief that the Mayan Mecca was in the heart of the island. Moreover, our hopes of a find were strengthened by the knowledge that the Spaniards never thoroughly explored the island, that to this day it has never been explored. 4 centuries back it was practically what it is now, one vast, dense virgin forest, through the gloomy tangle of which even Indians could scarce find their way. On our return to Isla de Mujeres from our explorations of Cancun and the adjoining coast, misfortune overtook one of us in the shape of a sharp attack of malaria, doubtless contracted as a result of our combats with mosquitoes in Cancun. Mujeres was about the most unfortunate place in the world for such an illness, as it was absolutely barren of all fruits or fresh food, and our dietary consisted of tea, biscuits, and rice. But we had to make the best of a week or more's delay till the fever abated, when given up all idea of covering the 54 miles of open sea which lay between us and Cozumel. In the small open boat we had so far used, we hired a 25-ton schooner for the voyage, The hold of this vessel was fitted up with a bed for the invalid, and early one morning we made a start. The communication between these islands of the Caribbean Sea is very erratic. A regular postal system does not exist, and any passing boat is pressed into the service of the post office and made to carry any letters or papers which may be waiting delivery. On our voyage from Hobok, we had been raised to the dignity of mail carriers, and now we learnt that our little schooner was to be coolly used as a general passenger boat. For when we got on board, we found, in addition to our crew, that the Jefe had calmly saddled us with 4 passengers in addition to the mails. But if he had tried to make an excursion steamer of us, we really should not have objected, for it was such an intense relief to see the last of Mujeres. Our enforced sojourn there had been a real martyrdom. Napoleon at Elba was really not in it with us. Perched upon our rocky terraced hut with a westward view of the coast around El Mecca, we had been literally like rats in a trap. No books, no papers, nothing to see, nowhere to go, sand and fan palms, rocks and more sand. The Israelites never longed for the promised land, for the Canaan of milk and honey fame, as we had for Cozumel and our escape from the Isle of Women. Thus, when we found that only 4 Yucatecans were to be made happy by getting something for nothing, the ultimate goal of all the devout of their race, viz., a passage at our expense, our only feeling was really one of wonder at the Jefe's moderation. With a fair wind, Cozumel can be reached in 12 hours from Mujeres, but the trade winds hereabouts seem to drop as the sun gets high, and midday saw us lying idly by, our sails flapping gently as the boom swung backwards and forwards in time with the rocking of the vessel on the long, slow underswell which was scarcely noticeable on the almost oily steel surface of the water. The blistering heat was so intense that it seemed to draw from the water a mist-like steaming vapor. For hours we lay, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. But with the afternoon, sure enough, there came a gentle, gusty breeze, rising from nowhere. The brown sails for a moment belly out like well-filled corn sacks. The boom swings over with a creaking, jerky, grating noise. The dark, clear, oily blue water breaks up into little gentle ripples at our bow, and we are once more moving. As darkness falls and the clear azure of the sea turns to a leaden gray, we run past Cancun, this time to seaward, at 5 or 6 knots. But it is dawn before we see the coast of Cozumel, which is what sailors call raw, and is not one to be approached at night time, if it can be avoided. So we stand off until the morning, for if one cannot describe the island shore as one whose foot spurns back the ocean's roaring tide, it is true enough that that foot is fearsomely shod with coral. As you make your way into the little natural bay and peer down through fathoms of water clear as crystal, you see those ghastly spikes, those evil-looking spires and towers rising from the bottom, their blackness in the clear water suggestive of their murderous meaning for mariners. As we anchor some 500 yards from the shore, the little island town of San Miguel rings the bay. A few palm-thatched huts, a wooden store, an open space, a custom house with a flagstaff, a few small boat shelters of palm leaves to save boats from cracking in the sun, and a jetty, 3 feet wide, running out into water waist deep. Northward, a grove of palm trees southward stretches, as far as the eye can see the rocky coral beach. At the end of the 18th century, Cozumel, desolate, uninhabited, was the headquarters of the pirate Molas, terror of the Carib Sea, and its rock and reef-bound coast, broken here and there by tiny land-locked inlets, The water at the entrances, discolored by the sunken corals, looked the ideal shelter for a pirate horde. We were not long in starting for the rocky bay of San Miguel in the crazy dugout which served as longboat for our schooner. A quarter of a mile lay between us and the shore, and it looked certain we should be swamped, for with 2 Indians our packing cases and guns made a top-heavy cargo. But these islanders are born sailors, and the way they maneuvered us over the swell towards the small landing stage was extraordinary. As we neared the beach, the swell broke up into rollers, and once or twice it was nearly all up with us. A shark, grasping the situation, swam in after us, showing his ugly eyes above the green water, but he lost his breakfast. Cozumel is a veritable garden of the Hesperides, and Eden without the serpent, for curiously enough the snakes, so plentiful on the mainland and on the other islands, have died off here. It has a beauty quite of its own, not the bewilderingly sweet, exotic charm, the impatient luxuriance of the damp, hot Antilles. Rather, are you impressed with the serenity of nature, her queenly quietude? A great peace lies on the forest and on the sun-kissed paths which girdle the island's coastline. 60 years back, when the American traveler Stevens landed, the island was uninhabited. Now there are but 2 villages, San Miguel and 10 miles southward El Cedral, and only around these and along the western coast is the land cultivated. Their gardens and ranches are rich with oranges and limes, pineapples and sugar cane, bananas and banana apples, grapefruit, and the delicious soapy-fleshed guanabana, with groves of coconut palms, with figs, with the white starry flowers of tobacco, with the fluffy bursting pods of cotton, and vari-colored spice bushes. If Cozumel could be cleared in all her 50 miles length and 15 breadth, what a garden of the gods she would become. To bargain well, one must be a good actor. We were eager to unearth some of the treasures of the island, and eager to find some one whose services as a guide in our search would be worth hiring. Avarice is the besetting sin of all Yucatecans, and we knew that if we were to get any native help at anything like reasonable rates, we must pretend an indifference which we did not feel. The Yucatecans do not understand archaeology. They think it a cloak for less innocent treasure hunting. Molas was not the only pirate in the 18th century who resorted to Cozumel, and there is no doubt that many a goodly pile of doubloons, of silver ingots, and perchance bags of Brazilian diamonds are buried on its shores. Some few years back a band of enterprising Americans did actually unearth such a treasure, enclosed in an iron-bound box, and buried in the woods surrounding an ideally piratical cove halfway between San Miguel and El Cedral. Thus suspicion attached to us at once, and nothing we could say would persuade the islanders that a couple of apparently sane men would take the trouble to hire schooners and make long journeys for the sole purpose of measuring old stone walls and digging up beads and broken pot shreds. We met this mistrust by hiring a hut and settling down to quiet housekeeping and a survey of the island's coast, confident that we should hear something sooner or later as to the existence of the traditional temple we were seeking. We did not have to wait long. The Yucatecan will do anything for money, and the report that we were ruin hunters soon brought to our hut Yucatecans on the make. There were not many whose tales were worth hearing. Nobody knew anything definite. Perhaps half a dozen of the inhabitants had crossed to the eastern coast. Finally, we did unearth an old ranchero who was said to have declared that when a lad out hunting in the forest, he and his brother had come across a temple on a pyramid approached by steps, and decorated with blue and red wall paintings. We expected the holiest of Mayan shrines to be thus simple, and unadorned with carvings or figures. Was this Mecca? It was fortunate for us that the old fellow was away on his ranchito near El Cedral, for in our first excitement at getting what looked like a corroboration of our belief that the Mayan Mecca actually still exists, we might have shown such eagerness as would have sent up his price to a truly tropical figure. As it was, we greeted the informant with a carefully simulated indifference, and promised that when we were over at El Cedral we would look Don Luis up and hear the story from his own lips. Meanwhile, we had ample work before us in first examining the immediate neighborhood of San Miguel, and then making a tour of the island coastline. Of the buildings which were found around San Miguel by the Spaniards under Grijalva in 1518, not one stone remains on another. The itinerary kept by Grijalva runs: on the 4th of March we saw upon a promontory a white house. It was in the form of a small tower, and appeared to be 8 palms in length, and the height of a man. The fleet came to anchor about 6 miles from the coast. The next morning we set sail to reconnoitre a cape which we saw at a distance, and which the pilot told us was the island of Yucatan. Between it and the point of Cucunel we found a gulf into which we entered, and came near the shore of Cozumel, which we coasted. Besides the tower which we had seen, we discovered 14 others of the same form. The Spaniards landed 100 armored men, and came to the chief tower, where they found no one. The ascent to this tower was by 18 steps. The base was very massive, 180 feet in circumference. At the top rose a small tower of the height of 2 men, placed one above the other. Within were figures, bones, and idols, which they adored. The village was paved with concave stone. The streets, elevated at the sides, descended inclining towards the middle, which was paved with large stones. The houses are constructed of stone from the foundation to half the height of the wall, and covered with straw. To judge by the edifices and houses, these Indians appear to be very ingenious. Of these temples not a trace now remains around San Miguel, save at the north end, where a path through a plantation of coconuts leads to such a scene of vandalism as might be calculated to rouse the indignation of even the conservator of monuments, if he remained awake long enough to reach the spot. Here, what had obviously been a minor temple has been broken up and converted into a quarry. Heaps of stones, broken past recognition, lie in a confused heap with smashed Indian pottery. The largest stones have been carted into the village, and formed a pathetic hodgepodge in a garden close to our hut. One of these was a remarkable carving representing a figure of a god seated cross-legged in true Buddhist attitude in a niche. Stevens, in 1842, merely landed in the bay of San Miguel, and made no attempt at any survey of the island, and states its length quite incorrectly as 30 miles. Cozumel is roughly rhomboidal in shape, and from its extreme northeast to its extreme southwest is as near as can be 54 miles. Its breadth varies, but on an average is about 15 miles. At each corner of the island there are ruins, those on the northeast being the best preserved. The group consists of 2 buildings still intact, one practically on the beach and the second a few yards in the bush. They are but small and might easily answer Grava's description, being simply one-storied, unornamented with hieroglyphics or figures. These ruined structures at each corner of the island certainly suggest that in the years long past the coasts were sacred and all landing was challenged. At El Cedral we were told that there were ruins intact, and we made arrangements at once to ride over there. The road is just the winding coast path which girdles the island. At no part more than a yard or 2 wide, it leads at first over the flattened ledges of coral which divide the beach from the woods. Then, as the woods thicken to the water edge, you ride through tunnels of greenery, where the road traverses the wooded bases of the triangles of coral which at intervals jut out from the shore like the spikes on a dog's collar. to emerge again onto level stretches of golden sand, the palms bending rustingly over its glistening surface. Here and there, where the coral promontories lay close together, were quiet bays, the trees growing far out on the little capes, making horseshoe-shaped green frames for the sapphire-blue water lying almost pond-like in its stillness. It would be difficult to exaggerate the beauty of this sunny ocean path, playing in its long arbors of woodland hide and seek with the sun and the sea. The long stretches of sand are everywhere rich with perhaps the most beautiful shell in the world, that giant gastropod, technically called strombus, but commonly known as fountain shell. It is the largest gastropod known, the shell sometimes weighing 4 or 5 pounds, and the much expanded outer lip, which earns it the popular nickname of wing shell, is colored the richest rose pink, shading off towards the inner curve of the shell into an exquisite and delicate salmon tint. These shells are so lovely that it is hard to believe their inhabitants feed on dead and decaying animal matter. On this Cozumel shore they are not numbered by 2s or 3s or half-dozens, but are literally scattered in myriad profusion. The natives break up the shells with machetes and eat the fish. In the little coral coves it is nothing unusual to see the whole surface of the rocks littered with this wonderful rose-pink debris. Don Luis Villanueva, whose name had been mentioned to us in reference to his alleged discovery of a temple in the bush, owns the little rancho of San Francisco, some 6 miles north of El Cedral. We arrived there about midday, very hot and very hungry. Don Luis proved to be a wiry little sallow-faced man, small-featured, with keen small eyes, short grizzled hair, drooping straggly mustache, and one long tuft of gray growing from the extreme end of his chin like the beard of a billy goat. His farmhouse was simplicity itself, formed of wood-stake palisading, thatched with palm leaves within. The only furniture were string hammocks, 2 or 3 low rawhide seated stools, a trestle-like table formed of unhewn poles bound together, raft fashion, with lianas supported on 4 small unbarked tree trunks. The floor was just the natural earth, and in one corner of the hut a fire burnt. Every Yucatecan builds his fire on the floor inside his house in this way, with no arrangements for chimney, and the wonder is the huts are not oftener burnt down. In the further corner were piled bales of tobacco leaf and sacks of rough cotton. From the rafters hung open baskets filled with tortillas, green and red peppers, onions, and fruits, and here and there hung a bunch of bananas ripening. Don Luis is a widower, and his housekeeping was done by his daughter, a pretty brown-skinned girl of about 20, whose single thin garment of cotton only accentuated the plump attractiveness of her figure. As all Yucatecan women always are, she was at the metete, or tortilla tray, when we entered, but left her work and came forward prettily to greet us. The other inhabitants of the hut were Don Luis's 2 grandsons, healthy, black-eyed, intelligent-looking little rascals, and a host of terribly emaciated dogs and puppies, melancholy, half-fed, brittled cats, so thin that they looked as if they had not got a purr in them, and the inevitable chickens and pigs. After we had some food, Don Luis saddled his horse and led the way through the woods to El Cedral. He made a picturesque figure ahead of us, the quaint little weary brown-legged form in its loose cottons and big soup-plate straw hat, his bare feet deep in the Mexican stirrups, his right hand eternally swinging the loose end of the lasso rope fastened on the saddle bows. Yucatecan horses are good goers, but they want understanding. It's a case of spare the rope and spoil the horse. Every Yucatecan rider swings his lasso rope the whole time. The horse does not want to be beaten. It's enough that he sees the rope going round, and then he keeps going. We reached the village while the sun was still blazing high. A cluster of palm-thatched huts grouped round a square of wiry grass. These Yucatecan helmets are as like as peas in a pod. The male villagers steamed out to welcome us with a cordiality which was quite overwhelming. We really thought that at last we had found the exception which proved the rule of Yucatecan averse in hospitality. El Cedral received us with open arms. El Cedral walked behind us in its 50s, applauding our attempts at Spanish civilities, laughing when we laughed, grave when we were grave. El Cedral begged us to stay with it, indeed would take no refusal. El Cedral insisted that to us should be paid the meed of honor due to such distinguished visitors, namely that our hammocks should be slung for the night in the Casa Municipal, the village town hall, a distinction much as if London's Lord Mayor gave you leave to sling your hammocks in the Guildhall between Gog and Magog, and El Cedral developed an inordinate interest in procuring for supper just what might tickle our palates. But we were doomed to disillusionment. End of section 15. Recording by John Smith. Section 16 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Smith. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 16. In Search of the Mayan Mecca, Part 2. First, we started to inspect the ruins. They were singularly disappointing. The chief one was a two-roomed house standing on a mound some 20 feet square. There were no statues, no bas-reliefs, no hieroglyphics. It was desolate enough. But it had, we learnt, its modern uses. For 5 years back, when a terrible hurricane had swept the island, the whole village had been blown away, and this Indian ruin was for days the only shelter of the disconsolate villagers. Next, an almost violent discussion occurred among our score or so of self-appointed guides. It seemed on the point of developing into civil war, when we luckily gathered that our old friends, the Garrapatas, were the cause of all the trouble. The villagers wanted to show us another ruin, but they were so distressed at the thought that we should get covered with the insects in our walk thither. It took some minutes to persuade them that we were quite accustomed to this etc. of travel in their country, and then, with half a dozen men and boys whooping with twigs the bushes on each side and sweeping the path before us, we made our way through the bush to a fine arched doorway hopelessly overgrown. Another such had stood some yards away, relics, evidently, of a once considerable building. There was nothing much worth seeing now, but we concealed our disappointment as well as we could, for the El Cedralites were really so friendly that we were ashamed to let them think that we viewed our journey as a fiasco. As we returned into the village, a little lad, after a shy consultation with his father, sidled up to one of us and picked a garrapatas off our shoulder, blushing at his boldness. We supped in an Indian hut, and then in the moonlight sat out on the village green, talking astronomy of all things. Despite linguistic disabilities, we prevailed upon the Yucatecan villagers to believe that the glorious moonlight was borrowed, but the children did not care about solar or lunar problems, and they romped round us with the dogs, tumbling over one another in the ecstasy of their play, content that they were young and happy and that chubby brown legs were made to run with. It was quite Arcadian, this little village, with the homely lights streaming out from the white-faced huts, the merry laughter of the youngsters, the caressing warmth of the night air, and the blackness of the rustling trees flashing into a myriad ever-shifting points of light as the fireflies flew from bough to bough. We slept well in the town hall, the village clock of large American make, brightest jewel in the municipal crown, ticking in homely fashion behind us. But with the dawn we were disillusioned as to the hospitality of Arcady, for we found we had to foot quite a large bill for our entertainment. This is really one of the most difficult problems in Yucatan. You never know whether you are a paying guest or not. The head of a village orders your meals, accompanies you to them, and sees that you lack for nothing. You naturally regard him as your host, but if he is a Yucatecan, this is the last thing he intends. The difficulty lies in the fact that the true Spaniard is hospitable. and would never forgive the insult of money offered for a meal, and you never quite feel safe in assuming that the half-bred Don expects you to pay. He may just have Spanish blood enough to resent the offer of money. Our ride back to San Miguel was uneventful. Before leaving Don Luis, we cross-examined him as to the ruin he had seen 40 years back, and arranged that he should come on in a day or two to help in the search. He described it as being approached by some 15 steps about a foot wide each, as having 2 doors, ceiling of stone, floor of cement or stone, no seats or ornaments within, no figures, carvings, or hieroglyphics, but the inner walls painted in blue scroll work. From the eastern doorway he remembered seeing the sea plainly over many miles of woodland. As we were dismounting outside our headquarters at San Miguel, a terrific to-do occurred in the village street. There were cries of "El Toro! El Toro!" and the women rushed out from the huts to gather the children together and take them into shelter. We thought at least a wild bull had come down from the woods and was disemboweling the Jefe. A minute more, and, to our surprise, there came round the corner an undersized black steer, one man in front hauling on a rope round its horns, and another behind with a long pole. It was just such a youthful bullock as an English country lout would have spanked out of his way in the farmyard. Gallant Yucatecans! We spent the next few days arranging our plan of campaign for the search for Mecca. It was quite astonishing how little anybody knew of the topography of the island. They were all content to live on year after year and never venture more than 3 or 4 miles into the forest. Don Luis knew more than anyone, and having stumbled quite by accident in pursuit of a pig over a remarkable ruin, he had been content to let 40 years pass without attempting to revisit the spot. Roughly, Cozumel is divided into 3 half circles: a belt on the west coast, of cultivated ground, an inner belt, but a few miles wide, of woodland, in which cattle roam, more or less intersected by Indian trails, and then the forest. In the work before us, horses were no good. Every foot of ground must be won from the relentless vegetation by axe and machete. We arranged that Don Luis and his 4 sons should hunt Mecca on his clue. Avarice is the besetting sin of all Yucatecans. So we agreed to pay him a daily wage, and tempted him into assiduity by the promise of a large lump sum if he found the temple. It was worth anything to us if we succeeded, but we did not let the shrewd-eyed knave know that. Our own search party consisted of our 2 selves and an excellent Indian, whose knowledge of the forest seemed extensive and peculiar. We drew a map of the island, marking a probable area, whereabouts tradition suggested Mecca lay, and then we plunged, compass in hand, into the bowels of Cozumel. We steered first to the east coast. An Indian trail leads thither to where, some few miles from the beach, is a spring of fresh water and the relics of an Indian town. Attracted by the water supply, an attempt had been made in recent years to clear the ground there, but vegetation in Cozumel is luxuriant, and the space cleared one season is by the next 4 feet high in undergrowth. This well was known as San Benito. We rechristened it San Mosquito, for the fury of the Cancun insects paled before the winged inhabitants of this spot, which we chose for our headquarters for the next 3 weeks. The man of science will tell you that there are 2 types of mosquitoes. There is the one which, out of the pure high spirits generated by getting at you, stands on its head and waves its hind legs in the air before it samples your gore. This is the Anopheles, which travels in malaria and elephantiasis. And then there is the more sedate, self-controlled type, which keeps, one might say, an even keel on alighting. This is the Culex, which makes a special line in yellow fever. We should like to venture on an entirely new and strictly psychological division of these midget fiends, and class them as the dervish mosquito. and the philosopher mosquito. When one gets several thousand miles away from mosquitoes, it is quite curious how sympathetically one can reflect upon the disappointment their life must often be to them. Their life is very brief, a week or so, and their normal diet is insipid in the extreme. A drop or two of the juice or moisture of fruit. Now a mosquito yearns for blood as an old maid does after a husband, and for nature to condemn it to a week or two of life sustained on the moisture of plants is like feeding a lion on bread and milk. One's sympathies are all with the mosquito so far. There is no hell like unsatisfied longings, and if one good long drink of blood means one more mosquito happy, only a churl would grudge it. What one does feel that one has a right to demand is that mosquitoes should study to have a good bedside manner. This is just what they lack. One would find it hard to forgive a dentist who, forceps in hand, danced a wild Cancun before you as you writhed in anticipation in his chair. Yet this, in effect, is just what the dervish mosquito does. It comes at you with the speed of a rocket, with the whiz and whirl of a racing motor. It hurls itself at you with the rage and energy of a fanatic. It bustles and flusters you, when it really ought to soothe you by its gentle approach, so that your better nature might get the mastery and incline you to say, "Drink, pretty creature, drink." This is all very short-sighted of the mosquito. One feels as did the French general at Balaclava as he watched the charge of the Light Brigade, that it is magnificent, but it is not cricket. But the mosquito cannot help all this. It is a sublime enthusiast. It chucks good manners and caution to the wind. Think of its damp and dreary past, its blighted life in a dank forest, nourished on the moisture of plants. And then, like a bolt from the blue, comes a human being. Along the serried ranks of mosquitoes the signal runs, "Blood!" The mosquitoes see blood. They are metamorphosed into fanatics, as wholehearted as the dervishes who, spear in hand, sees the joys of paradise and its black-eyed houris before them. If a mosquito was not a fanatic, it would not make such a noise. A fanatic always dies shrieking. There is nothing which prevents the dervish mosquito from alighting quietly and getting into work long before you knew it was there. The philosopher mosquito does. It lights on you with such elastic tread that the most sensitive skin would not feel it, and then it gets to work with the cold, calm, cynical assurance of a practiced dissector. But this has its drawbacks too. The philosopher mosquito is in danger by reason of its own absorption, concentrated upon its long drink. It gets killed in a humiliating way, like a man on whom a 5-ton chunk of stone falls from a steam crane while he has his nose in a can of beer. The dervish mosquito, on the other hand, falls fighting, brandishing its spear, its wild battle cry on its lips. One cannot help admiring the dervish mosquito the most. There were 2 or 3 old palm-thatched huts at San Benito, and we slung our hammocks in the best preserved one. If we lived a century, we should never forget our nights there. It is ridiculous to call them nights. They were not nights at all. They were orgies of blood and death. The mosquitoes flew at us, shrieking like rockets, and we hammered them to death on one cheek or wiped them off from the other. The persistence of those insects was truly appalling. We tried everything. We had heard that if you let mosquitoes alone, they are content with one bite. Either there is nothing in this theory, or the insects of San Benito were the exceptions which proved the rule. With a patience worthy of a racked Galileo, we lay quite still and invited them to become free fooders. We prayed them to bid us good-bye and go, but they would not go. They found parting such sweet sorrow. Never did Mary Jane's young man linger with such persistence in the hall over his adieus as did those insects. They were not content with one stroke and divide. They flew off to the woods, at least a few of them did, and brought a lot more. From free fooders they turned into whole hoggers. They had no gratitude. These winged gluttons, they were overdoing it. It was not really kind. We felt to encourage them in thus laying up the seeds of disease for their old age. So we called time and started on new tactics. We had no nets, but we covered ourselves up with our blankets, and for a few pleasant moments we cynically enjoyed listening to the shrieks of the dervishes as they threw themselves upon the wool. Then there was a lull and silence, and after a time, as it was stifling hot, we had to put our heads out to breathe. And then, oh Lord, then we realized the persistence of the mosquito. It is the bitter beast which bides its time and bites. It did bide its time. It mounted guard like a policeman on point duty, and when we appeared it seemed to shriek, "Now I've got you," as it hurled itself forward. The reckless courage of those insects simply compelled admiration. They did not care about death. They did not care how heavy your hand was. They did not care if in their eagerness they got inside your hammock and you rolled on them. They only wanted blood, your blood, and they died happy drinking it. Death was sweet to them if they could reach you, like the bees of whom Virgil sings, "Animasque in vulnere ponant." They joyfully left their lives in the wound. We blasphemed so shockingly that we lost all respect for each other. As the tropic night wore on, our language wore out. We racked our memories for the foulest words, the most blood-curdling oaths we had ever heard, until at last we reached such a point of desperation that we felt like leaping from our hammocks, firing a feu de douleur from all 6 chambers of our revolvers, and then committing suicide by hurling ourselves down the well. Seriously, though, during all the days we spent at San Benito, we never got a good night's rest, and with the dreary diet of tortillas, rice, and eggs, one has to be a very enthusiastic ruin hunter not to get thoroughly sick of the work. To those who ramble at will through the sunlit forests of England, France, or the Tyrol, who know no other, no real conception of the task before us is possible, Byron in Childe Harold sings, "There is a pleasure in the pathless woods, aye, and there is a terror, not the terror of hunger or of cold, not the terror of thirst or of death, but a terror which strikes you dumb, which makes you cringe before the awful majesty of nature." As we broke into the dread stillness of those woods through which no white foot had ever passed, there came upon us an inexpressible dread, not of physical dangers, for there were none, of something we knew not what, as of haunted men, as we hacked our way foot by foot, a darkness not of night, but of a dim, shadowy world, peopled by the fantastic shapes of trees which had tortured each other into twist and gnarl in their fight for light, came on us. Work. Heavens, how we worked! It was our only refuge from the dread. We worked like the proverbial niggers, and the sweat poured down our faces, dribbled into eyes and ears, marked great stains on our khaki, and moistened the handles of our axes, till it was hard to hold them firm. Outside, a myriad birds coursed in the blaze of sunshine we had left. From bush to bush the glorious cardinal bird, red from beak point to tail feathers, flashed its miracle of color. Green parrots circled and screamed. Red-headed woodpeckers beat their insistent beats on the hollowed tree trunk. The chaw's plump bodies electric blue, heads and wings abon, clustered in chattering groups amid the sugar cane, and hummingbirds of purple, green, and russet winged lightning flight around the blossoms. Within for us was stillness, the majestic, awful stillness of God's woodland. No creature moved, no sound broke the silence, no ray of sunlight filtered in upon us through the black canopy of leaf. Only, weirdest of all, day after day there fluttered around us, wherever we went, a butterfly, a monster of exquisite blue, 5 inches at least from wing point to wing point, dancing in the gloom from tree trunk to tree trunk like some mascot. It pleased us to imagine that it was the same butterfly, that it was a mascot dancing before us to show us the way to Mecca. It was a pleasant conceit, but it led to nothing. The butterfly had not any right to be out of the sun in a pitch-black wood, and for us at least he never cut any ice. He simply fluttered round us and did no good, for as far as Mecca was concerned, our almost savage efforts to find it were abortive. For weeks we searched. Our only way of retracing our path was to notch the trees as we cut. Night by night we crept, wearied and blistered, and torn out of the forest. Day by day we started again, cutting and recutting, crossing and recrossing, east to west, north to south, at every half mile sending the Indian up some tree to spy the land. Meanwhile, our little friend Don Lewis and his 4 sons had joined in the chase, and they worked hard too. They came over to San Benito with a pony loaded with tortillas, and encamped in the other hut, whence at dawn they started each day with a dozen dogs to ransack that part of the forest where Don Lewis declared the temple was. But expert woodmen as they were, it was all no good. Some 5 years back, a terrific hurricane swept over Cozumel, and this Don Lewis declared had changed the whole face of the forest. He found himself a very tyro at woodmanship in this great black 800 square mile patch of woodland, its undergrowth fenced and littered with the trunks of fallen trees, now veritable snares for the unwary. Buried in dense shrub, Don Lewis richly earned his daily pay. He did not care about temples, but he did care immensely about the lump sum which, as the carrots in front of the donkey, we had dangled in front of his Yucatan avarice. We would have trebled that sum if he could have succeeded, though we did not tell him so, when, with almost tears in his cunning eyes, he formally confessed failure, because to have told him so might have really driven him to suicide. He had hunted in a set area, and we had wandered at will over the forest in all directions, and explored Cozumel as it had never been explored before. Thus it would have been a marvel if we had not found something. We did. We found a ruined city lying at equal distance from San Miguel and San Benito towards the northern end of the island. The ruins were in 2 groups, about 3/4 of a mile apart, and suggestive of a once quite considerable town. The first group consisted of 2 buildings standing a few yards apart on small terraces, about 8 feet high and facing southeast. Both 2-roomed, they each measured 40 feet by 27. A small platform extending towards the southeast, making each terrace a solid block of 40 feet square. On the outside they are both unornamented, but the inside walls of the one on the northeast are ornamented from the floor to where the roof commences with that curious decoration which is met with again and again in so many Mayan buildings, the red hand. It was the best preserved of this kind of decoration we had seen in the islands or on the mainland, and by the curious formation of some of the marks, it is certain that they were not, as is supposed, impressions made by dipping the hand in colour or in blood and then stamping it on the wall. They seem rather to have been made with a straight 5-toothed instrument like a painter's graining comb. Around this whole colouring was a scroll-work pattern of the same tint, giving it the appearance of a frame. 50 yards in front of these 2 buildings stood a third facing west and measuring 80 feet by 30, and consisting of a small 1-roomed house and a pillared temple, the roofs of which had both fallen. Here, as at Cancun, we were struck by the prevalence of the rounded pillars. Halfway between the first and the second ruins were the remains of 2 more buildings, but these were so shattered as to defy any attempts at a suggestion of what they had been like. At the back of the first set, standing isolated in the bush, was a remarkable monolithic rounded pillar close on 9 feet high. The second group of ruins stands away from 3/4 of a mile through the woods to the westward. We were attracted neither by the appearance of a gigantic clump of trees towering up above the others, as if marking the spot of some ancient mounds. On arrival there, we found that it did not consist of one mound, but three, all joining at their base, and of rough, unhewn stone. They averaged about 40 feet in height. On the ground level, at the side of them, stood a small one-roomed house, probably the home of a priest or custodian, whose duty was to watch over these pyramids. These mounds were remarkable, not only by the fact of their queer juxtaposition, but for the fact that on careful examination we found no trace of a building of any sort upon the top of them. That they were artificial there can be no shadow of doubt. That they were lookouts like the mounds examined by us on the coast is impossible, for in the heart of the island they could have served no such purpose. What we would suggest is that Cozumel formed at one time a Mayan Valhalla, where, by reason of the intense sanctity of the soil, the bodies of the greatest caciques and the most revered of priests were brought from the mainland to be buried in the sacred isle. Thus these three mounds we believe to be simply sepulchral, the excavation of which, a gigantic task, would probably prove of the greatest interest. We had heard a rumor of the existence in the northern woods of a large stone and cemented dome-shaped building, doorless and sealed all round. We tried to find this, but failed. This, too, was probably a tomb. About 100 yards to the northeast of this trio of mounds stood a castillo on a pyramid, the two-roomed building on the top being reached by a stairway on the southwest. The temple was unadorned by any paintings, ornaments, or hieroglyphics, but was remarkable for the extraordinary smallness of the apertures, which apparently served for doorways. The ground plans of this ruined city, which are reproduced, will give some idea of its size. Again and again in the woods we encountered remnants of what appeared to be a series of concentric walls. They were certainly artificial, and their building must have entailed immense labor, for the stones were often very large. These wall fragments resemble nothing so much as a breastwork or hastily improvised fortification. We have two theories about them. Either the island was originally very carefully apportioned, and the Holy of Holies was surrounded by a series of complete walls at a distance from one another of about a mile and a half, which served as a series of milestones for the pilgrims making their way to the shrine from all the coasts of the island, or, on the first alarm of the Spanish invasion, stone fortifications were roughly improvised around Mecca, so that if the foreigner ventured into the forests, each wall could be defended, thus delaying, if not actually preventing, his reaching the temple. The first theory gains a certain support from the fact that in some places we found suggestions of a small ruined house attached to the wall, which might have been a kind of toll house where the pilgrims paid a tribute to the Mayan hierarchy for permission to pass. The little finds we made in the shape of stone axes, pottery, beads, and so on, were no solace to us for our disappointment. We had sought Mecca in vain. We had spared neither money nor energy, and we had just this comfort, that we had done more in the exploration of the island than anybody before us. Still, it was as beaten men that we returned after our mosquito-ridden semi-starvation sojourn in the forest to San Miguel. There the carnival was at its height. Little the Yucatecans recked of ruined temples and Mayan problems. It was enough for them that the sun shone, that they had Herbrano and anise to drink, and that there were girls to dance with and make love to. Tin-tray music and a charveret of drum and horn fought for mastery over wild whistlings and catcallings, and the loud laugh which spoke the vacant mind. The few horses of the island had been requisitioned to carry ludicrously drunk Yucatecans in paper caps and masks up and down the beach and around the plaza. Those who could not ride found satisfaction sufficient for their senseless mirth in running behind and shouting. We were hungry to escape from this very unsatisfying gaiety, and we wanted to cross to the mainland where, exactly opposite Cozumel, lie the ruins of Tulum, but this proved absolutely impracticable. As we have said in the previous chapter, the Indians are encamped there, and thanks to the brutal treatment they have received, they shoot white men at sight. No boatman could be found to cross to the shore, even though we offered such record prices as $100 for the 10 miles. We had sent a message down to Ascension Bay to General Bravo, telling him of our wish to land on the coast hereabouts, and asking for the escort which had been promised us by the officials in Mexico City. The general's answer was a polite shuffle. He did not want us to visit his headquarters, and he knew that if he gave us an escort, not a man of it would survive to return to Ascension Bay. He delayed answering our letter until he felt certain that our patience was exhausted and that we should have started on our return journey for the north coast. As a matter of fact, his letter followed us to Merida, and was such a tissue of prevarication as proved how anxiously he guards the secrets of his ineffective campaigning. In truth, his position was a difficult one, for the dangers to which we asked permission to expose ourselves and demanded that he should expose his escort are very real indeed. An attempt to explore this portion of the eastern littoral would be about as safe as jumping in front of an express train traveling at 60 miles an hour. Should an enthusiastic archaeologist endeavor to traverse the country, there is little uncertainty as to what would be his fate. Committed to impenetrable forests, trackless, waterless, save for pools in the limestone rock, hidden under matted leaves and undergrowth, defying better eyes than his to find, he would stumble on, tripped up by lianas, wounded by thorns, through an arboreal darkness and thickness too complete for his eyes to see 10 yards. But every inch of his halting progress would be watched. Not for a moment would he escape the eyes of his enemies. The end would soon come. It might be in days, it probably would be only hours. Most likely, while wearied out, he rested on a fallen tree trunk. For centuries of Spanish bigotry and cruelty and the mercilessness of latter-day Mexicans have robbed the Indian of all claims to be called noble savage. Today he is no sportsman, but shoots his game sitting. A shot fired 25 feet from him in the bush would be the last sound he would ever hear. His body rifled, perchance mutilated, would be left to rot where it lay, food for the myriad cleanly ants and earth beetles which swarm the matted, tangled bed of a tropical forest. End of section 16. Recording by John Smith.
Section 17 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 17. On the Southern Sierras, Part 1. Courage exercise in Yucatan is no joke. It is not the gentle fiction, the make-believe of exertion played at by indolent women and invalids, to which we are accustomed. The doctor who ordered it would lie under the grave suspicion of being in league with the local undertaker. The invalid who took it would need nothing further save a shelter in the nearest cemetery. The most inveterate Oliver Twist would not ask for more. It is all the fault of the roads and natural selection. The roads are unspeakable, and they have evolved an unspeakable vehicle. None but a carriage which has lost all respect for itself and its passengers could survive an hour on a Yucatecan road. The Yucatecan road is not meant for carriages. It is meant for chamois goats and those black ants which have plenty of time on their hands and consider that the only way round a blade of grass is to climb up one side and down the other. Time is really what you want on a Yucatecan road. You have got to take it quietly and pick your way. But this is not the program of the Yucatecan carriage. It is always in a hurry. It is a hurry scurrying, give you no time for repentance, desperado of a conveyance. It takes you in and does for you. It blacks your eyes, breaks your ribs, bruises you. It gives you bloody noses and cracked crowns. It does not care. It has nothing to lose. It is made of huge wheels, stout poles, and rough cord, with a rabbit hutch on top swinging on the cords. You go inside the rabbit hutch and you try to stop inside. The carriage tries to get you out. That's the game. You can play it as long as you like, as long as you have a bone unbroken or a breath in your body. The carriage does not mind. It is always there, and the rocks in the roads are always there, and the 2-inch long thorns on the hedges are always there to scratch your eyes out. So that all day long you can play at carriage exercise in Yucatan until you are reduced to a bruised and bleeding mass. This demon vehicle is called a volan coche, flying coach. It is quite indigenous and home-grown. It is not even known in Mexico, where the roads are bad but have not reached that pitch of villainy to which the Yucatecan roads have attained. It is drawn by 3 mules abreast, the center one in the shafts. When they come to a very large boulder and the wheels stick, they pull all they know, and very slowly the wheel of the volan climbs that boulder, reaches the summit, tips you to an angle of 45 degrees on the non-boulder side, and then comes down with a sickening thud over the precipice edge of the boulder and, if you are not careful, shoots you through the rabbit hutch side. Nobody need suffer from liver in Yucatan. A little courage exercise, and the most rebellious liver which ever made a hell on earth for a mortal would come to heel. We tried volan riding. We had to. On our return to the mainland, there was no other way for us to cross the country except by buying fresh horses. Our volan was a nice volan as volans go. It had a mattress in it, a tempting looking soft mattress which persuaded you that once inside the rabbit hutch you would really be quite comfortable. But alas, it was a delusion and a snare. That mattress was in league with the volan. It was the piece of toasted cheese in the volan mousetrap. You could not lie on that mattress or squat on it or kneel on it or sit cross-legged on it or indeed sit anyhow on it. You had to tie yourself up like those rubbery contortionists at the music halls, and you had to hold on to the iron stanchions which support the rabbit hutch roof, or you would not have had a whole rib left. In our little ease we started from Tizimin on our return journey to Merida by a western road which traversed a portion of civilized Yucatan new to us. This is the Espita district. Espita is a prosperous little town, the center of a quite considerable tobacco industry. Thence we entered once more the henequen country, steering for the village of Xuilu, where the women came to the hut doors dressed, or rather undressed, as we had seen them nowhere else. Nothing on but a short kilt from waist to knee. It was a long ride, and it is sad to think that we swore the whole way. Fortunately, the Yucatecan driver suffered no moral damage. He did not understand a syllable of our blasphemy. He probably thought we were talking about ruins, and that archaeologists were habitually excitable and shouted and screamed when they talked about ruins. It is a melancholy fact that we really did not care about ruins any longer. We were far too absorbed in our attempts to stop inside the rabbit hutch and in our collation of all the swear words we could remember. Finally we did arrive at Merida very tired, very dusty, and in stained khaki suits, which we felt to be a positive disgrace in that spick and span town. We were veritable Rip Van Winkles. We had been away from Merida close on 4 months. During that time no letter or paper had been able to reach us. It was quite a queer feeling, and there was news in plenty, some of it, alas, sad enough, awaiting us in the foot-deep pile of letters which our good friend Señor Primitivo Molina of the Banco Yucateco handed us. We had accomplished our purpose, that of exploring the hitherto unmapped and untraversed northeastern portions of Yucatan and her eastern islands. Negative results are very often quite as valuable as positive results. As we shall later show, a great deal hangs, as far as our explanations of the origin of the Mayan civilization are concerned, upon the question, until now undecided, but raised by Stephens more than 60 years ago, of how high a degree of perfection the buildings of northeast Yucatan had attained. Our tour has satisfied us that we have once and for all an answer to that question. Our results are negative. We have proved that students of the Mayan problem need waste no time in expeditions to the northeast. Ruins there are, without doubt, which time and the denseness of the vegetation prevented us from discovering. But those ruins, if found and carefully studied, would not add an iota of value to the mass of evidence for and against the theories which have been advanced in explanation of the Mayan problem. For the future, work must be concentrated, if it is to be of any value, upon the extreme southern districts of Yucatan and the Guatemalan border. The troubled state of that country, the hostility of the tribes which range it, its physical difficulties, must for some years to come render investigations extremely hazardous and unsatisfactory. But when eventually the districts south of Lake Petén are opened to archaeology, immense progress may be expected. Under the aegis of Mexico, the opening up of this country cannot, we venture to believe, ever become an accomplished fact. But when the relations between the governing class and the Indian tribes have assumed that fitting aspect of benevolence and mutual good feeling which they will assume so soon as Central America forms a portion of the United States, the whole of that archaeologically rich district will yield up its secrets, probably to American students who are already showing that they grasp the importance of southern Yucatan. We had always intended, if time permitted, to travel to the south of Merida and view for ourselves the wonderful group of ruins of which the chief are Uxmal, Labna, Caba, and Sayil. Thus, after a day or two's rest, and before we threw off our uniform of khaki and returned to the normal collar and tie state of civilization, we started out for Ticul. This is the most important town on the southern branch of Yucatan's railways. In the very heart of cultivated southern Yucatan, it lies under the northern slope of that chain of limestone hills or sierras which runs across Yucatan from Maxcanu in the northwest to Tecash in the southeast. Some 10 miles after leaving the southern suburbs of Mérida is the pueblo of Acance, near which are the remains of an Indian city. Here an elaborately carved wall has been discovered. Then the railway passes through the desolate plains of Mayapan. For some miles vegetation is sparse or non-existent, and as far as the eye can see is a desert of grey stone, here and there broken by small treeless hillocks, the obvious sites of Indian buildings. If tradition is to be credited, the city of Mayapan was the most important of all the Indian cities at or about the middle of the 15th century, and its overthrowal by a confederation of caciques about 1462 forms the most important certain fact of Mayan history in the century immediately preceding the Spanish invasion. Professor Edward Seller has laboured to show that the name Mayapan is Mexican, though he is obliged to confess that pan in Maya means flag or standard. But he puts aside this very simple etymology and wants to find a purely Mexican origin for the word he translates among the Mayas. This is hair-splitting. Mayapan was the flag city, the chief city of the Mayans, just as the flagship of a fleet is its chief vessel, and it seems to us that the name itself affords the fullest proof that Mayapan was what tradition declares it to have been, the headquarters of the predominant cacique at the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 15th centuries. Stephens, who made a fairly careful survey of the ruins in 1842, discovered a mound 60 feet high and 100 feet square at the base. 4 staircases, each 25 feet wide, ascended to an esplanade within 6 feet of the top. This esplanade was 6 feet wide, and on each side a smaller staircase led to the top. The summit was a plain stone platform 15 feet square. There were no signs of building on it. Stephens somewhat rashly assumes that this was its normal condition. It is far more probable that there was a building on the top, precisely like that of the Castillo at Chichen, and either by the Mayans themselves at the destruction of the city or by the Spaniards it was thrown down. The latter are the most likely offenders. Mayapan is but 10 leagues south of Mérida, and the fact that around the base of the mound Stephens found mutilated stone figures of men and animals with diabolically distorted faces, obviously idols, suggests that Catholic vandals had been at work. Beyond the plain of Mayapan, the rail runs through a rich henequen country, the towns and villages of which are connected by good roads for Yucatan, and ringed with neat gardens of orange, lemon, and banana trees. Here and there at the wayside stations tiny sets of metals, on which stand small open tramcars of green, yellow, and red painted slatted wood, each drawn by a mule, branch off to haciendas, of which the white walls and lofty arched gateways, flanked with substantial stone pillars, suggest the entry to a Spanish abbey grounds rather than to a money-making house and factory. The approach of the hot season and the fact that we are travelling practically due south are evidenced by the far larger number of naked children seen, and at one hut door a little maid of 7 or 8 stands quietly, as naked as she was born, to watch the train's progress. The men, too, who work in the gardens or drive the henequen wagons, wear nothing but a breechcloth and soup plate straw hats. Ticul, which we reach in about 3 hours, is architecturally as uninteresting as are all these Yucatecan towns. It has an air of considerable prosperity, the majority of the houses being of stone, the flat-faced, flat-roofed type which is so monotonous in Spanish America. Its centre is a great plaza, a rambling square of grass, one side of which is occupied by the church and monastery. The church is a fine one as far as size goes, and is in good preservation. It is connected with the monastery by a corridor from which opens that portion of the latter which is now used as the padre's house. It is quite possible to believe the reports that reached us of this ecclesiastic's prosperity, for his residence approached nearer than anything we had seen in the country to the comfort and substantial neatness of an English rectory. Stephens described the monastery as grand. We were disappointed. A rambling square of stucco, terraced and arcaded round 3 sides, and approached from the street by a narrow flight of a dozen steps, the building, even in the added dignity of its ruined condition, is nothing but a plastered monstrosity, as typical of the execrable architectural taste of the Franciscans as of the ugliness and arrogance of their religion. The inhospitality of these Yucatecan towns to the stranger that is within their gates really beggars expression. We knew nobody at Ticul, but we wanted shelter for the night and food and the possibility of arranging for the hire of horses for the morrow. But the Yucatecan does not care what you want. His one idea is what money have you got which he can wrest from you. That is what he wants. If you look dusty and travel worn, he concludes that you will not be a good payer, and any inchoate interest which the arrival of a foreigner fly in the immediate neighbourhood of his web may have aroused dies down, and the Yucatecan spider returns to his hammock. Thus it was that we found ourselves, as the night fell, wandering through the streets of Ticul almost as mendicants, begging for bread from door to door. Nobody was going to take the bother to prepare a meal for a fair price, or to give shelter for the night to 2 foreign madmen, who were demented enough to be interested in old walls, and obstinate enough not to wish to be plucked. Finally, a Yucatecan woman, with an almost intolerable condescension, agreed to supply our humble wants. We were dead beat, and our wanderings among the hospitable Indians had somewhat lulled us into forgetfulness of the golden rule that in Yucatan you must bargain with every robber before you enter his cave. We did indeed ask how much the supper would cost, but the woman's reply that prices at Ticul were not exorbitant like those at Merida was given with such artless guile that we dropped the subject. When the meal came it was ill-made coffee, a worse-cooked omelette, a chicken stew and rice, and the price demanded was about that of a first-class dinner at a London restaurant. But we had had enough of this sort of thing, and had not spent so long in the country without having reached that point of exasperation at which the long-suffering worm found his proverbial patience exhausted. So we placed a half of the price demanded on the table, and giving our hostess to understand that this was equivalent to the price in Merida, shook the dust of her inhospitable dwelling off our feet. Riding horses proved, curiously enough, unprocurable, and we had had more than enough of volans, so we determined to make a walking tour of our exploration of the southern Sierras. Ticul is a town of gardens, and it would be difficult to imagine anything fairer than our tramp the next morning through its long straggling suburbs of neat mestizo huts, each framed deep in its setting of the rich green of orange tree, palm, and laurel, interspersed with the red of roses, with the scarlet trumpet-shaped tulipan blossom, and the purples, pinks, and whites of the climbing convolvuluses. The road we followed was the main road to Peto, broad enough and dusty enough to deserve the title high road, and rock strewn enough to be thoroughly Yucatecan. But the country had altered. We were in a very different Yucatan from that through which for months past we had travelled. Here was no dead level of dense forest land where views were at a premium, but a wooded undulating country over which you could see for miles as you slowly climbed towards the range of limestone bluffs shining white in the sun, each tufted with clumps of trees, the landscape looking for all the world like a piece of Aberdeenshire. On each side the road ran roughly built grey stone walls, and you felt that you had only to peer over these to see a frothing brown stream leaping down over the boulders. But there the delusion stopped, for the southern Sierras of Yucatan are as deadly dry as the northern plains of the peninsula, and though the climb was perhaps not more than 600 or 700 feet, the blaze of the sun made the white dust of the road almost intolerable. Our walk lay for 12 long miles to the village of Tabi, where we had been told that food would be procurable. Having started our walk on the not very generous diet of black coffee and tortillas, we were desperately hungry by the time we saw signs of the village ahead of us. But our hunger was nothing in comparison with our thirst. It was a $5 one, and a jaded toper living a dipsomaniacal city life would have probably made us a sporting offer of 3 times that amount for it. Our bodily needs led to a most characteristic exhibition of the vivid contrast between the Indian and Yucatecan natures. At the very first hut in the village we sent our Indian servant to ask for what we needed most, water. A gentle-looking Indian mother, 2 or 3 brown toddlers hanging on to her huipil, came to the door, and then smilingly disappeared, to reappear in a second with water in a calabash, the dried rind of a large gourd which throughout Yucatan is used by the Indians as water dipper and drinking cup. Had it been that draught of vintage that had been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth of which John Keats so eloquently sings, the clear, cool limestone water with beaded bubbles winking at the brim in that earthy smelling gourd could not have tasted more like nectar. We must have almost drunk away the good wife's day's supply, for the gourd held close on a pint, and we each drank 3, and our servant drank 2. Yet when we offered a few centavos in return for our splendid drink, the Indian woman shook her head and would not take them. We insisted, but she was obdurate until we suggested that at least she would let us give them to the black-eyed chiquitos, who peeped shyly at us from behind the shelter of her cotton robe. From her hut we walked on to the village store, the usual filthy earth-floored warehouse, its stained wooden counter crowded with habanero and anise bottles, its roof garlanded with strings of onions, green and red peppers, and tortillas, its floors littered with sacks of maize, rice, pepper, and black beans. Here presided a fat Yucatecan, who to our inquiries as to whether he could prepare us a meal, made the reply, which with a maddening reiteration one hears all over Yucatan: "No hay, no hay" (there is not). But we were too hungry to take no for an answer, and we urged that surely he could cook us some eggs, make coffee, and boil us some rice. At first he demurred even to this, but we injudiciously showed such eagerness that he presently did retire into the inner shop, whence, after a consultation with a woman, he emerged to tell us that eggs, rice, and coffee could be served. The man looked such a blackguard that we thought it only wise to ask what the price of this sumptuous meal would be. To this question at first he would give no answer. At last, with a surly shrug of his shoulders, he said, "Quien sabe?" (Who knows?) End of section 17. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California. Section 18 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 18. On the Southern Sierras, Part 2. Who knows, indeed? Who does not know what eggs, rice, and coffee will cost? The impertinent frankness of the rascal's intentions was too much for us. If he could have only got us to have eaten the food, he meant to charge us about 5 times its value. With a curse at the limitless dishonesty of Yucatecans, we left his filthy store, preferring hunger to such a host. We walked 50 yards down the village, and then, as we came to a likely looking Indian hut, we knocked at the door and asked the woman, who came from the washing tray to answer us, whether she could give us any food. With a gentle apologetic smile she said she had very little, but we were welcome to all that. She invited us in, gave us the seats of honour in the hammocks. In a minute or two a pot of coffee was steaming on the embers. She had made up the fire, had sent a child out to the garden where the hens were to find an egg or two, and, with rice and tortillas, served us a meal which, to our sharpened appetites, was as tasty as a Guildhall banquet. When we had done and were leaving, with many a shy smile and gesture of distaste for charging anything, she asked 25 centavos, 6 pence. Here you have in epitome the Indian and the Yucatecan. The Indian woman at the beginning of the village, who had toiled at dawn to bring from the village well her household's daily supply of drinking water, glad to give all we asked for nothing. In the centre of the village, the great coarse, unwieldy Yucatecan shopman, the snub-nosed rogue whose dirty, mean mind was centred upon the wretched gains of his cheating life. And then this kindly Indian hostess, who gave us her all and asked but a pittance in return for the clearing of her larders. Savages and slaves. If we wrote 10,000 words, they would surely not be so convincing as this eloquent incident at Tabi. From Tabi the distance to the ruins of Labna is some 12 miles. At Tabi you have reached the top of the first range of those sierras which command the vast valley lands around Ticul, stretching northward toward Merida. The road leads for the first few miles, between luxuriant hedges, to the hacienda of San Francisco, where we stayed the night. and thence it plunges into a really beautiful wooded, hilly country, the thick foliage climbing up the sides of the bluffs, which range each side of the roadway, rearing their bare limestone crowns above the trees. It is a forest world, very different from the desolate and dark woods of the northeast, and as the underwood crackles beneath our feet, deer break away from the coverts at the roadsides and bound up the wooded slopes. At the 7th mile from the hacienda, a ruin shows on a hill to the right. It looks worth the climb, and with axe and machete we make our way to it. It had been a two-storied building, but the upper portion was in hopeless ruin. The lower story consisted of 6 rooms entered by 6 doorways, the front ornamented by a now much broken row of pilasters half rounded, their attachment to the building being on the flat side. Above this was a second row of smaller pilasters about a foot long, and above them a coping as edging for the platform, once smooth stone, now hopeless earth tangle and debris, upon which the upper building stood. Between the third and fourth doorway a flying arch still supported the remnants of a staircase some 10 feet wide, which led up to the upper building. 2 miles further on through the woodland, and the country opens out on the right into a large clearing locked in on all sides by high limestone hills. Just the ideal site for the fine city Labna must have been. The ruins form a scene of complete but grand desolation. The north side of what was once the great city square, now a tangle of jungle undergrowth, is occupied by the ruins of a superb palace. Standing on a terrace 400 feet long and 150 feet deep, the building is of such a bizarre shape that it looks as if its builders had been playing a gigantic game of dominoes with stone and mortar. Beginning at the eastern end of the building, for about 200 feet it faces south. At this point the front turns at right angles and runs back some 90 to 100 feet facing west. Another angle is formed here, the building once more facing south for some 200 feet, almost at the end of which a narrow block projects in a line with the first corner turning, forming a 3-sided courtyard, the fourth, the south side, being open. This gigantic building is divided into a series of low narrow rooms, the doors an equal distance from one another, and the whole front alternately formed of flat hewn stones and pillars, the latter, like half tree trunks, mortared flat upon the building, slightly barrel shaped and never monolithic, many of them broken into 2 columns by 2 or 3 small rounds of stone. This curious façade, the like of which we had not met with in the northeast, was crowned by an entablature some 3 feet deep running the whole length of the building, the architrave elaborately carved in rectangular designs interspersed with rosettes, leaves, lozenges and diamonds, the corners ornamented with gaping alligator jaws in which are carved human heads. The upper story of this extraordinary building was reached by a central staircase now in ruins, and stood far back upon a terrace. All 2-storied Mayan buildings have this peculiarity. The upper story never forms one sheer face of stone with the lower as in ordinary house building, but always stands back on a platform more or less wide. Here at Labna this platform was some 25 feet wide, and had once been stone paved throughout its whole length. At about the middle of it was a circular hole between 2 and 3 feet in diameter. This led to a vault-like chamber about 4 feet deep with parallel walls and triangular arched ceiling, a doorless replica, in fact, of the other rooms of the palace. This subterranean room was built in the solid part of the terrace which formed the roof of the first story. Stephens mentions that the Indians of his day were very superstitious about the hole and believed it haunted. This is not surprising, for even today, after 60 years' further contact with civilization, weird stories are associated with most of the buildings. There are other of these secret rooms with entrances from the top both at Labna, Uxmal, and elsewhere. The ancient use of these chultunes, as the Mayans call them, has been much discussed, and Stephens, we think quite rightly, rejected the idea that they were reservoirs for the storing of water. It is far more probable that they were storerooms for grain or other eatables, or possibly treasure houses, though we incline to the belief that they may have been prisons, a suggestion which we think we are the first to advance. Standing at right angles to the eastern end of the palace, facing westward, is a second building, one-storied, divided into 11 rooms. It is a solid structure in fair preservation, and in singular contrast with the palace in being almost entirely devoid of decoration or carving. But the most remarkable building at Labna stands on a mound about 50 feet high, its slopes now a mass of shrub and debris. It consists of a two-roomed structure which, by reason of the perpendicular wall that rises up some 30 feet above the roof level, is one of the most extraordinary in Yucatan. Most curious is the effect of the isolated position of this wall, which towers above the ruined rooms of the south side. It is slotted with narrow perpendicular apertures like the window openings so often seen in a Norman castle wall. It is elaborately carved with designs in deep relief, now so ruined that it is next to impossible, at the distance at which one is obliged to stand from the wall, to follow the original scheme of ornamentation. Along the top was once a row of death's heads. Beneath were two lines of human figures, of which only arms and legs now appear. Over what was the centre doorway are the remains of a colossal figure with beneath it what certainly looked to us like a phallic emblem. The whole of the wall still bears trace of the colours with which its extraordinary carvings were once painted. There can be little doubt that, like the Castillo at Chichen, this building was of a religious nature, and it is one more proof of the extraordinary versatility of the ancient Mayan architects. Right below this mound to the westward stands the most beautiful of all the ruins at Labna, an arched gateway, our photograph of which we reproduce. This archway is remarkable as being the nearest approach so far discovered in Central America to the classic archways. But as will be seen by our illustration, it is still distinctly Mayan with its narrow roofstone. Through this archway you pass into what formed once a quadrangle. Each side of the arch and all round, doorways lead into chambers 12 feet by 8. Over each doorway had been a square recess in which were the relics of a carved ornament which, as Stephens says, looks like the representation of a rayed sun. Right and left of this archway The building, of which it formed the grand entrance, ran out for some distance, and when complete it must have been a striking example of architectural majesty and grace. The distance as the crow flies from Labna to Sayil, our next destination, is but a few miles. But the cross-country journey, the whole district studded with limestone hills, is an impossible one, and thus we had to return to Tabi, whence it is some 16 miles, taking the hacienda of Santa Ana on the way. In many ways, Sayil is a replica of Labna, but on a grander scale. We should almost despair of giving any adequate idea of the majesty of what must have been the palace of Sayil if we were not able to reproduce on the plate opposite our photograph of it. The building is immense, sublime in its immensity. Even in its ruined state, it strikes one dumb with wonder. Today no less than 87 rooms can be counted, and there once were probably upwards of 150. What it must have been like when its triple terraces were perfect, and its three-columned stories, carved and decorated, housed their ancient inhabitants, one must leave to the imagination. In the centre of the building was a grand staircase, 32 feet wide, which ascended to the top of the structure. This staircase and the right-hand portion of the building are in hopeless ruins, but enough remains to prove the grandeur of the conception of these wonderful Indian architects, who, working without metals or tools of precision, were able to plan and raise a pile which in its majesty and size is fitting to rank with the architectural wonders of the world. The palace measures on the ground floor 265 feet in frontage and 120 feet in depth. The second story was 220 feet long and 60 feet deep. The third story is 150 feet long and 18 feet deep. The general design of the facades, those of the lower two having been columnar, as seen clearly in the second, was identical. The facade of the upper terrace was plain. The entablatures of the first and second were elaborately decorated with carvings, among which the most remarkable is the figure of a man supporting himself on his hands, with his legs bent wide apart at right angles to his body, in an attitude which certainly cannot be said to err on the side of delicacy. The building is to the rear much what it is in the front, though the platforms of the back terraces are narrower. The rooms vary in length from 23 feet to 10. In the second range to the northward there were 10 doorways sealed up with masonry like those we had earlier found in the nunnery building at Chichen. Stevens in 1842 broke into this and discovered that there were 10 rooms, 220 feet long altogether, each 10 feet deep, filled with solid masses of mortar and stone. The most extraordinary fact disclosed by him is that the filling up of the rooms must have been done in the course of the erection of the building, for as the stone fillings rose above the top of the doorways, the workmen could not have entered the apartments through the doors to complete the work of filling in. The only way of explaining the means by which these rooms could have been thus made solid is to assume that the work was done from the top before the ceilings of the rooms were superimposed. Stevens is at a loss to explain this feature of the building, for, as he says, If the filling up of these 10 rooms was necessary to strengthen the supports of the third terrace, it would seem to have been much easier to erect a solid structure at once without any division into apartments. We think he missed the simplest explanation of all. It is quite possible that the palace as first designed was to be two-storied. Indeed, this is most probable, as this marvelous palace at Sayil is one of the few Mayan buildings which have 3 habitable stories. When the building operations had reached the second terrace, the cacique, impressed with the grandeur of his work, determined to give the building the added glory of a third story. But the master architect had his doubts as to whether the foundation work would bear this added weight, and to guard against any settling, stayed the completion of the rooms in the rear and filled up these 10 before the roofs were put on. Surely this is a very natural and very simple explanation of what is otherwise inexplicable. From the terraces of the palace towards the northwest we see a high wooded hill surmounted by a building. The densest wood covers the intervening space of about a quarter of a mile, and the going was of the hardest. But the actual climb of the hill was really the most difficult job, and slipping and sliding, with bleeding hands and torn clothes, for the whole surface is spread with cactus and acacia-like shrubs with thorns 2 or 3 inches long and a quarter of an inch wide. We deserve to reach a remarkable building. We do not get our deserts, for it proves to be a much ruined 3-roomed house, the only remarkable feature being a carved face of life size over the centre door, and within the print of the red hand. From the terrace the view into the valley below, with the mighty palace breaking the endless woodland, evoked our enthusiasm despite our breathlessness. At a distance of about half a mile to the south of the palace stand the ruins of a building like that described by us at Labna. On a mound, an ordinary building 40 feet wide and flat roofed is surmounted by a perpendicular wall some 30 feet high and 2 feet thick. These had the same oblong openings like small castle windows which we had seen at Labna, and bore on it the remnants of carved human figures and varied ornamentation. To the south-southwest of this, Stephens discovered yet another remarkable building, 117 feet long, 84 feet deep, and divided into 16 rooms. This stood upon what he describes as probably the largest terrace in Yucatan, from north to south at least 1,500 feet in length. With only one Indian we had to give up the idea of piercing the woods in this direction, but we had seen enough to feel satisfied that Sayil was once a city of first-rate importance. The immense palace alone must have entailed a continuous labour of thousands of workmen for some years. 3 miles from the hacienda of Santa Ana, where we stayed, are the ruins of Caba. There is every reason to believe that these ruins represent the remains of what was once, though probably only for a short period, a large and powerful city. As far as it is possible to piece together from traditional history the records of this group of cities of the southern Sierras, it would seem to be fairly certain that the ruins we find to day represent a vigorous recrudescence of building immediately after, and as a result of, the destruction of Mayapan by the confederation of caciques. Doubtless Labna, Sayil, and Kabah existed as cities before this great victory. But just as the downfall of the overlord of Mayapan was, we believe, the signal for the temporary supremacy of the Itzas, what we might call the golden age of Chichen, so it heralded in a period short of a century, during which this group of southern Sierra cities enjoyed an hitherto unknown prosperity. We shall later try to show what exact connection we believe existed between the art of these Sierra towns of 15th century Chichen and Copan and Palenque. This architectural period, which is perhaps best of all represented in Kabah, is essentially florid and, though highly adroit in its intricacy, distinctly barbaric. The most notable feature at Kabah, as at most of the ruined cities of Yucatan, is the huge mound or teocalli, some 80 feet high, now a mountain of loose stone rubbish and overgrowth, though once stepped all round and crowned by a building. Northeastward on a terrace 200 feet wide by 142 deep, these are Stephen's measurements, stands one of the only two buildings of Kabah which are in any sort of preservation. The structure had a frontage of upwards of 150 feet, and its façade is so remarkable for its ornamentation that we reproduce at page 318 Stephen's drawing, which will give a far better idea of the design than any description. Over the doorways had been a cornice, of which remnants remain, and which, as Stephen says, tried by the severest rules of art recognized among us, would embellish the architecture of any known era. This building had been surmounted by a sort of elaborate stone combing extending the full length of the front and reaching a height of about 15 feet. The interior was planned on the usual arrangement of rooms found in these Mayan cities, each doorway admitting to a front room, which in turn gives admission to an inner chamber raised a foot or two above the ground level of the first and reached by a step. In the centre apartment at Kabah, this usually simple step had been replaced by two stone steps carved out of a single block, the lower step being in the form of a scroll. The sides of the steps were carved, as was also the wall under the doorway. To the northeast stands a second palace, three-storied, which must once have been a smaller replica of the majestic building at Sayil. Although hopelessly ruined and silted over with debris, the plan of the building was obviously the same in all particulars, even to the staircase by which ascent was made to the topmost range of the apartments. To the westward of these ruins, Stevens in 1842 found two buildings erected on a great terrace some 800 feet long and 100 feet wide. The first of these houses, with a 217-foot frontage, has 7 doorways, each opening to single apartments except the centre one, which led into 2. The doorways had had wooden lintels, which had disappeared. The other house, with a 143-foot frontage and 31 feet deep, was 2-storied, with a wide staircase in the centre leading to the topmost range. Here Stevens discovered a wonderful carved lintel consisting of 2 beams, the outer one split in 2 lengthwise. This constitutes the best example so far discovered of Central American wood carving. Tradition relates that this city of Kabah was contemporaneous with the most prosperous days of Uxmal, which city we shall now shortly describe. Between the two ran, says tradition, a great paved way of pure white stone, serving as a highroad of communication for the two allied chiefs, upon which their messengers passed, bearing letters written on leaves and the bark of trees. Uxmal, at once the largest and the best preserved of all the ruined cities of the southern Sierras, is between 50 and 60 miles to the southwest of Merida, and stands on the hacienda of Don Augusto Peon, who, however, has not visited it, he told us, more than 2 or 3 times during the past 9 years, because of its extreme unhealthiness as a place of residence owing to the malaria breeding swamps. The ruins cover about half a square mile and consist of 5 principal buildings. These are the Pyramid Temple, a castillo such as that at Chichen, a quadrangular edifice which archaeologists have agreed to call the Nunnery; the House of Turtles, named from the nature of some of the decorations; the House of Pigeons, from the high pierced combing, which has some likeness to the front of a long dovecote; and the Governor's Palace. The latter day names of Mayan ruined buildings are usually unsatisfactory, and perhaps those of Uxmal are the most unsatisfactory of any. Taking the pyramid first, as being at once the largest and the most prominent feature of the ruined group, we find it to consist of a mound upwards of 80 feet high, 240 feet at the base, and 160 feet wide. The platform top of the pyramid measures about 23 feet by 80. The pyramid is built of rough stone and rubble, and was faced with stones flat hewn, some of which are still in position. On the east side a stairway, steeper than that of Chichen, ascends to the top. The pyramid is crowned with a temple which measures some 70 feet by 12 and is 3-roomed. This castillo at Uxmal is distinguished from those at Chichen and elsewhere by a unique feature, namely the building out of a small edifice or temple some 20 feet below the level of the platform summit of the mound and having its roof level with it. This building stands on a projecting platform of its own on the west side of the pyramid, and originally communicated with the ground by a stairway 24 feet wide. It has one doorway, and its façade is more richly ornamented than that of any other building in the group, notable being the colossal snouted mask over the doorway. This rests upon a pedestal with 2 jaguar heads looking each way. The door lintels are sapota beams, which are today still in their places, as they were when Stephens visited the city in 1842. Separated from the pyramid by what appears to have been a small courtyard is the nunnery, a group of 4 buildings roughly forming a quadrangle with passageway at the corners, really 4 distinct buildings forming the sides of a large courtyard. 3 of these edifices present a solid front externally, while that on the south, 279 feet long, has as its centre a gateway spanned by an arch, 10 feet 8 inches wide and some 15 feet high. The whole 4 buildings, though on slightly different levels, may be roughly said to stand on a terrace some 300 feet square. All the buildings have the walls plain and the entablature elaborately sculptured. That on the east had a centrepiece above the cornice, while that on the north was adorned with a false front, consisting of a series of triangular gables. In the scheme of decoration, the most notable features are the so-called snouted mask, which we found at Chichen, and the feathered serpent design. Between the nunnery and the castillo, Stephens found what he called the House of Birds, because of its exterior being ornamented with rude representations of feathers and birds. To the south of the nunnery quadrangle still stand the ruined walls of what was a tennis court, such as we have described and illustrated at Chichen. Still further south stands the governor's palace, about 300 feet long, 40 feet wide, and some 25 feet high. It has 11 doorways in front and one at each end. The interior is longitudinally divided into two corridors which are in turn partitioned off into oblong-shaped rooms, the chief of which, in the centre of the building, are 60 feet long. There is nothing notable in the actual building of this palace, which conforms to the designs common at Chichen and elsewhere. The rear of the building is unbroken by doorways, but has two arches towards each end let into the building. The full length of the entablature is elaborately carved in a lattice work pattern, with ornamentation superimposed, in which the snouted mask is a leading feature. Over the doorways the ordinary design is broken by specially elaborate carvings which usually take the form of a V shape bordered with the lattice pattern and small projecting squares. To the northwest of this palace is the so-called House of Turtles, which gains its name from the curious frieze on which turtles are the chief ornamentation. It has a frontage of 94 feet and is about 30 feet deep. The east and west ends are much ruined, and portions of the roof have fallen. It is remarkable as entirely lacking the profuse ornamentation of the governor's palace and the nunnery. To the southwest of this stands the building, in shape of a quadrangle, to which the absurd name of House of Pigeons has been given in allusion to a series of 9 gables, of which 8 are still standing, which form a false front, each gable pierced with 30 rectangular openings in 7 horizontal rows. The whole building is 240 feet long. In the centre of the front, which looks northward, is an arch 10 feet wide, leading into what was once the courtyard of the building. The other wings of the quadrangle are in hopeless ruin. To the south of the House of Pigeons is another small courtyard, enclosed once on the east and west by buildings, with a mound on the south side, up which runs a well-preserved stairway. At the southwest corner of the governor's palace is a large truncated pyramid between 60 and 70 feet high and about 270 feet at the base. The top is about 70 feet square, and some 15 feet from it on the north side is a ledge or terrace which suggests that the buildings which once stood on this mound were similar in design to those which we have described as still standing on the mound called the House of the Dwarf. Around Uxmal no excavations of any moment have been made. The owner of the land, Señor Don Augusto Peon, very courteously told us that if we were able to delay our departure he would grant us all facilities for spade work among the ruins. Unfortunately we could not alter our arrangements, but undoubtedly there is a large field for work here, which will amply reward archaeologists in those days when the dog in the manger policy of the Mexican jacks in office is a thing of the past, and intelligent landowners such as Señor Peon can assist students in every way instead of having their hands fettered by absurd federal rules. But though no excavation work has been done, many pieces of sculpture have been unearthed from a surface layer of debris. Such was a column 5 feet high tapering toward the base, where it had a diameter of 20 inches, while at the top it measured 28, and ornamented with 2 rows of hieroglyphics. Another sculpture, found by Stephens, is a seat or couch carved out of a single block of stone, and measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length and 2 feet in height. Its design is a double-headed animal of the jaguar type, but which Stephens thought to represent lynxes. Its interest lies in the fact that the representation of some such ceremonial seat was found at Palenque, as we shall presently show. End of section 18. Recording by Sienna Ser, Fresno, California. Section 19 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 19. Copan and Quirigua. Time did not allow of, nor indeed had we ever contemplated, a visit to Guatemala and the ruins of Copan and Quirigua, or to those scarcely less important ones in the state of Chiapas and around the Usumacinta River. But these are so intricately connected with the problems of the origin of Mayan civilization and with those views which we venture to advance in a later chapter, that we have thought it best to give here some account of the results of the exploration and excavation work among these groups. The ruins of Copan are situated in the frontier country of Guatemala and the Republic of Honduras on the east bank of the Copan River, which flows into the Motagua, finally emptying into the Bay of Honduras near Omoa. The name Copan seems to be strictly that of a district or province, but it is now used as the title of a village which has sprung up among the ruins. Of the history of Copan, in the century immediately succeeding the Spanish conquest, somewhat confusing accounts are given. The truth is that northwestward of the ruins, right in the heart of Guatemala proper, stands a town Coban, and the past of these two places would appear to have become a good deal mixed. The Spanish historian Francisco Antonio Fuentes y Guzman relates that a town of the name, which he places in the old province of Chiquimula de Sierras, was besieged by Hernandez de Chaves in 1530. A desperate resistance was made by the Indians in defense of an entrenchment formed of strong beams of timber, the interstices filled with earth, with loopholes for the discharge of arrows. Finally, a Spanish horseman blundered through at one weak spot, and the Indians were routed. The account of this battle cannot very easily be reconciled with the description of ruined Copan given by J. L. Stevens and Mr. A. P. Maudslay. Stevens describes it as surrounded by a wall of cut stone well laid, and of what seems the incredible height of 100 feet. But allowing for any exaggeration of enthusiasm, he was there in 1839, and it was the first Mayan ruin he had ever set eyes upon. It seems certain that the old Copan was a powerful and well fortified city, and Mr. Maudslay is probably right in his suggestion that it had been abandoned before the Spanish conquest. This is certainly suggested, if not actually corroborated, by the only Spanish account of the ruins extant. Writing at the time of the conquest, Licenciado Diego Palacio, an officer of the Audiencia de Guatemala, reports to King Philip II of Spain on the 8th of March 1576 as follows: I endeavoured with all possible care to ascertain from the Indians, through the traditions derived from the ancients, what people lived here, or what they knew or had heard from their ancestors concerning them. But they had no books relating to their antiquities, nor do I believe that in all this district there is more than one which I possess. They say that in the ancient times there came from Yucatan a great lord who built these edifices, but that at the end of some years he returned to his native country, leaving them entirely deserted. And this is what appeared to be most likely, for tradition says that the people of Yucatan in time past conquered the provinces of Uyahal, Lacandon, Vera Paz, Chiquimula, and Copan, and it is certain that the Apay language which is spoken here is current and understood in Yucatan and the aforesaid provinces. It also appears that the designs of these edifices are like those which the Spaniards first discovered in Yucatan and Tabasco. It is quite certain that Copan was in ruins in 1576, because Palacios' letter continues: On the road to the city of San Pedro, in the first town within the province of Honduras called Copan, are certain ruins and vestiges of a great population and of superb edifices and splendour, as it would appear they could never have been built by the natives of that province. The ruins are, as we have said, on the river bank, and Stevens concluded, judging from the dispersal of the stone remains found throughout the woodlands, that the city had a river frontage of some 2 miles. On the western bank the only ruin is one on the top of a mountain 2,000 feet high, and it seems probable that this was an isolated shrine, and that the city did not extend to the western bank. A very important feature of Copan, one to which we shall have to refer in a later chapter, is the absence of all remains of palaces or private buildings, such as we have described at Chichen and Uxmal. The existing ruins consist of pyramidal structures and terraces, but apparently without any relics of buildings crowning them. The chief ruin is that which Stevens calls the temple. It is an oblong enclosure, the river wall of which is no less than 624 feet long, and varies in height from 60 to 90 feet. It is built of cut stones, from 3 to 6 feet in length and 1½ broad. The other 3 sides of this enclosure consist of ranges of steps and pyramidal structures varying in height, measured on the slope from 30 to 140 feet. Near the southwest corner of the river wall, Stephens found a recess which he suggests was once occupied by a colossal monument fronting the water. Beyond are the remains of two small pyramids, between which he found traces of a gateway, probably the chief entrance to the city on the riverside. The south side of the enclosure has in its eastern corner a huge pyramid 120 feet high on the slope. To the right of this are other terraces and pyramids with what was probably a gateway into a quadrangle 250 feet square. Here Stephens found many sculptured stones, notable among these a series of gigantic sculptured heads ranged in rows halfway up the side of one of the pyramids. These he took to be death's heads, but he afterwards reconsidered this decision and suggested that they were intended for apes' heads. For this view he found corroboration in the remains of a colossal ape carved in stone which lay fallen near by, and which certainly seems to suggest that the early occupants of Copan may have reckoned a monkey deity in their mythology. Remarkable, too, was the carving of a head and bust, which appears to be a distinct effort at portraiture. Facing eastward, 6 feet from the pyramid base, he found the first of those many stelae, the upright stones which give Copan its special interest in the Mayan controversy. We here reproduce his representation of it. It is 13 feet high, 4 feet wide, and 3 feet deep, and is sculptured on all 4 sides from base to summit. It had originally been coloured, the red paint still adhering in places. Some 8 feet away there was a large block of sculptured stone, easily identifiable as an altar. On it was carved, in the front, a full-length figure. On the sides are hieroglyphics. These stelae and altars are the peculiar features of the Copan ruins. Nothing like them has been discovered so far in Yucatan, and from them it is possible to draw certain deductions, as we shall endeavour to do later. A little further on, Stephens found another stela of the same size. The eastern side of the enclosure consists of an almost continuous pyramid-shaped structure, broken here and there by isolated pyramids. At right angles to it, a confused range of terraces, ornamented with death's heads, branch off into the forest. This plan of building appears to have continued throughout the north side till the river wall was again reached. Stephens says that he found no entire pyramid, each mound consisting of at most 2 or 3 pyramid sides, and joined, Siamese twin fashion, to erections of the same kind. The outer side of the pyramidal mound, which thus appears to have formed a confused and rough continuous border for a huge square littered with stelae and their altars, was broken here and there by stairways, the steps about 18 inches square. These stairs had originally been painted. The interior of this enclosed space was occupied by a series of smaller pyramidal mounds and many stelae. One of the most remarkable of these latter is notable as being, though about the same height as the last shown, shaped differently, being broader at the top than at the base. Near it is a most remarkable altar. Like the stelae, the Copan altars are monolithic. Each one, Stephens reports, appears to have special reference to its stela, the carvings differing. The four corners of this monolith had been carved into ball-shaped feet, upon which the altar rested. The whole was 6 feet square and 4 high. The top is carved with hieroglyphics. The four sides are sculptured, each with 4 human figures in bas-relief, and it is noteworthy that this is the only example of such carving found by Stephens, all the stelae and altars being in bold alto relief. The west side of the sculptures appears to be the chief one, for there the principal figures are represented as addressing each other, while on the other sides the figures are seated as if mere attendants at a ceremonious meeting between chiefs. It will be noticed in the pictures reproduced that the figures are all seated in a peculiar cross-legged fashion, suggestive of nothing so much as the attitude of the figures on the Buddhist stupas. Each man appears to sit on a cushion which displays a glyph, probably his name or office. Between the two chief interlocutors is carved a pair of glyphs. It is remarkable, as Stephens points out, that the figures do not appear to be armed. This is quite the exception among Mayan monuments, and if Stephens is correct in believing that there is no representation of weapons in any of the ruins at Copan, and he is corroborated by Mr. Maudslay, who made a careful survey, he would seem to be certainly justified in his conclusion that the ancient inhabitants were not pre-eminently fighters. We shall show that another most important conclusion is possible. Close to this altar Stephens found the ruins of 2 towers at each side of a staircase. Halfway up was a pit, lined with stone, 5 feet square and 17 feet deep. At the bottom was an opening leading to a chamber 10 feet long, 5 feet odd wide and 4 feet high. At each end of the chamber was a niche. It was clearly a sepulchral vault, and the Colonel Galindo, who in 1770 was the first man to visit Copan with a view to archaeological investigations, put this beyond dispute by his discovery on the floor and in the niches of a number of vases and dishes of pottery, more than 50 of which he declared were full of human bones packed in lime. He also found several sharp-edged and pointed knives of chaya, a kind of flint, and a small head carved in jade, its eyes nearly closed, the lower part of the face distorted, and the back symmetrically pierced with holes. There could be no doubt as to the use of this curious carving. We have ourselves seen in Yucatan exquisite pieces of jade cut into face form and pierced. These were talismanic plastrons, worn by the priests on their breast, much as the Lord Mayor of London wears the city badge. We shall suggest later that these badges constitute valuable evidence as to the origin of the building civilization. In the reproduction of the elliptical tablet from the palace at Palenque on page 217, just such an amulet is seen decorating the breast of the deity there figured. Colonel Galindo also found many jade beads and large quantities of periwinkle shells. It might be here worth mention that we ourselves found in a ruin we were examining on Cozumel Island a large conch shell filled with charcoal, which was actually embedded in the outer wall. Its position forbade the idea of it or the charcoal having got there by mere chance. Just above the sepulchral vault Stephens found a passageway opening through the side of the pyramid and running as far as the river wall, where there was an oblong opening, which has caused the ruins to be locally known as Las Ventanas, the windows. The passageway was just large enough for a man to crawl through on his stomach. Stephens looked in vain for any remains of buildings. Juarros, the Spanish historian of Guatemala, quoting Fuentes, declared that between two of the pyramids at Copan was suspended a hammock of stone, containing two human figures, one of each sex, clothed in Indian style. Astonishment is forcibly excited in viewing this structure because, large as it is, there is no appearance of the component parts being joined together, and though entirely of one stone and of an enormous weight, it may be put in motion by the slightest impulse of the hand. For this Stephens also looked, but in vain, though he found an Indian who declared that his grandfather had spoken of such a relic. The whole account sounds incredible. Stephens discovered the stone quarries of Copan, a range of hills some 2 miles north from the river running east to west. Out of the side of the hill the pre-Columbian masons had cut the materials for the many stelae, pyramids, and steps which lay in the plain below. Stephens found many blocks which had been quarried and then rejected for some defects, and in one ravine leading towards the river was a huge monolith, larger than any used in the ruins, which had been left thus halfway on its journey to the city. How such huge masses of stone were carried over even 2 miles of woodland must always remain one of the greatest of the many puzzles which the erection of the Cyclopean Mayan buildings presents to baffled archaeology. To the south of the enclosure described, Stephens found within terraced walls a group of stelae and altars. He thinks that these walls and their statues formed an annex of the large enclosure, which he is probably right in calling the main temple. The stelae were quite close together and are of such interest, both artistically and archaeologically, that we cannot resist the temptation of reproducing some of them from Stephens' excellent plates. The monoliths averaged 12 feet in height, and are such masses of ingenious ornamentation as would arrest attention even if found as relics of a race the civilization of which was perfectly understood. But here we have a series of the most intricate alto reliefs undertaken with such success that they can be accurately copied after many centuries. Stephens found at the Copan quarries blocks of half-prepared stone with hard flints embedded in them. These blocks had been rejected by the workmen for the very excellent reason that their only tools were flint chisels, and with these, of course, they could not shape smoothly the side of the stone which contained flints. At the back of one of the stelae Stephens found that flints had been picked out, leaving holes which formed flaws in the sculpture. Nothing can more plainly indicate the limitations imposed upon these wonderful artists by the circumstances of their culture. They were in the Stone Age, but it was a Stone Age so glorified by their skill that it would put to shame many modern nations armed with tools of precision. Mr. A. P. Maudslay visited Copan in 1884, and in the course of his investigations excavated one of the mounds. He corroborates the statement of Stephens that the monuments of Copan show no traces of buildings such as are found in Yucatan. The mound excavated ran almost to a point. On the east side were the remains of steps. The upper part was formed of rough blocks of stone interspersed with layers of cement and sand. The lower part of the mound was formed of stone and earth, and below ground level, digging 12 feet down, he found nothing but solid earth. Some 6 feet from the top of the mound he came across a vessel of pottery containing a bead-shaped piece of green stone pierced with a diameter of 2 3/4 inches, 6 jade beads, the remains of a necklace, 4 pearls and small rough figures cut out of pearl oyster shells, the jade whorl of a spindle, some pieces of carved pearl shells. At the bottom of the pot was some red powder and several ounces of quicksilver. A foot or more above the pot Mr. Maudslay found traces of bones, but he does not say whether they were human or animal. On the ground level were more bones mixed with red powder and sand, and a bead-shaped stone 3 inches in diameter. 8 or 9 feet below ground level he unearthed the skeleton of a jaguar beneath a layer of charcoal. The teeth and part of the skeleton had been painted red. This is very curious. It is obvious that the animal had not served as a burnt sacrifice, or the bones would have been charred. The flesh must have been stripped off and the painting done before burial. Mr. Maudslay does not explain this strange find. Might it not be that the animal was sacrificed on the altar of the neighbouring stela as a dedicatory offering to the god in whose honour the mound was about to be erected, a kind of consecration sacrifice which had as its purpose the obtaining of the deity's blessing on the new undertaking? The flesh may have been eaten or possibly burnt after it had been removed from the bones, the skeleton being painted red before entombment as a compliment to the colour of the deity's own stela. Such burial of a victim after sacrifice to obtain a blessing upon a new undertaking is a very common rite among savage peoples. Thus the Dayaks and other peoples of Malaysia killed a slave and buried his body in the foundations of a house. In another small mound, Mr. Maudslay found fragments of human bones, 2 small axes, and portions of a jaguar's skeleton and some animal teeth which he suggests were dogs, but which were probably jaguars. In yet another mound, stones carved into death's heads were found, and small stone serpents' heads. He speaks too of figures of jaguars carved on either side of the stairway of one of the pyramids, and on the top step a human head in the jaws of an animal. He believes that he found traces of glyphs on the facings of the steps, and the edges of many of the stairways were elaborately carved, usually with entwining snakes. His reports make it obvious that Stephens had not exaggerated in any degree the wonders of Copan. It is indeed very doubtful if the Spaniards at the time of the conquest ever came across the ruins, though, as Stephens points out, Cortés in his memorable journey from Mexico to Honduras must have passed within 2 days' march of the city. This fact certainly goes far to prove that in Cortés's day Copan was already deserted, or he would have heard of it and turned aside to subdue its cacique. But after all this is but theorizing. The Spaniards may have seen Copan in all its wonder of carving and paint, and been so little impressed as to leave us not a line about it. For, as even the ever amiable Stephens admits, The conquerors of America were illiterate and ignorant adventurers, eager in pursuit of gold and blind to everything else. The ruins of Quirigua stand on a level plain covered by dense forest, a little more than half a mile from the left bank of the Motagua River near Encuentros, some 5 miles from the town of Quirigua. They consist of monuments almost identical in shape and arrangement with those of Copan. Mr. Maudslay, to whose patient and scholarly researches there for several years, archaeology is indebted for the remarkable detailed account contained in the Biologia Centrali Americana, says the site must have always been subject to inundations, and that the level of the ground would appear to have been raised since the monuments were erected. He describes the ruins as consisting of numerous square and oblong mounds and terraces 6 to 40 feet high. Most of them are faced with worked stone and approached by steps. In the central space, around which they are grouped, stand 13 carved stelae. 6 of these vary between 3 and 5 feet square, and 14 to 20 feet high out of the ground. The altars in front of these stelae are described by Mr. Maudslay as oblong or rounded blocks of stone shaped to represent huge turtles or armadillos or some such animals. The largest altar found by him was shaped like a turtle, weighed about 20 tons, rested on 3 slabs, and was roughly a cube of 8 feet. He says that the carvings on the stelae and altars are human heads or faces of animals, and that plants or leaves never occur, though there is a free use of plumes and feathers and occasionally a plaited ribbon. Mr. Maudslay's account supports in the main Stevens' short account of the place. The stelae the latter describes as being twice or 3 times as high as those at Copan, and always monolithic. One of which he gives a drawing is carved on the front with the figure of a man, on the back with that of a woman. The sides are covered with hieroglyphics in low relief just as at Copan. Another stela stands 26 feet out of the ground and, as Stevens said, has probably 6 or 8 feet buried. It is notable as leaning 12 feet 2 inches out of the perpendicular. The side towards the ground is ornamented with the figure of a man. As has been said, the general type of the ruins is identical with those at Copan, but the monoliths, though much larger, are carved in lower relief, and the ornamentation is distinctly less rich in design. Stevens' supposition was that Quirigua is older than Copan. Mr. Maudslay believes that the whole site was once paved. He notes that the carvings exhibit no weapons. This, as we have mentioned, was specially remarked by Stevens at Copan. There is much significance in this fact, though we scarcely think that it justifies the presumption to which it seems to have led Mr. Maudslay, who in a paper he wrote for Nature in 1892 declares the colossal figures on the stelae of Copan to represent female deities exclusively. End of section 19. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California.
Section 20 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 20. Palenque, Menche, and on the Usumacinta. The ruins of Palenque stand shrouded in the dense forest about 100 miles southeast of San Juan Bautista, the capital town of the state of Tabasco. Their ancient name is unknown. For years they have been called by the Spaniardized Indians Casas de Piedras, houses of stone. They lie about 8 miles from the village of Palenque, from which they take their present generally accepted name. Apart from the fact that they are, beyond dispute, culturally the most remarkable of all the groups of ruined cities so far discovered in Central America, they have a very special interest in having been the first discovered to archaeology, and the first to fire that train of enthusiastic research which, during the many years which have elapsed since the first romantic accounts of them penetrated to Europe, has borne such rich fruit. The Spanish Vandals had taken good care to destroy on the sites of the newly founded cities, such as Merida and Valladolid, all vestiges of the ancient grandeur of Mayan buildings. If anybody troubled to remember that in the earliest years of the conquest the caciques of Chichen, Uxmal, and so on had proved troublesome foes, there was certainly no one intelligent or energetic enough to bother himself with the journey to these dead cities. And so it was that when in 1770 some stray Spanish travellers stumbled across Palenque, the news of their discovery burst like a bombshell in archaeological Europe. It was not until 1776, however, that the King of Spain ordered an exploration. On the 3rd of May, 1787, one Captain Antonio del Rio was commissioned to investigate the romantic report of the hidden city. In his official account he writes that on his first attempt, owing to the thickness of the woods, and a fog so dense that it was impossible for the men to distinguish each other at 5 paces, the principal building was completely concealed from their view. After a delay of a few days, occupied by him in collecting several score of Indians to clear the woods, he was enabled to make a survey. His written report, for some unexplained reason, was for years buried in the archives of Guatemala, not seeing the light until 1822, when the original manuscript somehow fell into the hands of an English traveller who published it in London in that year. Meantime, in 1807, by the order of Charles IV. of Spain, a Captain Dupaix visited Palenque. It was not until 1835, 28 years after his expedition, that the report of Dupaix was published in Paris in 4 folio volumes at the price of 800 francs. Before Stephens's investigations, the wildest reports as to the extent of the ruins were current. These varied between 60 miles and 20 miles. Stephens once and for all gave the lie to these fairy tales, and showed that the ruins did not cover a square mile. But this fact does not weigh against the assumption, so soundly based upon the grandeur and artistic glories of the buildings, that Palenque was once a great and powerful city, for, as elsewhere, the hundreds of dwellings which clustered around its temples and palaces were houses of perishable materials which long ago rotted away in the forest. The largest ruin is the palace, which stands on an oblong mound 40 feet high, 310 feet long, and 260 feet wide. This gigantic mound was once faced entirely with stone. The building on it faces east and has a frontage of 228 feet, a depth of 180, and a height of 25. There were 14 doorways, each about 9 feet wide. It is of stone throughout, though the whole front was once stuccoed and painted. The spaces between the doorways were carved with bas reliefs. The chief doorway is approached by stone steps. Along the cornice outside, which projected about a foot, holes had been drilled through the stone, which suggests that by their means an immense sun curtain was sometimes lowered to cover the 14 doorways. 2 parallel corridors run lengthwise on all 4 sides of the building, and it is upon the corridor to the east that all 14 doors opened. These corridors are about 9 feet wide. The floors are of cement, the walls 10 feet high and plastered. The inner walls are broken by apertures about a foot long, doubtless for the ventilation of the interior. Some of these window slits were cross-shaped, some T-shaped. From the outer corridor there is but one door leading to the inner corridor. In turn, 30 steps lead down to a rectangular courtyard 80 feet long by 70 feet broad. On each side of these steps are figures in bas-relief 9 feet odd high. On each side of this courtyard the palace is divided into apartments, the arrangement of which, intricate in the extreme, will be seen from the reproduction we make of Stephens's ground plan. A second flight of stairs leads out westward through 2 corridors, and by more steps to a second courtyard 80 feet long and 30 wide. So far the arrangements of the palace are much more those of other Mayan buildings, though on a grander scale. But the peculiar feature is a tower on the south side of the second court. At the base it is square, and has 3 stories. Within it is a smaller tower, separate from the outer one, and containing a staircase, also of stone, so narrow that only a small man could ascend. This staircase ends dead against the stone ceiling, from which the last step is only 6 or 8 inches. Such a deliberate cul-de-sac stair is so incomprehensible as to defeat one's efforts to even suggest an explanation. The Chichen Caracol stairs, which we explored, scarcely in our view offer the same difficulty, for they did appear to have once opened onto the platform of an observatory turret. But Mayan buildings are indeed full of features which are whimsical in the extreme, and suggest that either the builders were often demented caciques, or that buildings such as the Palenque Palace represent the architectural efforts of several generations of chiefs, and that the later ones by their additions rendered nugatory, perhaps deliberately, the designs of the first buildings. East of the tower is another building with 2 corridors, one ornamented with pictures in stucco, the centre of its wall bearing a curious elliptical tablet, here reproduced from Stephens's picture. The faces of the figures are notable for the pronounced profile which is found here, at Piedras Negras, and at Copan, but as far as we could see, not at all at Chichen, or at other of the ruins in Yucatan proper. This tablet is, Stephens says, the only stone carving in the palace except those already mentioned in the courtyard. Under it once stood a table. At the end of the corridor containing it, an opening in the floor leads by steps to a series of subterranean apartments, with windows opening from them above the ground, thus forming a ground floor below the level of the corridors. Here are several more stone tables. At the extreme southwest corner of the palace, connected with it by a subterranean passage, is a pyramidal structure which once had stairways on all its faces. The sides are very steep and measure about 100 feet on the slope. The building is 76 feet long and 25 deep. It has 5 doors separated by 6 piers. The front is richly ornamented with stucco designs and hieroglyphics at each end, 96 glyphs in each tablet. The centre 4 piers are carved with human figures, 2 on each side facing each other. These are very interesting, for they are, we believe, of a design elsewhere unknown in Central America, representing women with children in their arms. The front corridor is 7 feet wide and is divided from the inner corridor by a massive wall having in it 3 doors. At each side of the centre door is a tablet of hieroglyphics, each 13 feet wide and 8 high, and divided into 240 glyphs. Each tablet projects 3 or 4 inches from the wall. In the rear corridor, to which these 3 doors give admission, is another tablet 4 feet 6 inches by 3 feet 6 inches, covered with hieroglyphics. Stephens says that the building was called by the local Indians a school, but the padre of Palenque suggested that it was the courthouse, and that these hieroglyphic tablets were the tables of the law. Who shall say? To the east of this court of justice, if such indeed it was, is another pyramid 134 feet high, measured on the slope, with a building on top. It has a frontage of 50 feet, is 31 deep, and has 3 doorways. The whole front is of stucco ornamentation, with hieroglyphics on the piers. Divided into 2 corridors, this building is probably the most remarkable of all Mayan buildings by reason of the altar tablet in the inner room. It was 10 feet 8 inches wide and 6 feet 4 inches high, and consisted of 3 separate stones. The middle one had been removed before Stephens's visit. He found it lying near the stream which runs through the group of ruins. The right-hand stone had been quite destroyed. Stephens conjectures, probably rightly, that it was covered with hieroglyphics like that on the left. This is the famous Table of the Cross, the most wonderful inscription so far discovered in the New World, and it is well to say at once that the title is misleading. The so-called cross, it is suggested, is a cosmogonical symbol of the Mayans representing the tree of life growing out of a cube-shaped world, having as its base a fantastic head. This may be so, though we venture to think it may have quite another origin, as we suggest later. Close to this building are 2 more, which are also obviously temples. The 3 have been named Temple of the Cross, Temple of the Cross No. 2, according to Mr. W. H. Holmes, or of the Foliated Cross, according to Mr. Maudslay, and the Temple of the Sun. In each is found the same alleged cosmic sign, the Tree of Life. Each was doubtless a temple. The second 2 buildings are almost identical in structure with No. 1. In the Temple of the Sun is an altar slab quite as remarkable as that in the Temple of the Cross. It is 9 feet wide and 8 feet high, and it is composed of 3 separate stones. A comparison of these extraordinary carvings shows the great similarity in the pose and dress of the figures, but in that of the Temple of the Sun the figures stand on crouching fantastic forms, and between them is a rectangular table curiously adorned and resting on 2 more crouching figures. From this table project 2 crossed lances, the point of intersection being hidden by a grotesque face which Mayan students have agreed to regard as a symbol of the sun. The main figures would seem to be priests, or perhaps a priest and his assistant. They hold in their hands what look like human figures for sacrifice. The key to these wonderful bas-reliefs lies in the glyphs. Professor Forstmann would have us believe that these are but a compilation of month and day signs, that, in fact, the tablets are much like those almanacs which a country grocer presents to his customers, an attractive picture in the middle, surrounded by the days of the month. We do not believe it, we never shall be able to believe it, and in the chapter on the glyphs we shall attempt to show that the professor has been run away with by his own theories. It is far more likely that these wonderful calculiform letters enshrine a dedicatory prayer to the presiding deity of the temple, with perhaps a full description of the god and his attributes. On the piers at each side of the temple are stone tablets carved in bas-relief, each with a figure, of which we reproduce Stephens' drawing. They undoubtedly represent priests in full ceremonial dress. The drawings form their own commentary. Noteworthy in the second is the appearance of fishes in the headdress, which appears to be composed of a bird holding a fish. Some 1,500 feet to the south of these temples is yet another pyramid, crowned by a building 20 feet long and 80 feet deep, which Stephens found in almost complete ruin. The most remarkable feature of it is a bas-relief which once represented a couch formed of a 2-headed jaguar, some portions of the figure once seated still remaining. Of this couch design we shall have more to say when we come to our arguments as to the origin of Mayan architecture. Near the Temple of the Sun, Stephens found the only statue so far discovered at Palenque. It is 10 feet 6 inches high, 2 feet 6 inches of which is in the ground, and the sides are rounded while the back is of rough stone. Many have been the visitors to Palenque during the 68 years which have elapsed since Stephens explored it, but little or nothing has been discovered which would justify a reversal of that famous archaeologist's finding, viz. that the stories of the vast area of the ruins are mere fairy tales, and that in the buildings here briefly described we have the relics of the only important stone structures of a once great and powerful city. That it was desolate at the time of the conquest is more than likely, for it is absolutely certain that Cortes, in his march to Honduras, passed within less than 30 miles of its site, and had it then been in that full zenith of power which the splendour of its buildings irresistibly suggests it once enjoyed, it is incredible that the conqueror of Mexico should not have met its cacique in a pitched battle. Between 70 and 80 miles to the east-southeast of the ruins of Palenque, on the southwestern bank of the Usumacinta, are the ruins of Menche. Some attempts have been made in recent years to identify this with that phantom city of which the cura of Santa Cruz del Quiche gave Stephens in 1839 an entrancing account. He, the cura, when young, had with much labour climbed to the naked summit of the Sierra, from which, at a height of 10,000 or 12,000 feet, he looked over an immense plain extending to Yucatan and the Gulf of Mexico, and saw at a great distance a large city spread over a great space, and with turrets white and glittering in the sun. Apart from the fact that the excellent padre had probably allowed his imagination to run riot, there is really no ground for aggrandizing Menche at the expense of the neighbouring Palenque, which was once undoubtedly the larger city. This portion of the Usumacinta lies within the tribal area of the Lacandone Indians, who still maintain their independence, and thus it is quite possible that the city which is today represented by the ruins was inhabited to a much later date than the cities of Yucatan. M. Charnay visited the ruins in 1880 and endeavoured to saddle them with the name Lorillard City, in complimentary allusion to Mr. Lorillard, the chocolate millionaire who had defrayed the chief cost of the French archaeologist's tour. The honour of their discovery really belongs to that earnest and unselfish archaeologist, Mr. Maudslay. The ruins consist of temples and palaces of a construction very similar to all those buildings which are found at Palenque and around, but Charnay says they are smaller and less richly decorated than those at Palenque. They seem for some reason to have suffered severely from weather wear, for all trace of outer decoration is gone. The chief ruin is that of a palace built on a high pyramid in 6 blocks forming a rectangle. Such is the account M. Charnay gives of it, but he states that though the outline can be traced, the whole of the building is now in complete ruin. About 150 yards from the river, on a pyramid about 120 feet high, is a building 68 feet long and about 20 feet deep, which has 3 doorways. Its interior is remarkable only for the fact that it contained a huge stone idol which is unique of its kind. M. Charnay describes it as a figure sitting cross-legged, the hands resting on the knees. The attitude is placid and dignified like a Buddha statue. The face, now mutilated, is crowned by an enormous headdress of peculiar style, presenting a fantastic head with a diadem and medallion topped by feathers. The dress consists of a rich cape embroidered with pearls, a medallion on each shoulder and in front, recalling Roman decorations. The same ornamentation is seen on the lower part of the body, having much larger medallion and fringed maxtli. The arms are covered with heavy bracelets. Around the idol M. Charnay found clay incense burners moulded into face forms such as have been unearthed again and again on the Usumacinta and in Guatemala, and which have proved to be in actual daily use today, in the temple of the Lacandone Indians. The walls of this temple M. Charnay describes as being blackened, doubtless from the smoke of offerings. Above the cornice of the buildings is a stone lattice-work 14 feet high, almost identical in design with that which we have described in our account of the House of the Pigeons of Uxmal. Close to this temple is a building 65 feet long and 52 deep. To the southwest of this, on another pyramid, is a second temple, noteworthy for the carved lintels. These represent scenes of sacrifice, like those described at Palenque, but there is more animation in the figures of the second one, which represents a kneeling priest passing a rope through his tongue, while over him stands another ecclesiastic, in his hands the crozier-like wand of office, which again and again occurs in Mayan ceremonial carvings. These lintels, which were discovered by Mr. Maudslay, were by him with infinite trouble carried to the coast and shipped to England, and are now in the British Museum, among other exhibits of which he has been the generous donor. This passing of a rope through the tongue represents a form of worship of which Sahagún, Historia General de las Cosas de la Nueva España, writes, "They pierced a hole with a sharp itzli knife through the middle of the tongue, and passed a number of twigs according to the degree of devotion of the performer. These twigs were sometimes fastened the one to the other and pulled through the tongue like a long cord." Torquemada also speaks of these penances as occurring in Mexico. The priests of Quetzalcoatl provided themselves with sticks 2 feet long and the size of their fist, and with them they repaired to the main temple, where they fasted 5 days. Then carpenters and tool workers were brought, who were required to fast the same number of days, at the end of which time they were given food within the precincts of the temple. The former worked the sticks to the required size, while the tool makers made knives with which they cut the priests' tongues. More prayers followed, when all the priests prepared for the sacrifice, the elders giving the example of passing through their tongues 400 or 500 twigs, followed by such among the young who had sufficient courage to imitate them. But the pain was so sharp that few went through the whole number, for although the first twigs were thinned out, they became stouter each time, until they attained the size of a thumb, sometimes twice as much. In the neighbourhood of Menche, a further group of ruins, those of Piedras Negras, showed abundant signs of the high level of culture which is associated with Palenque and Menche, as will be seen by the photograph which we are able to reproduce through the courtesy of the accomplished and indefatigable field worker and scholar, Herr Theobert Mahler, to whom, we believe, belongs the honour of being the first to make known the extent and treasures of this group. What is abundantly proved by his, Mr. Maudslay's, and other students' researches in the Usumacinta district, is that the whole country around is rich in ruins, and many more besides those so far located may possibly be discovered in the future. And here a further puzzle presents itself. Such evidence as exists in the Spanish records seems to point to the fact that all these cities were in a deserted, or at any rate a decadent, state on the arrival of the Spaniards. The evidence is not by any means conclusive, as little or no reliance can be placed on the Spanish chroniclers, who are silent upon so much else, but such as it is, it deserves weighing. Granting for the moment, then, that Palenque and these other centres were ruins at the Conquest, why was this so? An explanation might be found in the supposition that the militant Aztecs had made extensive raids as far south as Honduras, and had proved themselves entirely superior to the Mayans, scattering and slaughtering them, and, possibly, after a short occupation, had returned northward, leaving the conquered citizens too broken and fearful to attempt a restoration of their grand centres, dreading further raids. Dr. Gann, British Commissioner at Corozal, told us he found in Honduras wall paintings of undoubted Aztec origin, which discovery would seem to support this view. It certainly seems to us a more reasonable explanation than the one some students have adopted, viz. that the cities of the Usumacinta represent an age of culture between which and that of northern and northeastern Yucatan stretches a gap of many centuries. Any Aztec raids Honduraswards would certainly follow a route well south of Yucatan and through the Usumacinta country. Yet another explanation might be that the victories of Cortes had the result of driving large bodies of Aztecs southward, that these possessed themselves of many Mayan cities, and that later, on Cortes advancing south, they deserted them and took to the dense surrounding woods. It must also be remembered that even if the Spanish conqueror passed within 8 or 10 leagues of such a city as Palenque, and did not hear of its existence, it might yet well be that it was still inhabited, as none of the Indians met on the line of march would be likely to volunteer any information to the hated whites. End of section 20.
Section 21 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in November 2014. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 21. The Ancient Mayans. There is no field of inquiry in which the imagination of students could roam further or more uselessly than in the reconstruction of the life of a vanished people from their ruined monuments. In attempting, as we shall in this chapter, to place before the reader a concise sketch of the political, religious and social life of the Mayans at the time of the Spanish invasion of Yucatan, we cannot too strongly emphasize our conviction that the marvelous buildings which we have described in the preceding pages are not monuments of a vanished people. The Mayan toiler today in the milpas or in the henequen fields is, we are convinced, the lineal descendant of the Mayan architect who was capable of creating a Chichen or a Sayil. The history of Yucatan is the history of Egypt, save for one fact. When Europe first interested itself in the architectural wonders of the land of the pharaohs, centuries of darkness had overwhelmed the Copts and the Fellahin, and the arts of their ancestors were entirely lost to them. But when the white man first set foot in Yucatan, the civilization of her people was an actual living civilization, though the key to the origin of it has yet to be discovered. The half-century which elapsed between the first discovery of the peninsula and the establishment of Spanish authority sufficed to render desolate the mighty cities which covered its surface, to scatter and decimate its vast populations, to extirpate and suppress the native religion, and by the substitution of a new creed, a new polity, and a new social organization, so completely to ring down the curtain upon the Mayan past that the Indian victims of Spanish brutality and bigotry seemed separated from their ancestors by a gulf which even the most remarkable archaeological acumen would find it hard to bridge. But though much archaeological acumen has been exercised, and many writers have labored to aggrandize the ancient Mayans at the expense of their descendants, it has really been labor lost. The life which the Mayans were found by the Spaniards to be living was probably in its minutest detail the life which they had led for centuries before. And thus, in presenting here a short account of their civilization, pieced together from the haphazard writings of those Spaniards who were not entirely absorbed in the congenial task of massacring and destroying, we are safe in assuming that we are giving the reader a very fair and accurate idea of how the builders of even the oldest ruins lived and loved and died. Politically, Yucatan was divided into a number of provinces, each ruled by a cacique. These provinces, at the time of the Spanish invasion, appear to have numbered 19. The power of these caciques within their own territory was so absolute as to amount to a virtual monarchy, though kingship, in its true constitutional sense, would appear to have never existed in Yucatan. The caciqueship was hereditary, and passed from father to son. Females appear to have been excluded from succession. If a cacique died leaving a son who was a minor, his eldest or most capable brother succeeded as cacique, and actually held the position after the heir had reached full age, the nephew being obliged to wait until his uncle's death before he attempted to claim his heritage. If the cacique left no brother, the priests and chief elders elected a successor, who held the government for his life, the rightful heir only acceding at his death. Each cacique maintained a small bodyguard, but the army for the defense of the state was the whole body of citizens capable of bearing arms. The cacique himself does not appear to have been commander-in-chief, but delegated this post to two subjects, one of whom held his military leadership by inheritance, transmitting it to his son, and the other being elective every 3 years. This latter official combined with his military duties certain sacerdotal functions, presiding at the feast of the war god, and during his term of office leading a hermit's life, maintaining complete chastity and abstaining from intoxicating liquor. The weapons of the soldiers were bows and arrows pointed with stone or fishbone, stone axes and lances, swords and daggers of wood hardened by fire. They carried shields of plaited cane covered with deerskin, and wore an armour of thickly woven cotton. Having no horses and no draft animals of any kind, each soldier had to be commissariat wagon for himself, and this difficulty of providing food for a long campaign made the wars short and sharp. Ordinary captives were usually reduced to the condition of slavery, but the general or cacique who was made prisoner was sacrificed to the war god as a thank offering. The center of each town or village was occupied by the chief temple, around which were built the houses of the priests, the palace of the cacique, and those of the chief men. Outside this sacred pale lived the poorer people in huts of the same type as those inhabited by the Mayans of today. Close to the temple was ordinarily the market square, where stood the town hall in which all public business and reunions of the tribe took place, and justice was administered. Here presided a special functionary who ordered public festivals and ceremonies, and took the chair, so to speak, at general meetings of the people. As a matter of fact, he appears to have rejoiced in the name of Holpop, which, according to D.G. Brinton, means literally head of the mat, because at the tribal meetings, when the elders squatted round on the mats, the Holpop sat at the end. He appears also to have been master of the music, and to have had in his keeping the musical instruments of the tribe, namely the tungkul, which seems to have been a small drum of wood, trumpets of conch shell, and flutes of cane. The tungkul, which produced a melancholy note, was used to summon the people to worship, to give notice of dances and festive meetings, to call together the warriors, and as an alarm signal in case of sudden attack. Thus the tungkul was in a special sense the sacred national instrument of the Mayans. Justice was administered in a summary manner by the cacique, who personally heard plaints and disputes, and gave such judgment as he thought fit. In the matter of damage to property, the guilty party was made to compensate the injured by payment of his own goods. If he had no property, his relatives had to pay for him. This penalty of fining was the usual punishment for accidental homicide and unintentional arson, and in the case of conjugal quarrels. Adultery was regarded as a grave offence when committed with a married woman. Accusation of adultery having been notified, the cacique, accompanied by the tribal elders, held a court, when with the greatest solemnity, and in the presence of the injured husband, the adulterer was tied hand and foot to a post of infamy. He was then at the disposal of the injured man. The latter could pardon him if he wished, or could take his life there and then by smashing in his head with a stone. The woman in fault suffered no bodily punishment, but was branded with infamy and usually repudiated by her husband. It is obvious that much respect was shown to women, for the penalty of death was meted out to any man who was guilty of outrage or rape, technical or actual. The cacique always condemned the offender to be stoned, and the penalty was inflicted by the whole village. Nobody, not even the highest noble, appears to have been able to escape the rigor of this law. For murder the penalty was death, either by order of the cacique, or, if the criminal escaped, he could be pursued by the family of his victim and killed wherever they found him, his crime thus making him an outlaw. In the case of murder by a minor, the penalty of death was not inflicted, nor could the injured family pursue him. But he became their slave for the rest of his life. Unintentional homicide was less rigorously punished. A fine either in goods or a slave was usually the penalty imposed. Other accidental injuries, such as the unmalicious firing of houses or crops, were made good by fining. In the case of intentional arson, however, the culprit was put to death, and the supreme penalty of the law was also inflicted on traitors. Enslavement was the punishment of all robbers, who could only regain their liberty by restoring the stolen goods and making good the damage. So severe were the laws as to robbery that no excuse were found in circumstances of extreme want. The man who stole because he was starving was reduced to the condition of a slave just the same as the wanton or violent robber. Robbery and war were the chief sources of recruiting the ranks of the slaves. But if a theft was committed by a cacique, priest, noble or official, an exception was made in their favor. They did not become slaves, but were obliged to submit to a public degradation. The popular assembly was summoned, and there, before the eyes of all the people, the culprit was branded on both cheeks, from chin to forehead, with figures symbolical of his crime, tattooed on in paints with fish bones. There were no regular prisons or houses of detention. Indeed, they were not needed, as justice was in all cases summary. Where possible, the offender was brought before the cacique forthwith. If, however, the arrest took place during the night, or the carrying out of the sentence had to be delayed for some hours, the criminal was imprisoned on an enclosure of stakes. If the penalty was death, it was executed immediately, except in those cases where the criminal was reserved for sacrifice, and then he was kept caged up until such day as the priests had ordained. A murderer condemned to slavery became the property of one of the chief men, if there was no kinsman of his victim to whom he could become servant. There was a very marked differentiation of classes among the Mayans. There were the nobles, the priests, the people, and the slaves. The children of these latter inherited their parents' status, and ipso facto became slaves. A free man who married a slave woman lost his freedom. Thus were class distinctions sternly maintained. Even sexual intercourse between a free man and a slave woman was severely punished on the first offence, and, if repeated, the man lost his liberty and became a slave to the owner of the girl. There appears to have been a regular slave market in each large Mayan city. The Spanish chroniclers endeavour to denigrate this system of servitude, declaring it to be a cruel debasement of human beings to the position of beasts of burden. But, though all slavery is detestable, there seems to have been little or no cruelty in the system in vogue among the Mayans, and it is quite obvious that it was untainted by that basest of all advantages which are taken of a slave class, namely the using of them for immoral purposes. Spanish writers should recollect, in view of this very black page of their own history, a homely little proverb which begins, "Those who live in glass houses." As has been said, the Mayan city had at its center an open space where stood the temple and the chief houses. Thence branched off paths, they were not roads, connecting this central plaza with the houses of the nobles and middle class, the outlying suburbs of the city being occupied by the poor and the slaves. The richer people lived in stone houses, but those able to afford these were always few, and the average Mayan city consisted of huts built just as they are today by the modern Mayans, palm-thatched, oval-shaped enclosures of stakes, bound together by lianas and sometimes plastered over with earth. The huts were of various sizes and shapes. The majority were oval, some were nearly round with a diameter of 25 feet, while a very few were rectangular. They were often divided into two apartments, a sleeping and a living room. There was no attempt at or need for foundation, the natural earth forming the flooring as it does in the huts today. Each hut stood in its own garden, in which were cultivated plum trees, the mamey and the sapota for their fruits, and other trees and shrubs, possibly a little cotton and henequen, and such flowering plants and sweet-scented herbs as wormwood, sweet basil, white and violet irises, and a small white flower, much like the English jasmine and strongly perfumed, which one sees growing everywhere in the woods of Yucatan today. Outside each city were the clearings devoted to agriculture, the chief products being maize, frijoles or black beans, a kind of pumpkin, sweet potatoes, cotton, and maize of different kinds. When the harvest was abundant, it was stored in granaries as a reserve for bad years. The Mayans had few domestic animals. They kept turkeys, which were indigenous to Central America, and they probably early domesticated the wild pig or peccary. They had a type of dog, which one chronicler declares was incapable of barking, though an excellent hunter. These dogs were often fattened to form a dish at the feasts, being regarded as a great delicacy. The women and children appear to have made pets of the small Yucatecan raccoon, the coati or pisotl, as the Indians call it, and birds were tamed and kept. The Mayan family, irrespective of sex and age, all slept in that portion of the hut that was set aside as a sleeping apartment. They slept on beds of rushes, loosely strewn or woven into mats. The hammock was unknown in Yucatan until the arrival of the Spaniards. It is a very common mistake to believe that the hammock was indigenous to Yucatan. Columbus is the first to mention the hammock, and he found it among the West Indians. It is said to have originated in San Domingo, but whether this is so or not, it is quite certain that the Mayans did not sleep in hammocks until the Spaniards introduced the custom. These Mayan rush beds were sometimes raised from the ground on a sort of rough table made of sticks bound together and supported on 4 legs. In the poorer huts this is quite a common form of bedstead today. As bedclothes they had cloaks of cotton of varying degrees of thickness according to the wealth of the family. The farmlands belonging to the city were cultivated by the people in common. A special portion of these public lands was set apart each year for the support of the cacique and his family, and it was his subjects' duty to cultivate and reap his crops and carry the harvest to his granaries. A like appointment of land was made to the highest nobles and functionaries of the state. Hunting grounds were also allotted to the cacique and his chief nobles, and anybody trespassing on these was punished. The Mayans were great hunters, going out in large parties into the woods after attending at the temple and praying for good sport from the gods of the woodland. The quarry were the several birds of the pheasant family which haunt the Yucatecan woods, the marvelously beautiful ocellated turkey and other members of the gallinaceous family, deer, rabbits, the wild pig, and, last but not least, the jaguar. A tithe of the bag was presented to the caciques. If fisheries were available, the cacique and his nobles also got the pick. Fish were abundant, as they are today, along the whole coast of the peninsula, and the Mayans caught them with nets, or, when the water was low, by shooting them with arrows. The fish were dried in the sun, and thus kept for many days, and carried 20 or 30 leagues into the interior. The Mayans also hunted the shark, manatee, and the turtle. The manatee they hunted with harpoons, wading out into the estuaries and following it when wounded in their canoes. It was valued for the sake of its fat as well as its flesh. Before starting out to fish, they made supplication for good luck in one of the temples which it was the custom to build for this purpose on the beach. Those caciques who held territories on the coast obtained salt from the saline lagoons, which are found in many places on the coast of Yucatan. At the east of the dry season, when these marshes were nearly waterless and it was possible to cross them on foot, expeditions were made for the collection of the salt which formed a crystal crust on the mud. Thus it is obvious the condition of the ancient Mayans was far from being an unhappy one. They had plenty to eat, and they had not to labor much to obtain that plenty. The race was what it is today, healthy and strong and free of disease. The men were fine examples of muscular development, and the women were often quite beautiful, even according to a European standard, and were certainly in youth objects of grace and sweetness. But the Mayans did not leave well alone, and were in many ways the victims of cruel fashion or foolish superstition. Thus it was regarded as a mark of the highest rank for girls to be cross-eyed, and Mayan mothers cut their daughters' hair on their foreheads so as to hang down over the eyes and make them squint. The heads of children of high rank were often flattened, and huge earrings of stone were worn, while the septum of the nose was pierced and adorned with a spindle of stone or a feather. The habit, too, which the Mayan woman still has, of carrying her youngster astride her hip, tended to create bow-leggedness. The Mayans wore no hair on the face at all. They daubed their cheeks with a red earth on occasions of ceremony and when going into battle, at which time their only ordinary garment, the wide loincloth, Mayan wheat, was supplemented, at any rate in the case of caciques and nobles, by long square-cut cotton mantles fastened on the shoulders. Mr. E. Thompson has given a good picture of a chief dressed for festival or war. He writes, "A penanche or frontlet encircled his forehead, above it waved plumes, while from beneath it on each side the long black hair fell until nearly touching his shoulders. Perforating the lobes of his ears were huge round ear ornaments, generally of the precious green jade stone. His arms were bare save for armlets and bracelets. A richly worked loincloth protected his loins, while his legs were covered with leggings of quilted cotton elaborately worked and colored, fastened in front by a series of rosette-like ornaments. Two-thonged sandals protected his feet, while the mace of authority, the acatl or dart sling, and the terrible two-handed serrated sword of obsidian or flint were his weapons. His large round shield was painted with his heraldic devices. The dress of the priests was still more elaborate, and in their case at least was substituted for the cotton robe a deer or jaguar skin. This is clearly seen in the plates reproduced from Stevens on pages 220 and 221. The women wore the chemise-like garment which all Mayan women wear today, with the headcloth we have previously described. They smeared and scented their bodies with an unguent made of a favorite resin, and their long hair, parted in the middle, was worn either in a thick plait or loose over the shoulders. The Mayan woman was as much the head of the domestic household as members of her sex are in civilized countries. The chief food of the Mayans was always maize, with which the housewife made atole, a thick porridge mixed with honey, still a favorite dish of the Indians today. This and the tortillas formed the morning meal. Sometimes a mess of ground black beans was added. There were 2 meals a day, the chief one being the evening meal, when venison, birds, and fresh or salted fish figured in the menu of the richer people. The family did not eat together, the men having their meal separately from the women. The Mayan drinks consisted of a maize water called kayem and fermented liquors made of honey, fruits, and pepper. Marriage was an important matter among the Mayans, and the arrangements were left in the hands of the parents, sometimes in the hands of a professional matchmaker. A union having been arranged, the day of the ceremony was made the occasion for a great feast. There seems to have been a great deal of poetry about the Mayan nature, for flowers figured largely in the decorations, and the Mayan word for marriage is poetical and allegorical in the extreme, kamnikte, literally, the reception of the flower of May. The actual ceremony appears to have been nothing more than the formal handing over of the bride to the groom by the priest, after he had satisfied himself that they knew their own minds. Thereafter there were feasting and dancing, lasting well into the evening, generally ending in the fermented drink being far too much for the men of the party, who had to be helped home to their huts by their wives and daughters. After the wedding the bridegroom lived with his father-in-law for 5 or 6 years, working for him. This appears to have been a custom very strictly enforced, the son-in-law thus repaying with his personal service the honor granted him by being admitted to the family. If the young husband refused this personal service, he was ignominiously expelled from the house, and the marriage was dissolved. The marriages of widows and widowers were very simple affairs. There was no feast, comparatively no religious ceremony, and no gathering of relatives. A widow had merely to receive a widower in her house and give him food, for a legal marriage to be constituted. The visiting lists of old and undesirable widows must have been very limited indeed. One wonders whether the elder Mr. Weller could have found language to express his views at this terrible facility. No doubt the Mayan mere man learnt, as did the old coach driver, to beware of widows. But every cloud has its silver lining, and if the Mayan became the property of a neighboring widow by simply taking a cup of afternoon tea with her, he had really only himself to blame if he found his fetters irksome. For it appears that he had only got to walk off in order to dissolve a union of which he had wearied. Little or no trouble was taken over the education of children, who, girls and boys, ran wild and naked till about their 5th year. At puberty the sexes were strictly separated, the girls being confined to their parents' huts, and the boys going to live in a large house where all the unmarried youths dwelt in common like soldiers in a barracks. Here they lived a life of their own, having little or nothing to do with the older men. As soon as a youth married, he took equal rank with the fathers of families, but it was only nominally equal, for a characteristic of the Mayans was the great respect shown to age, and the younger men were expected to defer to their elders in all matters. The youths living in the communal house were distinguished by their face paintings of black, in contrast with the red used by the grown men. Men bore their parents' name, but the maids appear to have been, until married, practically nameless. For they were not entitled to bear their fathers' names. In the matter of inheritance, too, they were passed over, the property of their father, in default of his leaving sons, passing to their uncles or nearest male relatives. Indeed, no relationship was traced through the female line, and while marriage was prohibited with any relative who bore the paternal name, there was no restrictions as to unions with those on the mother's side. Marriage was forbidden between a man and his sister-in-law, the widow of his brother, his stepmother, and the sisters-in-law, aunts and sisters of his mother. Though polygamy was apparently never approved by the Mayans, they repudiated their wives on the most frivolous pretexts, forming a series of new unions. This fickleness seems to have developed a shrewishness among Mayan women, who, usually docile and obedient, avenged themselves upon their husbands for the least infidelity by personal violence, scratching their faces and tearing out their hair. After all, women are much of a muchness all over the world, but, apart from these very natural outbursts of passion, the Mayan women really appear to have been model wives and mothers, and to have devoted considerably more attention to the education of the girls than the fathers did to that of the boys. Mayan women do not appear to have taken part in the sacrifices at the temples, whether of human victims or otherwise. The ceremonial dances, too, which appear to have often been of an indecent character, were never attended by them. Indeed, it appears that the sexes rarely, if ever, danced together. The Mayans were passionately fond of dancing, which was of two kinds, the sacred dances at the temple, and the public dances on occasion of festival or ceremony. One dance only, called Nawal, there was, which was danced by men and women together. Otherwise the women danced separately from the men, as they ate separately from them. The Mayan women indeed seem to have borne themselves modestly in every way, and drunkenness, the greatest vice of the men, was almost unknown among them. The Mayans appear to have been, at any rate in later times, great traders. Cortés encountered them trading round the coasts of the West Indian islands, and they certainly trafficked with the tribes of Mexico and Honduras. Trade was carried on principally by means of barter. Their exports were salt, cotton cloth, dried fish, and resins; their imports, the cocoa bean, stone beads, nephrite stone from the highlands of Mexico, mineral paints, and obsidian, of which they made knives or lance heads. From Guatemala, too, they got jade. There may have been also a traffic in slaves. There was no standard coinage, for metals were almost unknown, but more as counters than as money were used the cocoa bean, tiny bells, and rattles of copper and stone beads. Sales do not appear to have been evidenced by writings. One chronicler states that a bargain, especially in the sale of slaves, was clinched by the two contracting parties drinking together before two witnesses. The Mayans had many industries, chief among them being those of the potters and the carpenters. The men who carved the wooden, or moulded the pottery idols, lived under severe rules, passing a hermit's life in a hut on the outskirts of the city, dividing their time between work and fasting. To them, once a day, food was taken by a member of their family, but it was a strictly vegetable diet, as all flesh was forbidden them. A continuous vigil was enjoined upon them until each special task was complete. The Mayan doctors and medicine men treated their patients with herbs and enchantments. They were in much request at confinements and in cases of snake bite. They were also employed to divine the future and to pronounce a benediction on new houses. As we have said, land was held to be common property. There was no strictly proprietary right. Its products belonged in each case to the first occupier, but occupation itself gave but a precarious right which lasted only for the full term of one agricultural season. After harvest the land reverted to public use. This community of land was traditional among the Mayans, and was doubtless largely true to the character of the soil, which did not permit of its being cultivated more than 2 years running. After 2 harvests it was exhausted, and had to be allowed to lie fallow. The lands of the caciques and nobles were cultivated by slaves, but the common people helped each other in their sowings and harvestings. The Mayans were always, they are today, a laughter-loving race. It is the easiest thing in the world to make one of them laugh, and their merriment is from the heart, an ingenuous joy in life, a child's glee. And thus every important event in their lives, public or private, was taken advantage of as a fitting occasion for a dance or a feast. Public feasts were given by the caciques, or in their honor. At these banquets much ceremony was observed, and, when departing, each guest was presented with a beautifully woven cotton mantle, a carved wooden stool, and a painted drinking gourd. These guest gifts were as much an essential part of the entertainment as they are in Japan, where indeed they take an even more practical and rather embarrassing form, for the happy diner on getting into his rickshaw may as likely as not find a raw fish wrapped in tissue paper, or a dainty satsuma bowl filled with lily bulbs packed away there for his delectation during his journey homeward. At the Mayan feasts rude mummeries were often presented to amuse the banqueters. These, as often as not, took the form of crude mystery plays, and were of course supplemented by the music of the tungkul and reed flutes. Dancing was what the Mayans liked best. Even today they will dance from sunrise to sundown if they get the chance. There were set dances assigned for every ceremony, public or private, in the Mayan city. The two chief dances were the dance of canes, Mayan lomche, and the dance of flags. The first was a dance by 4 youths painted black from head to foot and adorned with feathers and garlands. It lasted all day, with short intervals for drinking and eating. In the dance of banners, several hundreds took part. The Mayans had no cemeteries. They buried their dead or burned them, but they had no common burial grounds. Corpses were usually buried inside the huts, which were thereafter taboo and abandoned. This was the custom for the ordinary citizen. The chiefs and the priests were buried in sepulchral mounds such as we have before described. In cases of cremation, the ashes were collected, placed in urns of clay or wood, buried, and small mounds erected over them. Sometimes, in the case of the very great, the urn formed the nucleus for a temple which was built over it. Sometimes, instead of urns, pottery figures were made and the ashes deposited in these, which were then placed in the temples. Sometimes, before burning, the scalp of the defunct was stripped off, part of the body was burned and part buried, the ashes being put in an image of wood through the top of the head, which had been left open for the purpose, the image being then completed by the placing of the scalp on it as a cover. The Mayans appear to have believed death to be caused by evil spirits, and if the medicine men with their herbs and their charms could do nothing, the afflicted relatives showed their grief by sitting round in silence awaiting the fatal moment, convinced that the sick man was about to be taken possession of by a devil. Mourning lasted for many days and nights, and took the form of wailings and groanings. The hut was usually abandoned, the ground around being left uncultivated for many years as a sign of mourning. In cases of burial the corpse was shrouded and the mouth was filled with ground maize, and with it in a vessel were placed, as a provision for the needs of the dead in the next life, a supply of the small stones or beans which served as money. There were usually added some objects indicative of the rank or occupation of the deceased, with the priest's sacred books, with the medicine man his stone charms, and so on. The Mayans believed in the immortality of the soul and in future punishment and reward. Their heaven was a happy hunting ground where life was a continual round of pleasure. The chief characteristics of their hell was a perpetual hunger and cold. Over this lower world they imagined a sovereign devil ruled, whom they called Hun Ahau. The Mayans were essentially polytheistic, and they worshipped many gods and goddesses, each with different attributes, the idols of which, made of stone, wood, or pottery, were adored in the temples. There were also family gods which had their place in the houses, and which were bequeathed as heirlooms by the fathers to their sons. Despite these many deities, the Mayans seem to have retained a belief in the abstract supreme being whom they called Hunab Ku, the one divine. He was regarded as omnipotent and was represented by no idol. To him was attributed the creation of the world and of all living things, and he had a son, Hun Itzamna, dew of the morning, a solar deity, dwelling in the eastern sky. He was alleged to be the inventor of the Mayan alphabet. A lesser god, Kum Ahau, thought by some writers to have been the tapir deity, appears to have been much confused, if not actually identified, with Itzamna. Waldeck, in his Voyage pittoresque dans le Yucatan, 1838, says he recognized the tapir snout on various masks and statues at Palenque, and adds that he found the animal still venerated by the Indians. Landa says the tapir was only found on the western shore of Yucatan near the bay of Campeachy. The myth of the tapir would thus seem to have been imported from Tzental territory, Chiapas or Tabasco. D.G. Brinton believes the tapir came to be a symbol of the solar deity Itzamna, despite its dull swamp-loving ways, through an iconomatic method of writing. The Maya for tapir is Tzimin, and thus, due to a similarity of sound with Itzamna, the animal was selected as the god's symbol. It looks as if Dr. Brinton were confusing cause and effect here. The principal minor deities were the gods of war, poetry, music, and trade, the goddesses of painting, medicine, virginity, and weaving. The Mayans believed that the earth was held in position by 4 great forces whose homes were situated in the 4 points of the compass. These forces were worshipped as controllers of the winds and as storm gods. There was also a god of agriculture, Chak. He was believed to have lived on the earth as a giant. Mayan mythology was much affected, too, by ancestor worship, the chief legendary hero being Kukulkan, or Kokolchan, feathered serpent, who, it is possible, may be identified with the Mexican Quetzalcoatl. In addition to these many gods in common, the tribes had gods peculiar to themselves. Thus, at Campeachy, a god of vengeance, Kinch Ahau Haban, was worshipped with human sacrifice, and at Cozumel, Tel Kutzan, whose idol had the figure of a man, the legs representing the wings of a swallow, and Hulnep, who was represented with an arrow in his hand, were deities peculiar to that island. The Mayan priests were greatly feared. Their influence was profound, as it is not surprising when one recollects that they monopolized all learning in a race which was practically illiterate. The most popular and the most venerated of these priests were the Chilans, exorcisers of spirits and diviners of the future. With them were associated lower orders known as Chaques and Nacomes. The further were 4 old men annually elected to an office which was equivalent to the Christian sacristan. The latter acted as the assistants at the sacrifice. The gods were worshipped by fastings, by vigils, by continence, by the burning of copal and the offerings of flowers and scented herbs, and, of course, by sacrifice. Sacrifices were generally of animals. Self-mutilation, the piercing of ears and lips, the lacerating of tongues and other self-inflicted tortures formed part of the ritual. During sacrifices, women and girls were excluded from the temples. In each temple were 2 stones of sacrifice, one in the Holy of Holies and one in the vestibule. The solemnities surrounding human sacrifice were extraordinarily elaborate. The year of the Mayans began on the 16th of July, when the principal feast, that of the New Year, was celebrated, preceded by a period of fasting which varied in length in different localities. The whole population took part in this festival, which was in the nature of a public holiday. On the 22nd of August were celebrated the feasts of the priest. In every Mayan festival a functionary was elected who presided over the ceremonies other than those of the temples, and who provided the banquets. This official was elected annually. Following immediately after the feasts of the priests was kept the feast of the medicine men. On the 1st of September the feast of hunters occurred, and on the 12th that of fishers. On the 4th of October was the Feast of Bees, with which was associated no kind of sacrifice, the occasion being evidently one of Mayan sweetness and light. The 1st of November and the following 5 days were dedicated to the festival of Kukulkan and the memorializing of the legendary origin of the Mayan race. This festival appears to have been only local. In December there were 3 feasts, one in honor of all the goddesses, a sort of All Saints' Day, one a flower festival, and one a dedication of idols. At the first, the custom was for everything to be painted green, from the service book of the priest to the housewife's distaff and the agricultural implements of the men. The lads and lasses took a special part in the ceremonies of the days, being collected in the temple, when the priest gave each child 9 playful blows on each joint, praying that the goddesses might grant them dexterity and success in all they undertook in afterlife. During January, the chakes, or priest's assistants, had their special day, which was also the occasion for the medicine men to give their chief prognostications, for the repair of the temples, and for the writing of the mural inscriptions recounting the chief events of the past year. In February the hunters had another celebration, but this time a fast, not a feast, when offerings were made by them of the beasts and birds that they had hunted. Festivals of agriculture were celebrated in April and May, the chief features of these harvest thanksgivings being the offerings of the first fruits of the crops. The last feast of the Mayan year was that of the war god, Pakumchak, which was kept in the month of May or June. This was celebrated always in the capital city of a caciqueship. There were 5 days and 5 nights of preparation, and then sacrifices to the god, followed by orgies of eating and drinking, which were continued without much cessation until the New Year, a period of nearly 2 months. Thus it is not surprising to learn that none but the richest men in a province could afford to be elected to the very onerous post of patron of the ceremonies, who had to foot the bills for these gargantuan feasts. End of section 21. Section 22 of The American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in October 2014. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 22, Chapter 15. Who were the Mayans? At the beginning of the last chapter, we stated it as our conviction that the marvelous buildings which we have described are not monuments of a vanished race. The Mayans who today inhabit Yucatan, Chiapas, Tabasco, Guatemala, the Hondurases, and sporadically southern Mexico are undoubtedly the lineal descendants of the building Mayans. Who, then, were these Mayans? Either they were totally unrelated to the peoples on each side of them inhabiting North and South America, from whom they were so strangely differentiated by their astonishing skill as architects, and invaded Central America, bringing with them from their cradle land a knowledge of building, or they were akin to all the other tribes of American aborigines, and derived their building capacities from outside sources. We believe that the latter is the truth, and in this chapter we shall endeavor to show what their affinities with the other peoples of America were, following this up by an inquiry into the question of the origin of their architecture. In the comparison we drew in the last chapter between Egypt and Yucatan, we dwell on the fact that, while in the former the students of history and archaeology found a land which for centuries had been overwhelmed with an intellectual darkness so complete that the people had forgotten they had ever had a civilization, in Yucatan an actual living civilization was found by the Spaniards. But the impenetrable darkness which shrouded Egypt's past proved really a blessing to those who set to work to piece together the ancient national life. Once the key to the mystery was discovered in the Rosetta Stone, students could go steadily ahead, undistracted by the will-o'-the-wisps of legend and tradition. Not so in Central America, where every earnest inquirer, whether he would or not, has found himself befogged by a myriad historical fairy tales. The majority of those who have striven to throw light on the Mayan problem have been about as successful as the boy who tried to find the end of the rainbow by walking towards where it seemed to rest on the hillside. It was a long journey they had before them, and they did not bother to think, but rushed into Dame History's stable and vaulted onto the back of the horse Tradition. He is certainly a most attractive mount, a superb animal, yet quiet to ride and drive. Just, in fact, the easy-going, well-fed, showy park hack, from the well-worn saddle of which the most inexpert rider need fear no falls. There is a raw, nasty-tempered creature in the next stall, but nearly everyone has fought shy of him. This is the horse Facts, as hard as his name, with a mouth like iron, and the very devil in his rolling eye. Just like the park hack he is, Tradition has ambled with its riders up the row and down the row, and carried them nowhere. We will try to saddle Facts and see where he will take us. The horse Tradition has been taught one trick. He takes the low Toltec fence like a practiced hunter, and his delighted riders put him at it again and again, never tiring of taking their turn at clearing it on the back of their noble mount. Toltec has become the password, the shibboleth which admits one to the Freemasonry of Mayan archaeology. Without it you are a lost soul, a heretic fit only for the rack and stake of the archaeological inquisitors. Among the good people who worry round the Mayan problem, this Toltec rubbish has become a veritable bogey. We are now going to do our best to lay this spook once and for all. But first, what is the Toltec theory, to which whosoever will attain archaeological nirvana must subscribe his credo? The Toltecs are a people who dropped from the clouds into Mexico at or about the 7th century of our era, bringing with them building specifications, and, being mysteriously possessed of a high civilization, dotted Mexico and the nearer parts of Central America with marvelous palaces and temples. Tradition has it that they came to Mexico, no one bothers to say whence, in 648, and founded the city of Tula, supposed to be identical, in site at least, with the present town of that name, about 40 miles to the north of Mexico City. They flourished for many centuries, increasing and spreading over the whole of Mexico, numbering at the height of their prosperity some 4 or 5 millions. Through famine, pestilences, and wars waged on them by other nations of the north, they gradually diminished and were finally driven down into Chiapas, Guatemala, and Yucatan. During this enforced emigration, they were supposed to have built the city of Palenque and those on the Usumacinta in Tabasco, the many buildings found in western Guatemala and southern Yucatan. Finally, they reached Chichen Itza, whence they later migrated down the eastern coast of Yucatan to Copan and Quirigua in eastern Guatemala. A minor controversy has raged around the question of the site of their cradle city, Tula. Some theorists have held that it was somewhere on the coast. They generously give you the whole eastern seaboard of Mexico from which to choose. One of the enthusiastic Tulaites, deeming it well to hedge, suggests 3 possible sites, one on the Pacific coast, another on the Gulf of Mexico, and a third on the Atlantic coast of Guatemala, south of Honduras. Toltec bogey or not, this egregious theorizer has at least the satisfaction of knowing that with 3 sites so far apart he cannot very well help being on the right coast. The plain truth is, as we wrote earlier, that this Toltec theory represents a myth bred of a confusion of historical facts which, if critically examined, flatly contradict it. In his Myths of the New World, 1868, the late D.G. Brinton, than whom no one has given a more wholehearted and enlightened attention to the problem, writes: "The story of Tula and its inhabitants, the Toltecs, so currently related in ancient Mexican history, is a myth and not history." In a paper entitled "Were the Toltecs an Historical Nationality?" read before the Philosophical Society of America on the 2nd of September 1887, provoked by a monograph written by M. Désiré Charnay to defend the theory, he wrote: "As a translation of this work has been recently published in this country, it appears to me the more needful that the baseless character of the Toltec legend be distinctly stated. What Troy was to the Grecian poets, the fall of Tula, the Toltec capital, was to the singers and storytellers of the Anahuac, an exhaustible field of imagination for glorification and lamentation. Let it be understood hereafter that whoever uses these names in an historic sense betrays an ignorance of the subject he handles, which, were it in the better known field of Aryan or Egyptian lore, would convict him of not meriting the name of a scholar." The shortest way of dealing with this farrago of myth is to take the war at once into the enemy's camp. Let us take the point upon which all the Toltec enthusiasts agree, namely that the Toltecs came from the north. Now let us look at this vague north, and see whether there exist in that direction any such traces as we should expect these highly civilized Toltecs to have left behind them. No, there are none. Scour that north as vigorously as you will, you find nothing save the ruins in Arizona and Colorado, which are mere heaps of unmortared stones and of such crude workmanship as to date themselves, even to the satisfaction of the most short-sighted inquirer, well into historic and post-Spanish times. There are no actual building evidences, then. Let us next see whether a study of the tribes massed from earliest times in that vague north will help us at all. Let us review the groupings of the barbaric tribes which inhabited America north of Mexico at the time of the Spanish conquest, and see whether we can find the smallest ethnic loophole for these Toltecs and their civilization, almost rivaling that of Egypt, to have wriggled through. Taking the northwest first, the particular quarter towards which all good Toltecites gaze with awe as being the direction from which the Toltecs came, what do we find? From time immemorial this northwest had been inhabited by the vast Athapascan stock, stretching from the Canadian Rockies down to Mexico. One of their largest tribes, the Shoshones, occupied northwest Mexico. Of these Athapascan peoples it has been written, "They are nearer the brutes than probably any other portion of the human race." It is obvious that there is no comfort for the Toltecites in this direction. Well, let us take the northeast. Who lived there? The Apalachians lived there, a loose confederation, says Brinton, embracing most of the nations from the Atlantic coast quite into Texas. The majority of the tribes forming this family, such as the Creeks, the Choctaws, and the Seminoles, were nomadic hunting peoples, a few only stationary, and those with no record of any civilization. The Apalachians, then, are as hopeless as a source of comfort for the theorists as the Athapascans. Wedged in between the Athapascans and the Apalachians were the Algonkins, essentially a hunting race of strictly nomad habits. Thus, the three great peoples who formed the impenetrable ethnic frontier of Mexico at the time of, and no doubt long anterior to the conquest, are clearly seen to have been uncultured peoples, their only dwellings the wigwam, their chief occupation the chase, redoubtable fighters, but undistinguished by those victories of peace, which, as the poet sings, are more renowned than war. It is fairly certain, then, that these much talked of Toltecs could not, nay, did not, come overland from the north. Driven thus from all hope landwards, the unfortunate theorists, having rashly embarked on the sea of myth, must now launch on a far rougher sea, namely the Atlantic or Pacific. Their heroes must have come from the ocean. Venus-like they arose perhaps from the foam. Seriously, though, such a proposition is nearly as complete a fairy tale as the Greek legend of the goddess of love. When one sees the maintainers of the oversea route obliged to say, as Dr. P.H. J.J. Valentini does, that any one of the points of the compass may have been the direction from which this remarkable people came, one is face to face with arguments too vague to be worthy of being called arguments at all. There is no dealing with such rash generalizations. One must leave their amiable employers to get what comfort they can from them, with just this reservation. The Toltec tradition and its dates demand the acceptance of the postulate that the Toltecs arrived in Mexico in considerable numbers, for between 648 A.D., the generally accepted date of their traditionary landing, and the 12th century, when they were expelled by the Aztecs, there is not time for a mere handful of immigrants to have metamorphosed themselves into a nation numbering many millions, as the Toltec story insists on our believing. They must therefore have landed in great quantities, and such an exodus as this presupposes, well within historic times too, must have left, no matter what land they hailed from, some record behind it. No such record exists in any quarter of the globe of an exodus of even approximate date. So far, then, these Toltecs are veritable spectre people, coming from nowhere, going nowhere, like the coffin of Mahomet, suspended in the mid-air of Mexico's traditionary history. Let us now pass on to Chapter 2 of the Toltec romance. This is concerned with the arrival in Mexico of the militant Aztecs. Now, who are the Aztecs? D.G. Brinton, Dr. Richardson, and all students of American ethnology agree in believing them to have been a branch tribe of the savage and warlike Athapascans. This view is unassailable on physical and philological grounds. Their arrival in Mexico is probably fairly accurately given by their traditions as towards the end of the 12th or the beginning of the 13th century. Everyone is agreed that at the time of their invasion they were simply barbaric warriors. They brought no building specifications with them. Nothing, in short, but a thirst for battle and new lands. Now, whom did they find in Mexico? They found a race whom they at once nicknamed Toltecs. Here then at last we are getting to grips with these mysterious folk. Toltec is a pure Aztec or Nahuatl word, which is believed to have had a primary meaning of those who dwelt at Tonalan, place of the sun. Some authorities, following the Codex Ramirez, derive it from Tolin, rush, that is, the place of the rushes, but which in Neta Nahuatl, according to Dr. Otto Stoll, undoubtedly had the meaning of skilled craftsman, artificer, or builder. The Aztecs had never seen a building before, and they just as naturally christened the race they had conquered by an allusion to their chief characteristic, their strange building skill, as the coalition of Germanic tribes in the 3rd century gained the name Franks from their chief characteristic, their love of freedom. What could possibly be clearer? Toltec is a local name, having no existence at all till the arrival of the Aztecs, a mere nickname, we shall hope to prove, for the Mexican branch of the vast family of affiliated tribes which had from prehistoric times inhabited Central America, and, a fact most important of all to grasp, inhabit it today. In a word, The Toltecs are the Mayans. When you have realized all this, it is surely very easy to see how the Toltec myth, which has proved the undoing of so many earnest students, arose. The Aztecs came out of the north. There is at least no doubt of that. More, there is every reason to believe that they came from the northwest, the very quarter so fanatically urged as the direction whence came the Toltecs. It is doubtful whether they could speak the language of the race they ousted. In fact, it is by no means a bold assumption to declare they could not. With them they undoubtedly brought many traditions. When you grasp all this, and realize the further fact that Tula, the much talked of Toltec city, that place which is, it is suggested, identifiable with the present-day town 40 miles north of Mexico City, became the first Aztec capital in their new land, and remained so till, under Moctezuma's leadership, they advanced and founded Tenochtitlan, the present city of Mexico, the blindest and most obtuse can surely see what the truth is. The whole Toltec imbroglio is the result of a confusion between the histories of two people. The Aztecs came from the north. The Mayans were architects. Though they were first and foremost fighters, the conquerors appear to have taken very kindly to their conquered neighbors' civilization. Becoming in their turn architects, nothing would be more natural than the arrogant Aztecs should have at least arrived at such an identification of themselves with the Mayans that the traditions and histories of the two races became once and for all inextricably mingled till they formed such an indivisible tangle as to defy the efforts of chroniclers to unravel. The confusion between the story of the two peoples just as naturally resulted in the Tula portion of the Toltec myth. It was in all probability the first place at which the Aztecs saw the buildings which so astonished them, as it certainly would seem to have been the place which they chose as their early capital. The importance thus attached by them to it would very naturally in the course of time give it an importance in the history of the Toltec Mayans who had been expelled from it. As the early stories of the two peoples became confused, Tula would be traditionally believed to be the first city of the Toltecs as well as that of their conquerors. That it was not the first city built in Mexico by the Toltec Mayans we have not the slightest doubt. We do not go so far as D.G. Brinton. We cannot agree with him that it was built by the Aztecs or Mexicans. It probably was a town in existence at the coming of the Aztecs, though quite a small settlement of a race which had by that time dotted a large part of their present territory with far greater cities. That it had any greater significance to its founders, there is not a tittle of real evidence. It was simply the first town to which the Aztecs came, and around it and its past, imagination ran riot. The tendency of semi-civilized peoples to exaggerate some fact of no importance into a great feat or epoch-making event is exemplified again and again in history. Thus it is natural enough that Tula should have attained a traditionary importance out of all proportion to its real place in Toltec Mayan history. The only ultimate authorities for the Toltec theory are the two chroniclers Ixtlilxochitl, a Mexican native, and Vietia, a Spaniard, both of whom wrote their histories subsequent to the conquest. There is no reason to believe them willfully misleading, they simply recorded traditions then and always current. They had at their disposal the whole existing writings and traditions of their times. They had the picture writings and doubtless consulted the oldest and most intelligent of the Indians. But what of these sources of knowledge? The picture writings were simply the compilations of the Aztecs and were of no great date. Indeed, it is certain that most of them were not written until the century previous to the conquest. As to the Indians, it is obvious that such oral tradition as they had to communicate could be of very little real service to the historian. They were one and all enslaved and degraded by the Spaniards, and traditions, if not got from unmolested, unconquered natives, are always unreliable, as it has been proved again and again by the missionaries working among subjugated races. Under such circumstances, it is notorious that natives will tell any fairy tales which a fertile imagination, or a desire to ingratiate themselves with their new masters, dictates. Such, then, is the flimsy foundation upon which the whole Toltec structure has been reared. Now, who were the people whom the Aztecs named Toltecs? We have already declared them to have been the ancestors of the present Mayans of Yucatan and the surrounding countries, in a word, Mayans themselves. Let us see if we can get some way on the road to proof of our assertion. That a people were living in Mexico before the Aztec invasion cannot be doubted. But if, as these Toltec enthusiasts would have us believe, they were apart from any and all other American peoples, where are they today? From the land of ice to the land of fire, there was not a spot that was so thickly populated at the discovery of America that a weaker tribe need have been wiped out. America was so sparsely inhabited that a conquered tribe could always find some direction to flee and form a new settlement. But if we accept the Toltec myth, we have to believe that a nation numbering some 4 or 5 millions in the 11th century had at the time of the conquest, 4 centuries later, disappeared. It is just possible, but it is most improbable. But if they did not disappear, where are we to look for this mislaid nation? Tradition says they went south. But was the country to the south of Mexico uninhabited then? For if these Toltecs were not strong enough to withstand the attacks of the Aztecs in their own strongholds, it is scarcely reasonable to suppose they would be of sufficient strength or in sufficient numbers to possess themselves of and conquer the inhabitants of a country along the fertile plains of one part of which, Guatemala, they would have found, it may be reasonably supposed, as dense a population as the Spaniards found later. The Toltec theory presumes that the expelled architects went south and found vast empty spaces where they continued their building operations. This is presuming altogether too much. Yucatan, Chiapas, Guatemala were all inhabited at that time. What the Spaniards found there proves that much. But if you accept our suggestion that the Toltecs were but an outlying branch of the great Mayan race which possessed all Central America from Arizona and Texas to the frontier line of Nicaragua, then the miraculous disappearance of the Toltecs is not miraculous at all. They fled south among their own people and became absorbed by a natural process in the various parts of Mayan territory, where they found buildings as great and greater than any they had built in their northern Mexican home. Far from the fugitives of the militant Aztecs being the founders of the wonderful cities in Yucatan and Guatemala, they were at the time of their flight probably much less civilized than their cousins at Chichen or Palenque. But who were these Mayans, and where did they obtain their knowledge of building? No race can develop the art of building in stone without leaving well-marked traces of its slow growth. First, there is the rough stone building, which would be traceable in heaps of crumbling rough-hewn stones where they had fallen. Next would come that stage where they would learn to mortar the stones together, perhaps adding rude ornamentation on the exterior walls. Very slowly the roughness would give place to better hewn stones, patterns in the ornamentation would be evolved, and finally you would get the same ornamentation all over the country, identical as is the decoration of such cities as Caba, Chichen and Uxmal. But there is no crude work in Yucatan. The unornamented buildings, such as the Akat Tzip at Chichen, are obviously of the same date as the ornamented structures. They have the same form, the same finish of stone, and everything points to the fact that the plainness of buildings was deliberate and in some way in keeping with the purpose of the edifice. We have searched for the early stages of the Mayan building civilization in the caves of Yucatan, where traces, if anywhere, of the embryonic efforts of the architects might be expected, but we searched in vain. Of those caves that have been inhabited, there are but few that have any signs of building inside, and none with any traces of carvings. A typical cave of those which had been built in we found in Cozumel Island, but it was almost certain that it had not been used as a habitation for any long period. Its front, which had stood exposed to weather and the intrusion of wild beasts, had been built up, with a doorway in the center. Its floor of earth was found some 4 feet beneath the debris that had blown in and collected since its ancient occupiers had deserted it, and just under this level were found a small jar of beads, and scattered around were potsherds in a layer of charcoal where the cave dweller had done his cooking. It is the opinion of Mr. Henry C. Mercer, Hill Caves of Yucatan, Philadelphia, 1896, who in 1896 examined most of the caves of the southern Sierras, that they were not dwellings but mere halting places of a wandering people. He could find in them no trace of an evolution of stone building. Of those that had any kind of carving, he says, "They are random, sketchy figures, many of which suggested pictographs of North American Indians. With a few exceptions there was little of the mannerism of Yucatan about them, and if they had been inscribed on a cliffside of the Susquehanna or in Ohio, few of them would have seemed out of place." The objects which he found, and the depth at which he found them, only went further to prove that his conclusions were correct. Bones of animals which had served as food, charcoal and potsherds, with earth of sometimes a foot deep between the layers, went to show that the cave was inhabited and evacuated, and then left for some years before it was again occupied. From the fact that horses' teeth were found in many of them, but always of course in the topmost layers, it may be assumed that the caves were in use, perhaps only when a rout was taking place, after the arrival of the Spaniards. But the fact that none of the potsherds discovered in the caves are like those usually found among the ruins, and especially the fact that no vases with hieroglyphics on them are found, go to show that the caves in Yucatan were but little in use, if at all, among the building Mayans. From all this it would seem safe to conclude that if these caves were ever permanent habitations, it was at a period anterior to the great building age of the Mayan race, when their civilization was in the crude stage to which many of the North Americans had attained. This conclusion is certainly supported by the fact above referred to, that the coarse carvings at Opichen are almost facsimiles of those of the pictographs of the northern tribes. Thus, everything would seem to point to the conclusion that, whoever these Mayan builders were, their knowledge of architecture was not slowly evolved by them, but came to them, a veritable gift of the gods already developed from some foreign source. What that source was, we shall endeavor to show in the next chapter. The point to be dealt with here is, what were the ethnical affinities of the Mayans themselves? To what branch of the great American family do they belong? We have endeavored to show that the mysterious disappearance of the Toltecs, and the traditionary account of their flight south, point very clearly to the conclusion that the country south of Mexico was at the arrival of the Aztecs inhabited by the kindred of those so-called Toltecs. A curious corroboration of this is to be found in the existence of a tribe known as the Huastecas, who form a colony around the Panuco River in the east of Mexico, and on the adjoining coast of the Gulf. Every ethnologist agrees that these people are pure Mayans, but the puzzle has been to explain their presence in Mexico, where today there are no other pure Mayans. The usual explanation is that they represent a solitary immigration from Yucatan. Is this at all likely? Is it possible to believe that a mere handful of emigrants could have succeeded in making a lodgment on the Mexican coast in the face of the certain opposition they would have met with from the militant Aztecs? It would have been almost an impossibility, nor does the piece of country held by the Huastecas possess any of those features which might be expected to attract immigrants. It seems to us far more likely that these Huastecas represent a remnant of the original inhabitants of Mexico expelled by the Aztecs, that while the bulk fled southward, a small band moved eastward unnoticed and established themselves on the Panuco River, the Aztecs being too occupied with their conquests in the south to trouble much about them. Thus, with some years to consolidate their position, they either remained unmolested or were actually able to hold their own against the Aztecs till the conquest. This seems a far more reasonable explanation of the presence of these undoubted Mayans in the east of Mexico. As the Aztecs pushed their way into the north of Mexico, the vast majority of peaceful Mayans, no match for the warlike strangers, fled naturally south, save these few Huastecas who, going eastward, were either strong enough to repulse their foes, or took refuge in lands which did not attract the Aztecs so much as the rich valleys of central Mexico, and thus formed a permanent settlement on the east coast, while their kinsfolk joined the Mayan populations of Yucatan and Guatemala. But when you have assumed that the Toltecs were Mayans, you are still confronted by an ethnological problem. It has proved curiously difficult to classify the Mayans among the other peoples of America. The Aztecs are satisfactorily accounted for as Shoshones, a tribe of the Athapascans, and some ethnologists have tried to prove that the Mayans are also of the same stock. These efforts have proved futile. All available evidence is against such a conclusion. Physically, the two peoples are quite separate, even today. The most casual observer traveling in the two countries of Mexico and Yucatan must be struck, as we were, by the marked distinction in features and general physique between the two. But a still more cogent proof of their separation is afforded by a study of the two languages. They are quite different in structure, vocabulary, and everything. But this very question of language has enabled D.G. Brinton to track the Mayans to their stock. By a careful comparison of 100 Natchez, an Apalachian tribe, words with their equivalents in the Mayan dialects, he has proved a very remarkable affinity between the two languages. Of these 100, he writes, 5 have affinities, more or less marked, to words peculiar to the Huastecas of the river Panuco, 13 to words common to Aztecas and Mayan, and 39 to words of similar meaning in the latter language. This linguistic similarity would be remarkable by itself. But when you find that physically such Appalachian tribes as the Seminoles and Creeks are strikingly like the Mayan type, and when you realize that this Appalachian stock was all round the land of the Mayans, it is difficult to resist the conclusion that the Mayans must be ultimately referred to this stock. The Appalachians joined Mexico on the northeast. They stretched down the peninsula of Florida and probably originally inhabited Cuba and some of the West Indian islands before the arrival there of the powerful Arawak people who were found in the islands by the Spanish. Being thus all round Mexico and Yucatan, it would be curious if some of the Appalachians were not found in those countries. Ethnological data are woefully lacking in all questions affecting the vast congeries of peoples which go to form the aborigines of the two Americas. But it would certainly seem that philologically, physically, and geographically we here have such evidence as points very clearly to the Mayans being a remote offshoot of the Appalachian stock. But if they are Appalachians, they certainly did not derive their building skill from their ancestors. Florida and the eastern states are devoid of all ancient buildings. The much-discussed mounds of the Mississippi district have not the remotest relationship with the temples and palaces of Yucatan, but are probably totemic symbols, nothing more or less. On this subject, Professor Cyrus Thomas, in Problems of the Ohio Mounds, Washington, 1889, writes, "Mexico, Central America, and Peru are dotted with the ruins of stone edifices, but in all the mound-building area of the United States, not the slightest vestige of one attributable to the people who erected the eastern structures is to be found. Though hundreds of groups of mounds marking the sites of ancient villages are to be seen scattered over the Mississippi Valley and the Gulf States, yet nowhere can there be found an ancient house." It is true that the island of Cuba has never been really thoroughly explored, but enough has been done to show that there are no building finds likely there. Señor Andrés Poy, in a paper on Cuban antiquities, read before the American Ethnological Society in 1855, speaks of the great scarcity in the island of relics of stones. Only 4 statues, very rude representations of anthropoid ape-like mammals, had been found. As monkeys were not known to have ever existed in Cuba, it would certainly seem as if these carvings had been brought over from Yucatan, with the Mayan inhabitants of which country it is certain that the Cuban Arawaks traded. The stone implements and earthenware vases found have also, for the most part, been attributed to the same source. Of stone buildings the Arawaks had none. The villages consisted, says D.G. Brinton, writing in the American Archaeologist of October 1898, of 10 to 12 communal houses, always perishable, none having been heard of as stone. If then the Mayans are akin to the Appalachians, there is no trace among their kindred of such elementary forms of building as would have certainly been found if the architecture which has made them so famous had been naturally developed. Thus we are bound to conclude that it was exotic, that they learnt it from some foreign visitors to their territory long after they had split off and migrated thither from the Appalachian centre. Who those foreign visitors were we will try to prove in the succeeding chapter. Here let us summarize the foregoing pages as follows. 1. The Toltec theory is myth, not history. 2. The Toltecs were never an historical nationality. 3. The word Toltec was a nickname given by the invading Aztecs to the race inhabiting Mexico on their arrival. 4. The Toltecs were Mayans, the ancestors, with their kinsmen further south, of those Mayan peoples today, as at the Spanish conquest, inhabiting Central America from the isthmus of Tehuantepec in southern Mexico to the frontier of Nicaragua. 5. The Mayans are of the Appalachian stock, and had long been settled in Central America before the invasion of the Aztecs. 6. The architectural skill of the Mayans was not developed by them naturally, but was introduced from a foreign country some centuries before the Aztecs invaded their northernmost possessions. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 23. Who were America's first architects? Part 1. The proposition that the Mayans were taught to build by foreign visitors involves 3 postulates. 1. Such foreign visitors came from a land where the knowledge of architecture had reached a considerable degree of perfection. 2. They landed in Central America well within historic times. 3. They belonged to none of the so-called white races. These postulates very materially narrow the area of the globe in which we can profitably look for their home, and the task which at first sight appears to rival the proverbial one of looking for a needle in a haystack becomes, if approached by the light of common sense, comparatively simple. Common sense cannot be said to have distinguished most of those who have striven heretofore to crack this architectural nut. Broadly speaking, there have been two contending bands of theorists: those who were determined at all costs to claim the architecture of Central America as homegrown, and those who, figuratively speaking, shut their eyes and with the map of the world before them, and bodkin in hand, pricked some spot, opened their eyes, and triumphantly declared, "There's the place." As for the first, we have done our best in the last chapter to show that they have not a leg to stand on. As for the second, they have defeated their efforts by their own vagueness. They have wandered over the earth's surface and chosen in turn any and every country which at any period of its history has been known to possess an architecture of its own. Thus have the Egyptians, the Scandinavians, the Phoenicians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Tatars, the Polynesians, all in turn been suggested as the originators of America's native architecture. East, West, South, North, races in nearly every continent have been commandeered to act either as the parents of the whole Mayan people or as their foreign tutors in the art of building. The most remarkable of all theories was that advanced by Dr. Lu Plongeon, who invited the world to believe that the Mayans, or Mayaks, as he insisted upon calling them, were the first of all races in the world to become architects, and that they taught the art to the ancient Egyptians and everybody else. In pursuance of this perfectly lunatic suggestion, he dated the civilization of Central America 11,500 years back. This preposterous proposition was received with the Homeric laughter it so richly deserved. But really, there was something to be said for the poor doctor's point of view. He belonged to the class of theorists who at all hazards wished to give America the glory of having produced the very remarkable building skill shown to have existed in her central territories. The only difference between him and his fellow theorists was that he had the courage of his convictions, and they had not. A few thousand years were trifles to a man who could theorize so briefly as Lu Plongeon, and courage is always admirable. The good doctor was at least no craven, no timorous, afraid of his own shadow type of theorist. He was a titan among the theorizing minnows, a genius in the art, for he possessed the genius of enthusiasm. The others of the indigenous school have proved half-hearted and vague. If you insist upon their coming to the point and saying whence the builders really came, they try to parry your insistence by asking a question in their turn. Whence came the African Negroes? To this the correct reply, according to Professor E. Morse, is from Africa, of course. Originally? Yes, originally. They constitute the African or Negro subspecies of man. This is a mode of arguing which is fundamentally unsound for the excellent reason that the cases of the African and American races are not analogous. For even if the aboriginal peoples of America could be assumed to be as strictly indigenous in their habitat as the Negroid peoples are generally held to be in theirs, you have still to explain an isolated outburst of civilization in Central America marking off an extraordinarily restricted area, comparatively speaking, from the vast continental expanses north and south. But the ethnical problems of the Negro and the American are not even so far analogous, for, as all the world knows, the generally accepted theory as to the American race is that it must be ultimately referred to the Mongoloid division of mankind, and that the New World was in prehistoric times peopled from Asia. But if this view, supported as it is by a physical resemblance, in some cases so remarkable as to quite stultify the suggestion of coincidence, were upset, you would still be confronted with the unanswerable question: if American architecture is of home growth, why was it restricted to one very small area? For the proposition that it is indigenous almost demands the postulate that it evolved at such an early date in some form or other as to allow time for it to spread far into the north and south of the New World. If any deduction is possible from its singular localization, it is surely that it was introduced from outside, and at so comparatively recent a date before the arrival of the white race in the Americas as not to have permitted time for it to spread far. Everything then points to the exotic nature of American architecture. Whence came its originators? Our postulates enable us to narrow the inquiry to Egypt, Japan, China, India, Ceylon, and the Malay Peninsula. Let us take these possibilities in this order. Egypt has been a great temptation to many, and in truth it is difficult, when you are first face to face with such very Egyptian-looking statues as the Atlantean figures which we found at Chichen, and which are described on page 98, to resist the thought that there must be some connection between the stone marvels of the Nile Valley and the palaces of Yucatan. But putting aside the extraordinary difficulties in the way of mapping a possible route by which the connection between the two peoples could be effected, all available evidence is against you. The buildings of the two races are unlike in structure and design, in ornamentation and decoration, and if this dissimilarity could be explained away, and an attempt made to link the two ethnically, there is not a shred of evidence, physically, mythologically, philologically, or such as might be derived from a community of manners and customs, to help out the effort. With Egypt gone, we have to deal with the different parts of Asia mentioned. Asia has been popular with many theorizers, lured on by the recollection that the greatest ethnologists agree that America was peopled from Asia via the Bering Straits. They see no difficulty in the Mayan architects coming that way too. Indeed, these straits are a very tempting spot, the narrow neck of land where the two continents almost join. It is less than 36 miles across between East Cape, Asia, and Prince of Wales Cape, America. And on those rare days when the atmosphere permits, it is almost always foggy thereabouts, one can see across with the naked eye. Between the two capes are three small, now uninhabited islands, and the deepest part of the channel is but 30 fathoms, 180 feet. Before Bering's expedition to this region in 1728, it was thought that the continents did actually join, for Dezhnev, the Russian who is said to have sailed these waters in 1648, was regarded as an inventor of fables when he stated that a passage existed. The affinity of the Eskimos to the Japanese has long been a favorite theme of ethnologists, and Dr. Torrell, who devoted much time and study to this question, thinks he has proved past all dispute that the two peoples are kinsmen. But be this as it may, and whether one accepts or not the peopling of the Americas from Asia via the Bering Straits, it is as good as impossible to maintain that the builders came into America by this route. Were this so, we should most certainly find traces of their march south to the chief field of their activities. The most fanatical of the theorists must surely admit that the fact that we do not, is an insuperable objection to their theory. That a migrating race of architects passed through the whole length of North America and kept their art a profound secret till they reached the center of the New World is literally unthinkable. No, if America was peopled from Asia, it was in times so remote that the inhabitants of Asia did not themselves know the art of building. The age of American man has been a keenly debated question. Nothing has yet been found which can be reckoned a proof that he existed previous to the present geological epoch. Dr. Lund, who has devoted much time to the problem, states that he found but one trace of man among those of the extinct mammalia, and this was dubious, for there were signs that the strata where they were discovered had been disturbed within some recent period, during which the human remains had possibly been buried. But American man must at least be prehistoric, and being so, he is all too early, if he was to bring the knowledge of building with him. And if it is urged that the mysterious architects came in well within historic times, after the New World was already peopled by their kinsmen, the lack of traces of them and their art is more than ever a full answer. That the builders came from Asia we are convinced, but they came direct to Central America by sea. Taking Japan as first of the Asiatic countries from which the builders may have come, there is much made of the close similarity of the objects found in the shell heaps of North America and the upper Amazon on the one hand, and on the other, those of North and South Japan, especially those of Amori. The pottery is much alike. You have the crenellated fillet and the cord markings. But these features of prehistoric pottery have been shown to exist among many peoples. Again, there is a close resemblance in the stone implements found. But Sir John Evans, in his Ancient Stone Implements of Great Britain, points out that stone implements are identical in most lands. He instances those of the Nile Valley, which are so precisely like those found in the Kentish oolite, that the most experienced archaeologist could not tell them apart. But if there is nothing in this positive evidence, there is much in the negative evidence available. The architecture of Japan is derived from the Chinese, and is of a comparatively recent date. It is in all ways dissimilar to that of Central America. Further, that the Japanese early possessed the potter's wheel is proved by their ancient mortuary vessels. There was not a potter's wheel in America. Again, the Japanese ritual of the 3rd and 4th centuries, as contained in the Kojiki and Nihonji, have no analogy with Mexican ritual. Again, in Japan and Korea, we find bronze mirrors and bells unknown in America, and an early knowledge of tempering steel in Japan is quite lacking in the land of the Mayans. What about China? Here there are vague resemblances between the buildings of the two peoples, but at most, they are those features in which one might trace a similarity between the productions of any two building races. As in Japan, ritual and customs are all distinct from those found among the Mayans. Those who would have us believe that Central American civilization was of Chinese origin have been much influenced by that fable, promulgated by the Chinese historian Li Yan, who lived in the 7th century. He states the existence of a country, which he calls the land of the Fusang, and which he declared lay 40,000 li eastward of China. Li Yan had the tale from a Buddhist priest, Hui Shan, but the curious point is that the latter described himself as a priest coming from the land of the Fusang, and says nothing as to how he got there or how he became a Buddhist in this unknown country. In an article in Volume 1V of New Annals of Voyages entitled Researches Regarding the Country of the Fusang, H.J. von Klaproth points out that this could not have been Mexico because of the horses and carts mentioned. and these were of course unknown in Mexico in pre-conquest times. He says Japan was the place, and this he supports by showing that it was early called Fusang, beautiful. The distance as given by Li Yan is, according to Klaproth, no difficulty, as the li was a very variable measure, quite apart from the fact that the priest would have no accurate means of measuring. His 40,000 li may be on par with the mulberry trees thousands of feet high and the silkworms 7 feet long, which form part of his fairy tale. As Professor E. Morse points out in his pamphlet, Was Middle America Peopled from Asia? In a problem like this, small proofs are often most valuable, and if all else were lacking, the absence in Central America of the glazed roofing tile so common in China from 2000 BC is very significant, seeing that pottery glazing had been brought to a high point of perfection there. Again, in China, the potter's wheel and the plow were in common use from the earliest times, but there is no trace of either in Central America. Indeed, no one has been able to produce a piece of real evidence for the theory that the Chinese endowed the Mayans with their art of building. But if in Egypt, Japan, and China we have not been even warm, as children's forfeit games have it, when we turn to India and the Malay Peninsula, we are growing distinctly burning. In such a problem, the evidence most valuable is perhaps afforded by the opinions of those who have not worked in the special field of archaeology, and are thus untrammeled by theories. Let us start with one or two such opinions, and then we will pass from this general to the particular evidence to which our minds prove that America obtained her architecture from this part of Asia. Mr. R. Spence Hardy, in his book Eastern Monarchism, London 1850, after seeing drawings of the monuments of Yucatan, on page 22 writes, "The ancient edifices of Chichen in Central America bear striking resemblance to the topes of India. The shape of one of the domes, the apparent size, the small tower on the summit, the trees growing on the sides, the appearance of masonry here and there, the style of ornamentation, and the small doorways at the base, are so exactly similar to what I have seen at Anuradhapura that when my eyes first fell upon the engravings of the remarkable ruins, I supposed that they were represented in illustration of the Dagobas of Ceylon." Writing in the Edinburgh Review for April 1867, another author says, "The great temple at Palenque so closely corresponds in its principal details with that of Borobudur in the province of Kedu, Java, as to place beyond all reasonable debate the common purpose and origin of both. Both were elevated on a series of graduated platforms or terraces, and are reached by successive flights of steps, facing the cardinal points. The chambers in both are disproportionately small, with no apertures, except the doorways, for the admission of air and light. Their curved ceilings, formed of stones overlapping each other, triangular-wise, and constituting what is known as the Cyclopean arch, are precisely alike." Other authors might be quoted to show that the general appearance of the two sets of ruins is so similar as to attract the attention of the casual visitor. But we will now pass to our particular evidence. As will have been seen from many of our illustrations, the buildings of Central America were, with but a few exceptions, built on pyramids. Now it is a fact that wherever Buddhism prevailed in ancient times, we find a truncated pyramid, either of the square or round form. As at the temple of Borobudur, these pyramids generally had buildings on the top. They were built of earth and rubble, covered with a layer of bricks or hewn stone, the whole then plastered over with stucco which, according to Spence Hardy, is composed of lime, coconut water, and the juice of the paragua. the ruins of Chichen, Uxmal, Kaaba, Sayil, Labna, and all the others we visited were built in the same way. The pyramids are invariably built of earth and rubble covered over with a layer of hewn stone slabs of various sizes. The walls of buildings, as in the tennis courts at Chichen, often had a section in the center filled up with rubble, and in most cases the whole had been stuccoed over. Now let us take that most characteristic of all features of Mayan architecture, the so-called Mayan arch. In the strict sense, it is not an arch at all. It never reached the stage of being curved, but was a series of inverted steps rising to the roof and crowned with a slab, as will be plainly seen in our illustration. Sometimes the steps were hewn off so as to give an even surface on which plaster was smeared. Now this peculiar arch is found in ancient Buddhist structures and nowhere else in the world. John Crawford, in his History of the Indian Archipelago, 3 volumes, Edinburgh, 1820, in Volume 2, page 200, when speaking of the interior of the buildings there, writes, "The stones overlap each other within so as to present to the eye the appearance of inverted steps of a stair. The builders of Brahmanan had possessed the art of turning the elliptical arch and vault, for the entrances and doorways are all arched and the roofs vaulted. A circular vault or arch, however, is nowhere to be found among the ruins, and the principle of turning an arch is nowhere carried to such a length as to convey the impression of grandeur or magnificence." This might as appropriately have been written of the Mayan buildings, where in the very few instances the arch was continued along more than one side of the building, as in the Castillo of Chichen. It does not make a circular turn, but comes to a corner and then goes off at right angles. The only circular turning arch we saw was the continuously rounded one in the Caracol at Chichen. Next, let us take the interior wall paintings of the buildings of both countries. Most of the inner walls of the buildings in Central America bear traces of paints on the plaster. The biggest room at Chichen, that on the south side of the nunnery, 47 feet by 9, was once covered with paintings from the floor to the apex of the roof. So were the smaller rooms, but owing to vandalism and natural decay of the plaster, they cannot now be properly traced. There is, however, enough to show that they represented the inhabitants of the city. Again, in the House of the Tigers, standing up gaunt and majestic on the wall of the tennis court, the everyday life of the builders is depicted by the artist in blues, greens, yellows, and a reddish brown. Now turn to the ancient Buddhist edifices. Spence Hardy, Eastern Monachism, page 230, says, "The whole interior, whether rock, wall, or statue, is painted in brilliant colors, but yellow much predominates. In one place the artist has attempted to depict part of the early history of the island, beginning with the voyage of Vijaya, which is represented by a ship with only the lower mast, and without sails. Alongside are fishes as large as a vessel. In representing the buildings of the great dagobas of Anuradhapura, the proportions are no better preserved, and these artificial mountains appear to be little larger than the persons employed in finishing them. The ornamental paintings, where proportion was not of paramount importance, are very neat, and all the colors appear to be permanent and bright. This lack of proportion in the human figures is very noticeable at Chichen, the figures often entirely dwarfing the huts in which they are supposed to be standing. Next, let us take the isolated example of decoration, about which there has been much controversy, the red hand. We have before spoken of this strange mark on the walls of Mayan buildings. It looks like a hand that has been dipped in a reddish-brown pigment, almost blood color, and then pressed upon the wall. This in many cases it undoubtedly is, for the actual lines of the hand can be discerned. Now Lou Perjon, in his Vestiges of the Mayans, was the first, we believe, to call attention to the fact that the New York Herald of April 12, 1879, in describing General Ulysses S. Grant's visit to Ram Singh, Maharaja of Jaipur, says, "We passed small temples, some of them ruined, some others with offerings of grains or fruits or flowers, some with priests and people at worship. On the walls of some of the temples, we saw the marks of the human hand as though it had been steeped in blood and pressed against the white wall. We were told that it was the custom, when seeking from the gods some benison, to note the vow by putting the hand into a liquid and printing it on the wall. This was to remind the gods of the vow and prayer, and if it came to pass in the shape of rain or food or health or children, the joyous devotee returned to the temple and made offerings." Stephens, in the appendix of Volume 2 of Incidents of Travel in Yucatan, gives a communication from Henry Rowe Schoolcraft, who writes, "The figure of the human hand is used by the North American Indians to denote supplication to the Deity or Great Spirit. In the course of many years' residence on the frontiers, including various journeyings among the tribes, I have had frequent occasion to remark the use of the hand alone as a symbol, but it has generally been a symbol applied to the naked body after its preparation and decoration for sacred or festive dances. And the fact deserves further consideration from these preparations being generally made in the arcanum of the medicine or secret lodge or some other private place, and with the skill of the priests, or medicine man's, or juggler's art. The mode of applying it in these cases is by smearing the hand of the operator with white or colored clay, and pressing it on the breast, the shoulder, or other part of the body. The idea is thus conveyed that a secret influence, a charm, a mystic power, is given to the dancer, arising from his sanctity or his proficiency in the occult arts. This use of the hand is not confined to a single tribe of people. I have noticed it alike among the Dakotas, the Winnebagos, and other western tribes, as among the numerous branches of the red race still located east of the Mississippi River, above the latitude of 42 degrees, who speak dialects of the Algonquin languages. There is thus no doubt that the red hand of the Mayans had its analogy among the tribes of North America, and thus by itself it is of little moment in the present argument. But we have made a singular and most important discovery. On the friezes of the stupa of Barahat in India, found in 1873 by Sir Alexander Cunningham, the date of the building which is accepted as approximately 200 BC, are rows of hands carved. These hands are precisely similar in shape to those we discovered in great numbers on the ruins of the island of Cozumel, and to those we saw on other Mayan ruins. There can be no doubt as to the identity of this symbolic decoration, and we believe that here exists a most important link in the chain of evidence connecting America and the East. There are those who will at once declare that the very fact that the symbol can be shown to have a very wide use in North America forbids the idea that it came from the East. This is clearly not so. If the date we shall suggest as the likely one for the arrival of the Eastern immigrants in Central America, by even approximately accurate, there would be ample time for the symbols to spread sufficiently into the North for Schoolcraft in the middle of the 19th century to find it broadcast among very distant tribes. Among such a proverbial superstitious race as the American Indians, such a symbol would rapidly catch on, and the fact that a very extended trade existed between the natives of Yucatan and the tribes around the Gulf of Mexico from early times makes its introductions very easily explained fact. Next, let us make a brief examination of the architectural ornamentation of the ancient buildings of the Buddhist East and those of Central America, and see if there exist any similarities which are of a nature to help the proof of the connection. Much has been made of that peculiar feature of Mayan decorative art, the snouted mask or elephant trunk, common on the buildings of Palenque, Chichen and Uxmal, and many other cities. This is shown in many of our illustrations. It is a trunk-like projection which is used as an ornamentation on the cornices. In this some have eagerly found a reminiscence of India's elephant. There would not seem to be the least reason for these zoological speculations. An examination of the ornament reveals a rudely carved face on the wall behind, and if we turn to the Codex Cortesianus we find recurring therein the figure of a deity with a peculiarly elongated nose, an exact miniature of this much discussed architectural ornamentation. Thus, there can be little doubt that the snouted mask was the symbol of a deity, possibly the tapir god, who is always represented with a snout which is a parody of that of the real animal. But if there is nothing in the elephant theory of the so-called snouted mask, there is a very curious type of ornamentation in some of the Mayan buildings which may prove of great import in this connection. At Labna, at Copan and elsewhere, are found, as the finish of cornices, alligator heads, the one we saw at Labna having a half-curled elephant trunk, with jaws agape, from within them a grotesque face peering out. This is so peculiar a design that it must be admitted that a parallel to it in any land would be at least suggestive. We have found an exact parallel where we should most have hoped to find it. Heads of the alligator's congener, the crocodile, exist in large numbers at Borobudur and in the ruined Buddhist cities of Ceylon. In his Cambodge at Java, 1896, M. Albert Tissandier gives illustrations of the gargoyles decorating the terraces of Borobudur, showing them to be the fantastic heads of crocodiles, surmounted by a half-curled elephant trunk. He writes, we translate, "This type of crocodile, ornamented with the trunk of an elephant, appears to be of Sinhalese origin. I have remarked numerous examples at Anuradhapura in Ceylon, the building of which is much more ancient than Borobudur, and also at Polonnaruwa. The arcades, at Borobudur, end at the base in the head of a crocodile like the gargoyles I have described above. From out of the open jaws of these monsters peers in each case a little demon with grinning face. It is difficult indeed to believe that so singular a design and detail of decoration should have been evolved at once in ancient Buddhist India and among the American Indians of Yucatan and Guatemala. An exhaustive comparison of the ornamentation of Mayan and Eastern buildings would doubtless yield valuable data, but when we state that there are many hundreds of patterns of decoration employed on the buildings of Yucatan, it will be seen that this would need a volume to itself. Broadly speaking, the decorations of the two types of architecture are dissimilar, and if one reflects, this is really no more than one would expect. As we have said, the Eastern introducers of building could not bring with them much knowledge of detailed ornamentation. The actual decorative designs on Mayan structures might be reasonably expected to be developed in the country. Only in spots where the invaders had their actual settlements should we find any characteristic designs, and this is exactly what we do find at Copan and Quirigua, which we shall presently try to show were among the very earliest, if not the earliest, of their locations. At these two places, the ruins consist chiefly of stelae and altars, and the decorations of these are un-American and Oriental in character. but if there is little similarity between the minuter architectural details of the Mayan and Buddhist buildings, we believe that, carefully studied, the former, and particularly, as we should have expected, those at Copan and Quirigua, exhibit distinct survivals of Buddhist influence. Mr. Maudslay, in his superb series of photographs of stelae, Biologia Centrali Americana, shows clearly in the hands of nearly every figure what he calls a mannequin staff, a short stick surmounted by a human figure issuing from feathers or leaves. He cannot explain it, but we believe that it may be nothing less than a much corrupted survival of the sacred lotus held by Buddhist images. In photographs of carvings at Barahat and also at Borobudur, the Buddhas and their attendants appear to hold just such short staves, really the rubbery stem, surmounted by the lotus flower, out of which seems to issue in some instances a kind of face. There appear too, in the grasp of many figures of the friezes at Barahat, short sticks surmounted by mannequins seated on bannerets. The mannequin staves at Copan may be a blended memory of these two Buddhistic symbols. Again, Mr. Maudslay noticed a detail of Mayan decoration which has escaped other students. He points out that at Palenque and elsewhere is represented a plant which he calls a water plant because fish are seen feeding on the flowers. The leaves and flower buds, he writes, are very clearly drawn, and have somewhat the appearance of those of a water lily. He is probably right. It is a water lily, the Buddhist lotus, which figures, often with fish swimming round, in almost every carving at Borobudur and the ruined Buddhist cities. The drawing he gives of the Palenque carving is so exact a copy of the Buddhist lotus as to be quite amazing. The figures on the stelae at Copan and Quirigua in many cases have across their breasts what looks like a broad band. We believe this to be another Buddhist survival, that is, the ola or palm leaf book, which Buddha is nearly always shown holding, and which appears in the famous rock statue of King Parakrama in the ruins of Polo Naruwa. See H.W. Cave, Ruined Cities of Ceylon, exactly as portrayed in Guatemala. The headdresses of the stelae statues are most reminiscent of the triple tiara of Buddhist images. The large square or round near ornaments at Quirigua are precisely like those in the sculptures of Borobudur and in the island of Madura, a report on the ruins of which latter are published in 1904 by the Dutch government, Archaeologists Onderzoek op Java and Madura. A plate in the latter work represents stelae found in Madura in feature and decoration so amazingly like those of Quirigua that one might be forgiven for thinking one was looking at one of Mr. Maudslay's superb photographs. The latter noted at Copan curious forehead marks, which suggest to us the sacred Buddha markings. On the north face of the gigantic monolith turtle at Quirigua is a cross-legged figure in which Mr. Maudslay's plate exhibits in the fullest manner many Buddhist survivals. End of section 23. Section 24 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 24. Who were America's first architects? Part 2. At Palenque again, there are the very peculiar temples of the cross and the foliated cross, which appear to have no parallels in other Mayan ruins. We suggest that here too is a Buddhist survival, namely that the crosses, it is more obvious in the foliated one, are crude representations of the sacred tree of Buddhism, the tree of wisdom, traditionally a peepal tree, beneath which Gautama attained Buddhahood, and which occurs again and again on the Borobudur friezes and in all the ancient Buddhist carvings, and around which figures are grouped in adoration, as are those in the Palenque reliefs. As the Palenque tablets suggest that the cross is the direct object of worship, it may be worthwhile here to mention that in the oldest Buddhist scriptures, Buddha himself is never represented directly, but always under a symbol, either the sacred footprints, Buddha paths, or the tree beneath which his meditations led him to divine knowledge. But the faces of the statues will take us a step further, for they seem to be representations of those human types peculiar to Cambodia, Siam, and the Malay Peninsula, as will be seen from the illustrations. They have the elongated, somewhat oblique eye of those peoples. They have not the American, but the Siamese nose. They are beardless. For this reason, some have declared them to be women. And they wear an oriental headdress, such as is found in none of the admittedly Mayan ruins, and which we believe we have identified as the ancient Indian turban, shown clearly in the carvings at Barahat. But we must revert directly to the all-important evidences afforded by a study of Copan. Here, following up our argument that the peculiar characteristics of the invading builders would tend to weaken as they mixed more with the Indians, or as their lessons, perhaps after their deaths, were adapted to purely native ideas and designs, we find an illustration in point in Piedras Negras, a ruined city on the Usumacinta discovered by Herr Tilbert Mahler. Here, some way from their first settlement, the distinctly Oriental influence is on the wane, but it is still strong. A carving there unearthed by Herr Mahler is so reminiscent of Buddhist monuments that it must appeal to the most undiscerning. The figure of the seated god is, in truth, the best the sculptor could do from memory. Again, at Palenque, the influence of the East is fading still more from the work, yet is there some remaining. The figures have the characteristic features of the Americans and the native headgear, but the attitude is the typical Buddhist one, and there is moreover one figure which takes us back to the pure Orientalism of Copan. The principal figure, says Stephens, sits cross-legged on a couch ornamented with two leopards' heads. The attitude is easy, the physiognomy the same as that of the other personages, the expression calm and benevolent. The headdress differs from most of the others at Palenque in that it wants the plume of feathers. Central America, Chiapas and Yucatan, Volume 2, page 318. In the Buddhist carvings, Buddha is often represented seated on a couch carved in the form of a tiger or lion, or really two, for the body is double-headed. This seat is spoken of in the Sanskrit as Simhasana, literally, the seat of lions, so called from the crouching animals, which, however, appear in all carvings as only two. Too much must not be made of this singular circumstance, perhaps, because such animal seats have been found at Persepolis, and again in the island of Cyprus, and the Greeks got the idea from Assyria. Stephens found one of these animal couches at Uxmal, but on this there was no figure. There may not be anything in the occurrence of these seats in America, but we think it at least suggestive. At Palenque, in the cross tablets, we have the chief figure standing on dwarf crouching human forms. At Tikal, northeast of Lake Peten, a carved wooden lintel discovered by Mr. Maudslay depicts two figures standing on two crouching bodies, which he believed to represent prisoners. Elsewhere in Mayan ruins, the design prevails. Now in the Indian, Cambodian, and Javanese ruins recur again and again these crouching figures, acting as footstools for the chief personages of the sculpture. Sometimes they are human, sometimes apes or demons. They are the equivalents, it is believed, of the Hindu Garudas, who took in Hindu myth many forms, and we suggest that the Mayan fondness for this queer design was another heritage from their architectural tutors. In our description of Palenque, we have mentioned one of the most curious of all reliefs, that representing, according to Stephens, women with children in their arms. The Oriental survivors would seem to be specially strong at Palenque, and it would not surprise us if in these women figures there is hidden a cogent proof of the origin of America's first architects. In Buddhist art in India, Professor A. Grunuelo writes, at Sikri, Yusufzai, excavated by Major H. A. Dean in 1888, was found a statue of a woman accompanied by 3 children, one of which sits astride of her right hip in true Indian fashion, and which she is about to suckle. Among sculptures at Lahore Museum is a statue of a woman completely draped and holding on her left arm a child. It is suggested that these are forms of Haritri, mother of the demons. She was the mother of 500 demons or yakshas, to feed whom she daily stole a child. Buddha rebuked and converted her. An image of her was found sitting in the porch or in a corner of the dining halls of Indian monasteries, holding a babe in her arms. Why should not the Palenque figure be a representation of the Hindu goddess Haritri? A still more remarkable similarity is illustrated by a tower-like building at Yaxchilan, into which is let at about the middle a huge human face. This queer edifice has probably replicas as yet undiscovered in the forests of Guatemala. If it could be shown to have a counterpart in the Malay Peninsula, that would be a connecting link between the two civilizations, which would need some explaining away, would it not? Well, we have traced such a counterpart just where it ought to occur, if our theory is to hold good, that is, in the forests of Cambodia. At Angkor, there are several such structures built of large blocks of hewn stone. Of these extraordinary towers, M. L. Funero in the Ruines d'Angkor, Paris, 1890, gives some excellent photographs. It would need a bold man to say that the fact of these Cambodian towers having such a striking replica at a spot near the earliest settlements of her supposititious Oriental architects is due to coincidence. Then there are the curious figures carved on the walls of the nunnery at both Chichen and Uxmal and other Mayan ruins. They sit cross-legged in Buddhistic fashion in niches in the walls, surrounded by an oval-shaped ornamentation. These are like the images in the niches of the temples of all great Buddhist buildings. The oval-shaped ornamentation may easily be. It really looks exactly like the aureole which invariably surrounds the figure of the Buddha at Borobudur and elsewhere. Moreover, these figures in Yucatan have a nimbus too, just like the Buddhas. We are not, of course, endeavoring to show that the Yucatecan figures represent Buddhas, but we are suggesting that the Oriental pattern and designs for religious statuary had sunk deep into the Mayan mind. Though the sculptures of the two civilizations are not, as has been said, strikingly alike in detail, they are similar in subjects. They represent, for the most part, when not strictly religious, processions, battle scenes, and pictures of the daily life of the people. There are, too, bas reliefs showing the conquered submitting to the conqueror, the details being much like those of the famous carving on the rock at Behistan. There is not much in such similarities, as the carvings of any race would tend to be stereotyped in a common form. Where valuable evidence would be looked for is in the fields of religion and mythology. So far, wherever we have been able to show similarities between the architectures of America and the East, Buddhism has been the prevailing religion of the part of the latter in question. Do we then find any likeness between the religion of the Mayans and Buddhism? In entering upon this part of our inquiry, we must remember that the religion of a mere handful of invaders, as we must presume the Oriental builders to have been, would not appeal to the natives so much as would their arts. When you have admitted the conservative tendencies of all peoples in matters religious, it gives an added weight to any genuine parallels which are traceable between two religions in such an argument as the present. We believe we can show such genuine parallels, but first we must refer once more to the suggestion that the elephant was sacred to the Mayans. We have shown that no reliance can be placed on the zoological deductions made from the so-called elephant trunk ornaments on the Mayan buildings. But on the general question, the fact that the elephant has apparently never been indigenous to America would seem to settle the matter. No race has ever been shown to have worshipped an animal they have never actually seen. Some writers have tried to prove that the elephant or its congener, the mammoth, existed in America contemporaneously with man. Professor Newberry, in an article, The Ancient Lakes of Western America, U.S. Geological Survey Report, Washington, 1871, writes, "The elephant and mastodon continued to inhabit the interior of our continent long after the glaciers had retreated beyond the upper lakes, and when the minutest details of surface topography were the same as now. It is even claimed, here as on the European continent, that man was a contemporary of the mammoth, and that here, as there, he contributed largely to its final extinction. For this view, there would seem little real evidence. The so-called elephant figures dug up during the excavation of mounds in Wisconsin and Iowa in 1880, although declared by their finders to be miniature representations of elephants, have no tusks and are far more like the tapir of Central America. This is the American animal nearest approaching in form the elephant of Asia. That the tapir was worshipped by the Mayans, there is no doubt ample proof exists. It is certainly possible enough that this was an indigenous cult, and cannot be held to be reminiscent of an earlier worship of the elephant. What would seem to militate against such an explanation is the nature of the tapir. Animal worship undoubtedly arose in the majority of cases from one of two motives: fear or gratitude for utility. The former motive is illustrated in the adoration of the larger carnivora, while the worship of the whale, the horse, and the cow are examples of the latter. But the tapir is neither feared, he is very shy, has no tusks or other means of offense, and lives entirely in the swampy woods, never willingly meeting man. Nor is he of the least use, though it is possible his flesh has on occasions been eaten. With this, we will finally leave the elephant cult question, with the suggestion that the tapir, being the nearest approach to the elephant in the New World, may have been adopted as its successor by the invaders, and afterwards became a deity of the Mayans. Now let us see what are the parallels between Buddhism and the Mayan religion, whether in legend, doctrine, or ritual. The Buddhist priests lived during certain parts of the year in monasteries. They had no food but what they received from the people, were not allowed to marry, fasted on certain days, and spent their time in meditation, writing up their religious records, and teaching the people. This is almost the precise life led by the Mayan priests. They lived apart from the people in separate houses, and most noteworthy of all, Acosta in his Historia de los Indios says that they lived entirely by begging, or rather from the voluntary contributions of the people. Of the Buddhist monks, Sir Manier Williams in his Buddhism, page 312, describing their daily life, writes, "Arranging themselves in line, they set out with the abbot at their head to receive their food. Silently, they move on through the streets, fixing their eyes steadily on the ground 6 feet before them, meditating on the vanity and mutability of things, and only halting when a layman emerges from some door to pour his contribution of rice or fruit or vegetable into their alms bowls." The Mayan priests were not only bound to celibacy, but they were never allowed to come into contact with women. This was the Buddhist rule, though slowly to be much relaxed. Sir Manier Williams, page 152, says, "There is evidence that among certain monkish communities in northern countries the law against marriage was soon relaxed. It is well known that at the present day the Mazaris in Sikkim and Tibet swarm with children of monks, though called their nephews and nieces. A further curious parallel is that women took part in the ritual of both Mayans and Buddhists. Gautama had an early order by which women were admitted to nunneries, under the same rules as men. Among the Mayans, women were ministrants in the temples, as at Isla de Mujeres, while at Chichen, Uxmal, and other cities, there were large nuns' houses. Sir Manier Williams on page 83 says, "The eating at midday, the one meal and at no other time, was the customs of the Buddhist priests, and they fasted on prescribed days." H. Bancroft, in his Native Races of the Pacific States, 1875 to 1876, New York, says that among the priests of Mexico, fasting was observed as an atonement for sin, as well as a preparation for solemn festivals. An ordinary fast consisted of abstaining from meat for a period of 1 to 10 days, and taking one meal at noon, and at no other hour could so much as a drop of water be touched. Sir Manier Williams, page 313, says, "When the midday meal is over, all return to work. Some undertake the teaching of the boy scholars. Others read the text of the Tripitaka with their commentaries, or superintend the writers who are copying manuscripts. Some of the older members sink into deep meditation. Father Torquemada, a leading historian of Mexico, tells us that the priests passed much of their time in contemplation and in writing the annals of the country. It may be here worth mention that the Zapotecan, Mayan, priests obtained their inspiration by a species of autosuggestion terminating in an ecstatic trance. This would certainly seem to be a parallel to the Buddhist trance. Sir M. Williams, on page 506, says, Everywhere throughout the Buddhist countries, the supposed impressions of the Buddha's feet are as much honored as those of the god Vishnu by Vaishnavas. No true Vaishnava will leave his house in the morning without marking his head with the symbol of Vishnu's feet. The Jains worship the footprint on Mount Parasnath in Bengal, while there are sacred footprints of Buddha at Barahat, Sanchi, Amaravati, and the famous Adam's Peak in Ceylon and Phrabat in Siam. The latter two supposed to represent the right and left feet respectively, as he stepped in one stride from Ceylon to Siam. Now, it is a very strange fact that there is this legend of sacred footprints in America, and more curiously still, the legend associates itself with the East. In his hero myths, page 220, D.G. Brinton says, speaking of the arts of the Muicas of New Granada, the knowledge of these various arts they attributed to the instruction of a wise stranger who dwelt among them many cycles before the arrival of the Spaniards. He came from the east. In the province of Ubaque, his footprints on the solid rock were reverently pointed out long after the conquest. A second footprint was found by Dupage at Zachila, the ancient capital of the Zapotecs, a Mayan tribe, while a third, which Brinton examined in Nicaragua, an account of which is given in his The Ancient Footprint in Nicaragua, was simply the footprint of an ordinary man impressed on volcanic rock before the lava hardened. Brinton points out that the foot which made the mark was sandaled, showing that it was done by a native. But that these legendary marks had very commonplace origins does not affect the curious community of legend which thus appears to have existed between Central America and Buddhist lands. Many minor habits and customs might be cited to show how strangely alike the Mayans were, and still are, to some Buddhist peoples. Thus, all Mayan mothers carry their babies sitting astraddle of their hips, though other American Indian women carry the little ones Apache fashion in a cradle board, or in a bundle like the Mexican Aztecs, slung on their backs, and this carrying on the hip, peculiar to the Mayans, is the invariable manner of carrying the child in India, Burma, and Siam today. Another point is that the manuscripts in both countries are folded peculiarly, namely in a zigzag way. Dr. Brinton says in his Mayan Chronicles, 1882, the Maya MSS consisted of one long sheet of a kind of paper made by macerating and beating together the leaves of the maguey and afterwards sizing the surface with a durable white varnish. The sheet was folded like a screen, for example zigzag, forming pages about 9 by 5 inches. Both sides were covered with figures and characters painted in various brilliant colors. On the outer pages, boards were fastened for protection. This might be an account of the Buddhist olas, as they exist today, and as doubtless they have always existed. Again, the system of castes, peculiar to the East and unknown to the North American Red Indians, existed among the Mayans, as we have described in Chapter 14. The ancient Mayans too had 2 languages, one for use in addressing superiors and one for inferiors, and this was the case in Cambodia and Java. Many minutest customs of the 2 peoples show parallels which are hard to explain except as the result of intercourse. Thus baby girls in Java wore a string around the waist, from which hung a shell, the removal of which, during maidenhood, and until the marriage night, was regarded as sinful. This had its exact replica among the Mayans, whose girl children often still wear the shell. The Mayan carvings of priests' figures always show a carved medallion of jade or stone worn hanging by a chain round the neck. Almost without exception, this badge-like ornament hangs round the neck of the ancient Buddhist figures sculptured in the East, and is said to be still worn by the priests in Siam and Burma today. In the East, as in Mexico, the points of the compass were represented by colors, though it is not proved they followed the same sequence. In Buddhist countries, a piece of green jade is sometimes buried with the dead, and this has been proved to have been a Mayan custom, the stone being thought to have magic properties in speeding the deceased to another world. Such minute similarity of custom and belief is shown by these examples cannot be mere coincidence. Taken separately, there is not one that would prove the affinity between the East and America, but when taken together, they certainly form striking evidence. But there is one thing yet lacking, a missing link in the chain of evidence binding together the Buddhist East and tropical America. Professor E. Morse, in his paper Was Middle America Peopled from Asia?, has justly pointed out that to go straight across the ocean, Pacific, is one matter, but to go from latitude 30 degrees on one side of the Pacific almost to the Arctic Ocean and down on the other side nearly to the equator is quite another exploit. Most truly said, for such a voyage is possible, but most improbable. Those who would have us believe that Middle America was peopled from Asia have agreed in assuming that it was via the Bering Straits or the Aleutian Islands. We agree with Professor E. Morse, if we have read his pamphlet correctly, that if some means of getting Eastern invaders across the Pacific and not round it were shown, it would go far to prove the Asiatic origin of Central American civilization. The Japan current, Kuroshima, has been the route accepted by all who believe that Central American civilization hails from Japan and China. It runs swiftly along the coast of China and Japan towards the Bering Straits, and there bifurcates, one part running into the Arctic Ocean and the other turning down and running parallel to the coast of America. This current has proved irresistibly attractive, for it is certain that those swept on by it would have land in sight the whole way, and Charles Walcott Brooks has shown in his report to the California Academy of Science on the Japanese vessels wrecked in the North Pacific Ocean that ships from Asia could easily reach the Oregon and Californian coasts by drifting, as he has proved in the case of several derelicts. This Japan current is such a simple solution of the thorny transit problem for those who favor the Asiatic theory, that they have all agreed to adopt it, and have never been able to tear themselves away from it for a moment and look elsewhere. What if there were other currents? What if there was a direct current communication between the Malaysian portion of Asia and Central America? We take no credit for discovering currents. We have simply looked to see whether, if our theory is otherwise good, the invading architects would have an advantage of a current in their long voyage, and we have found one. The prevailing winds blow 6 months of the year west to east, and the currents would seem at first to be coast currents. But all are not so. There is the great equatorial current rising on the Peruvian coast, where it is known as the Peru Current, between south latitude 30 degrees and 40 degrees. For a time it keeps by the coast, running on a north-northwest direction until it reaches the equator, where it turns and runs in an almost direct line across the Pacific between the equator and 10 degrees south latitude. This powerful current will not, of course, serve the purpose of our argument, as it goes in the wrong direction. But there is another current known as the countercurrent, running north of the equator east to west. It is first noticeable among the many small island currents in the Indian archipelago, and then takes a course to the east-southeast of Borneo and south of the Philippines and out into the Pacific. On its course it runs through the Caroline Islands and the Marshall Group. At between 160 degrees and 170 degrees longitude west Greenwich, it is reinforced by a branch of the southern equatorial current which runs swiftly through Christmas and Fanning Islands and turned on a backward course. On an average, its rate for the whole distance is about 2 knots per hour, or nearly as fast as the Japan current. It spends itself on the coast of Central America between the equator and 10 degrees north latitude, part of it turning south, until it is swallowed up again by the equatorial currents, the other half turning north and eventually merging into the Mexican current, coming down from the north. This current fulfills all the requirements of our argument. It would naturally land emigrants from Malaysia on the coast of Central America between 10 degrees and 14 degrees north latitude. The most ambitious of sea migrations in early times are perhaps those of the Polynesians. Starting, it is assumed from their own traditions, from Samoa, their present distribution over the southern Pacific shows that they did not hesitate to make immense sea journeys under circumstances which to our modern minds seem almost impossible. For the Polynesians had no boats but the open canoe or dugout still used by the islanders today. These Polynesian migrations are facts, not theory, and thus we can come to reflect upon the problem of a migration from, say, Java to Central America. We begin to see how really practical it all is. For the ships in the east were not dugouts, but were actually built of planks. The Chinese traded with India and the Malaysian islands during the 5th and 6th centuries, and used decked boats for the trade. They knew of the compass from the earliest times, and actually used it for navigation from the 3rd and 4th centuries onward. From them the peoples of India and Malaysia learned shipbuilding, if they had not already developed it. Thus our migrating architects would, in all probability, have quite decent-sized vessels, in which they could make the voyage to America. But it may be asked, what impulse to migration these peoples could have had. If our dates are accurate, the case is a fairly clear one. Buddhism started, as everyone knows, in India. During the 4th and 5th centuries, the persecution of the Buddhists began, and ended finally in their being driven out of India. As an early result of the movement, which was bringing about their expulsion, they established themselves in Burma. Buddhism was acknowledged in China as the third religion of the empire as early as 65 AD. The religion spread into the Indian archipelago soon after it reached Burma and the Malay Peninsula, and the building of the Buddhist temple at Borobudur in Java was begun between 600 and 700 AD, though, owing to wars and invasions, it was not finished until about 1430. But the course of Buddhism did not run smooth in Java. The Buddhist settlers were involved in wars with neighboring Malay peoples, and the building of the great temple was, it is certain, much interrupted. The disturbed condition of their tenure would tend to drive some of the settlers into fresh migration. Probably about the 8th century, a band of these undertook a voyage in search of a new home. There is ample evidence to show that the disturbed state of Malaysia was such at this time as to cause constant kaleidoscopic changes of population. On the mainland in Cambodia, Angkor Wat, which, as we have shown, resembles the ruins of Central America, was probably at that time inhabited. The Khmers who built it have never been properly traced. They were possibly swallowed up in the great racial cataclysm which was then taking place thereabouts. Some of them may have been driven into the islands, and were possibly the designers of Borobudur. Perhaps the band of immigrants who reached America were Khmers. But this, of course, must remain mere surmise. Our theory involves the assumption that some Eastern people professing Buddhism and skilled in the type of architecture associated with early Buddhist buildings did reach Central America. We have tried to show that such a voyage was possible, and now let us follow the route. Taking Java as their starting point, we have shown how the currents crossed the Pacific to the Caroline Islands. This group, lying directly in the course of a migrating people, would be certain to be a resting place on their journey. They might perhaps stay some weeks, perhaps months there, possibly leaving some of their number behind them when they finally started out again. Here, then, one would expect to find some trace of their culture, and that is exactly what we do find. There are architectural remains in the Carolines, though these have never yet been properly studied. But there is evidence that there are such relics as we should expect of the men who were to be the tutors of the Mayans. F. W. Christian, in his book The Caroline Islands, London, 1899, says on page 80, speaking of the ruins on the east coast of Ponape, somewhat similar in character would be the semi-Indian ruins of Java and the cyclopean structures of Aceh and Chichen Itza in Yucatan. A series of huge rude steps brings us into a spacious courtyard strewn with fragments of fallen pillars, encircling a second terraced enclosure with a projecting frieze or cornice of somewhat Japanese type. The tradition of the Ponapeans in regard to these ruins is, Mr. Christian tells us, two brothers, Ani Aramak, godmen of heroes, named Olochipa and Olotropa, coming from the direction of Chokach, built the breakwater of Nan Mulochai and the island city Echatzin. By their magic spells, one by one the great masses of stone flew through the air like birds, settling down into their appointed place. From the photographs reproduced by Mr. Christian, it would seem that the ruins were distinctive of no special type of architecture, but were such as one would expect to be put up by those who had only made the island their home for a very short period, or, as is far more likely, did not even stop to build but imparted a slight knowledge to the natives, whose subsequent productions would be thus uncouth. Their next halting place would be the Marshall Islands, but whether there are any ruins there we do not know. It is almost next to certain that intelligent search would reveal such. The distance between Java and the coast of Central America, at the point which we wish to indicate as the likely landing place, is about 9,000 miles. The Caroline Islands are about 700 miles from the southeast corner of the Philippines, the last sight of land a people migrating from Java by the route we adopt would get. The Carolines would be in their route for 1,500 miles, as this archipelago is a specially widespread one. From the Carolines to the Marshall Islands is about 450 miles, and then onto the American coast is about 6,000 miles, with the smaller unnamed islands lying north of Christmas Island between longitude 160 degrees and 175 degrees west of Greenwich, intervening for about 1,000 miles of their course. Between this point and the American coast would be the longest stretch of open sea the migrators would have to face. We do not suggest they would come over in great numbers. They followed the course of the currents to America, and would be thrown on the coast where it struck in its greatest force. The Pacific countercurrent turns off into two branches on nearing the coast at about 10 degrees north latitude, part going to the south and part north. If they took the southern branch, they would come in contact with the equatorial current coming up from Peru, and inevitably be carried out to sea again. On the other hand, if they took the northern branch, they would be carried for some miles along the coast until about latitude 13 degrees, where the current runs in closest, and there would be the most probable spot for them to land. End of section 24. Recording by Jairus Amar. Section 25 of the American Egypt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The American Egypt by Channing Arnold and Frederick J. Tabor Frost. Section 25. The Age of the Ruins, Part 1. The very natural temptation to assign a romantically great age to the ruins of Central America has proved too much for most writers and students of the subject. We, too, would like to think that these Mayan buildings rival in antiquity those of Egypt, but we have been unable to blind ourselves to certain facts, which are as commonplace as they are convincing. The proper way to judge the age of a building is not to stand in front of it in an attitude of reverence, like a pre-Raphaelite before an old master, but to look at it with the critical eye of a mason, if you can. If you are not a mason, or know nothing about masonry, then you should take an expert with you. If the many students of Mayan edifices had taken the trouble to put them to this very simple test, noting how they were built, and then making due allowance for the friability of the material and so on, we should have heard less of the fairy tales which have gained undeserved currency in past years. If the theory which we have put forward in our last chapter is as sound as we believe it to be, it would seem satisfactorily to fix a maximum date for Central American buildings. But we cannot too emphatically point out that our view as to the age of the ruins has not been evolved to suit our theory as to who were America's first architects, but is based upon entirely practical tests, which are by their nature final. We have imagined that the architects reached the coast of Central America at about 13 degrees north latitude. It is probable that they would not begin to build directly where they landed, but would first look for a suitable site on which they might found a settlement. They possibly numbered 200 or 300. More than this is most unlikely. In such small numbers, they could not possess themselves of any likely spot, irrespective of the American tribes already inhabiting the country. The chance is that it was some little while before they finally founded a city. But somewhere within reasonable distance of the portion of the coast where they would be most likely to land, we ought to find ruins having all the chief characteristics of their architecture, with figures for the most typical part of their race, in face and feature, in costume and ornament, and such ruins should be very distinctly differentiated from those deeper in the country, and erected after the invaders had been some time in contact with the natives, whose own mode of living and disposition would modify the Orientalism of the designs. and this is precisely what we do find. We find that Copan is well within 150 miles of the site of their probable landing. Here, as we pointed out on page 268, are carvings so strikingly oriental that one cannot doubt their origin. The faces of the figures on the stelae are the faces one can see today in Cambodia and Siam. The dress, the ornamentation, the turban-shaped headdress, found on no other carvings but these, are all purely ancient Indo-Chinese. Couple all this with the fact that nowhere else have the counterparts of the peculiar monuments of Copan been found in Central America except at Quirigua, which, but a few miles distant, was probably almost synchronous in its building. And it must be admitted that there is much in our suggestion, and that here we are able to locate one of their earliest, if not actually their earliest, settlements. The traditions of the Mayans all agree that Copan was built by the Itzas, the tribe inhabiting Chichen, who had temporarily migrated thence. If this tradition is true, then why do we not find the same characteristic monuments in both places? As far as architectural ornamentation and monuments are concerned, no two sets of ruins could be further apart. At Copan, we find a uniform type in costume and feature. There is not a single sign of a warrior or the feathered headdress common in all the monuments of Yucatan. The battle scenes characteristic of Mayan carvings are entirely lacking. But what of Chichen? In all the carvings there, you do not find one that resembles in the least those at Copan. The features are the features of another race, and there is not a suggestion of the Copan headdress, but all the figures wear the befeathered American Indian type. The scenes in the bas-reliefs and paintings invariably depict warriors in battle array. In regard to the monuments themselves, a peculiar feature of the ruins of Angkor are the gigantic heads without bodies which stand in the woods, and which have their counterparts in the heads found at Copan, one of which, according to Stephens, measures about 6 feet in height. The carvings at Copan reached a height of elaboration and nicety of execution, such as has obviously never been reached elsewhere in Central America. Wonderful as the carvings at Chichen, and Palenque even, are, they are not nearly so artistically wonderful as those at Copan. Yet if we are to believe tradition, Chichen of today was built on the return of the Itzas after they had founded Copan. To our mind, the only way to explain the peculiar and intricate art of Copan is to assume that it was the first settlement, or one of the first settlements, of the invading builders, and thus that is where we have their art in its purest and most unadulterated form. There is sound reason to think that most of the carvings in the ruins of Central America were done by the hands of American Indians. There is no room for such a belief as to Copan and Quirigua. No American Indians could have carved the stelae there, if their general work is to be taken as a standard of their excellence they attained. No, the invaders carved and built Copan themselves, and probably they were watched at their work by the neighboring Indians, who crowded in to see the new wonder and learn the art. What the shapes of the buildings at Copan and Quirigua were, it is impossible to say. But the ground plan of the former, at least, can be fairly accurately traced, and it affords valuable evidence of our theory. According to Stephens, the main ruins consist of an oblong enclosure 264 feet long and some 500 feet broad, The river wall, of 60 to 90 feet in height, is of cut stones. The other three sides of this enclosure consist of ranges of steps and pyramidal structures. Near the southwest corner he found a recess once occupied by a colossal figure, and beyond traces of a principal gateway, while other gateways existed on the other sides. Of the Buddhist ruins of Brahmanan, Java, Crawford, History, Indian Archipelago, page 196, writes, "They occupy an area which is an oblong square of 600 English feet long and 550 broad. They consist of 4 rows of small temples, enclosing in the center a greater one, whose height is 60 feet. The temples are pyramidal buildings, all of the same character, covered by a profusion of sculpture and consisting of large blocks of hewn stone. To the whole group of temples there are 4 entrances facing the cardinal points of the compass, and each guarded by 2 gigantic figures. Such an identity of ground plan is surely most suggestive. It is but in perfect consonance with the age which we have assigned to Copan and Quirigua that their edifices should have fallen to pieces. That they had fallen at the time of the conquest is clear from the letter of Diego Garcia de Palacio, a member of the Audiencia de Guatemala, addressed to Philip II of Spain on March 8, 1576. It runs, "On the road to the city of San Pedro, in the first town within the province of Honduras, called Copan, are certain ruins and vestiges of a great population and of superb edifices of splendor, as it would appear they have never been built by the natives of that province." From this, it would seem that not a building was intact at Copan in the 16th century. Today, the remains are crumbling heaps of pyramids and terraces overgrown by luxuriant vegetation. All that remains intact are the monolithic stelae and altars which will last forever, though their carvings will yield to time. Wherever other cities have been spoken of by historians, they lead us to infer that at the time of the conquest the buildings were still intact. It is a truism to say that the most recently built are the best preserved, but students of Mayan archaeology have betrayed an extraordinary gift for overlooking the obvious. Chichen, for example, is still in a good state of preservation, perhaps the best of all Yucatecan cities, for the simple reason that it was one of the most recently built, and for no other reason whatever. Mr. A.P. Maudslay, who has spent more time than anyone else on a study of Copan and Quirigua, assigns to them the position of the earliest of all ruined cities of Central America. This judgment he no doubt based upon their decayed conditions. But neither Mr. Maudslay nor anyone else has explained why the art of carvings had reached such a high stage at such an early date, and all have overlooked, or shut their eyes to, the undoubted fact that the carvings of the finest of the well-preserved cities, such as Chichen, are in merit behind, and not in advance of those of Copan and Quirigua. To us, it appears there is but one explanation of this fact, and that is the one which we have suggested. For these reasons, we ventured to urge that Copan and Quirigua were practically contemporaneous with the advent of the builders from Indo-China and Java, namely, sometime during the 8th century. How the art of building spread from Copan and Quirigua, it is of course impossible to say. It could never be known whether the Eastern immigrants, after building these 2 cities and possibly others, undiscovered near at hand, advanced further into the country, teaching the natives their arts and crafts, and perhaps indoctrinating them with some of their religious tenets and ritual, or whether they were visited by interested Mayan chiefs who learned something of building on the spot. Possibly, too, they may have been attacked and some of them captured and taken captive to Mayan cities, and forced to superintend building operations there. But it is most probable that they did advance further into the country. Once they had learned something of the language, there would be few or no difficulties for them in making friends with the Mayan peoples around. If our theory is right, we ought to find a chain of towns marking their progress, or the progress of their art, over the country. This is just what we do find in the group of ruins on the Usumacinta River, of which we have already given a short account. The first of these is the city of Piedras Negras, the nearest large city to Copan. Here, the characteristic Orientalism is already on the wane. The carvings of the buildings are not so strikingly characteristic of the East as are those at Copan. These have given place to carvings more in keeping with native ideas. It is no longer the city of the builders, but a city the building of which is superintended by them. Yet one would expect some Oriental features to creep in, and this expectation is fulfilled. The figure found there by Herr Theobert Mähler, and already mentioned by us on page 271, is as near a replica of the Buddhist statues of the East as one could expect a people to remember after they had spent several years in a new country. Its costume, its posture, its features, and its whole attitude take one to the East. Indeed, the only way of explaining the statue is to believe that its sculptures came from Buddhist lands. Close at hand, at the neighboring ruins of Yaxchilan, is the structure which we have described on page 272, and which in the same way can only be explained by looking towards the east for its artificers. This tower, with the great staring face built into it, is almost a replica of the towers of Angkor, solid pieces of masonry with faces carved upon them. The only difference between them and that of Yaxchilan is that they are cut from solid stone, while that of the latter is stucco. Whether it is carved in stone under the stucco we cannot say. We believe that this monument found at Yaxchilan is the only one of its kind so far discovered in Central America. Following the imaginary line of advance of the Eastern builders, we find the proofs of our theory accumulating. At Menche, we have another city, to which M. Charnay attempted to give the name of Lorillard. Here he and Mr. Maudslay, who was the discoverer of the place, appear to have found little which could be regarded as a trace of the Copan builders. Possibly the explanation is that, not attempting to trace the building civilization from Copan as a starting place, they overlooked much valuable evidence, or possibly Menche was built at a much later date, when the Oriental ideas had almost entirely vanished in favor of native design. But at Palenque, the next big city, we again find traces of the East. While the smaller buildings are strikingly like those in ruins at Priakane and elsewhere in Cambodia, the so-called palace has often been said, as we mentioned in our last chapter, to be almost a replica in arrangement and design of Borobudur. It may very well be that some of the very men who had assisted in the earlier building operations of Borobudur were the architects of the building at Palenque. Such differences as occur between the two are easily explained. In the 7th century, the statues of Buddha, which now adorn the terraces of this Javanese Mecca, did not exist. Only the roughest plan of the present Borobudur was laid down and worked on in those early days, and thus the Palenque Palace is a reproduction of what Borobudur was centuries before its final completion. But even with these distinctions, the two ruins are closely akin. The two-story tower on the roof of Borobudur has its exact counterpart in the Palenque Tower, save that the former has a dome-shaped roof, while the latter is flat. But it may not always have been so. In describing it, we called attention to the curious fact that the tower has a stairway which ends abruptly against this flat roof. Is it not possible that the stairway once led into a dome-shaped roof, which either fell or was actually demolished, and replaced by the flat one, which renders the stairway so futile? At Palenque, too, we first find what looks like a reproduction of the lion seat, which is so characteristic of many of the early Buddhist statues. In one of the temples at Palenque is the carving of a couch, which is almost a replica of those found in Buddhist temples. Another noteworthy feature is the ornamental disc or amulet hanging on the breast of the deity, which would appear to be exactly like that on the ancient Buddhist figures, and the priestly badge of office worn in Siam and Burma today. It is a curious fact that according to P. Schellhaus, Bureau of American Ethnology, Bulletin 28, Washington, 1904, this badge never figures in the Mexican manuscripts, and thus may be presumed to have never been adopted by the Aztecs, but to have been in vogue only among the Mayans, who came into direct contact with the Oriental invaders. Probably Piedras Negras, Yaxchilan, and Palenque represent, together with some undiscovered ruins, a period of about half a century immediately succeeding the founding of Copan and Quirigua. During this period, it may be taken for granted that many of the older immigrants had died, and the remnant would be old men. It is very doubtful if in half a century the strangers would have penetrated far into Yucatan or reached the plateau of Mexico. Their activities would have been centered around the Palenque district, and the decayed condition of this latter city and the neighboring ruins of Yaxchilan and Piedras Negras would, without doubt, seem to definitely place them in this period. Palenque, we would suggest, was the last large city built or designed by these peoples. End of section 25.